Winning a chicken dinner is tough. It demands more than skill, and luck too. Yet, you didn't quit. Your persistence always crafted luck. PUBG's 7 years thrived on your countless lucky moments. Thank you for not giving up. Here's to our lucky years. PUBG Battlegrounds, 7th anniversary.
Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Taego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello everybody and welcome to PUBG Americas Series number 3. We had so much fun yesterday with this desk, we decided to do it again. I'm Matchroom, joined by Godspeed and Porosaurus. How you doing today, Godspeed?
I am doing way better than Poro, and that's all that really
This is
matters.
true. We were having a conversation. Yeah.
Not possible. I'm always great.
Always great.
Yeah,
Well,
what now?
We'll dive deeper into the greatness that is Poro in a second. Instead, let's instead kick off everything and walk you through everything you need to know about how today's tournament is going to be going down, and we'll kind of run through all the basic formats. Starting off with the format itself. We are already done with the playoffs. As you can see, that's going to be in the center and the left. We are in the grand finals with our top 16 teams. We've got 3 days of action, 18 matches all considered, 6 already done. So let's go ahead and shift over on how they managed to make some points and climb up this leaderboard. If you manage to be the last team surviving, you're going to walk away with 10 points, second 6, and then it's going to go down from there. Every single kill is going to be worth 1 point as well. So keep an eye on that because that is going to be the deciding line for a lot of these squads. What are they going to be playing for? Easy peasy. That's going to be some cash and some PGC points. Cash going to be starting off at $12,000 and making it way down to $600 for managing to make it into this stage. But the big thing that I know that a lot of our teams are very focused on is going to be PGC points, Poro, because that is what's going to make or break your year as a PUBG team.
Yeah, you definitely want to get as many of those PGC points as you can, as early as you can. Yeah, I think it makes things a lot easier throughout the rest of your year if you know that you're going in already sitting on a stack. So definitely try to load up as early as you can.
Always sitting on a stack is good. We've got 16 teams that are going to be participating in this one. And Godspeed, you were kind of giving an eye over what was going on with Space Station Gaming you were talking about.
Yeah, so we saw Space Station win the last game of yesterday, which was great. And then I kind of went back because we talked about them midway throughout the day to see what exactly their issues were. And as far as really just kind of getting caught on the edge just a couple times, like I said, their macro looked great. I think one of the big criticisms we've had on Space Station in the past is, Poro loves to say, getting nickeled and dimed. And they really didn't lose that many players in rotations to begin with yesterday. And the few fights that they had towards the end of the game were actually pretty good, again, except for the one where Flood decided to ruin their game. So Space Station so far looks on track to have a really good event and potentially defend, but they are going to have quite the steep hill to climb ahead of them with Falcons doing so well.
And Poro, you were kind of like following all of the teams yesterday. Well, some very specific teams, I guess I should say, as we were making our way through the day. Godspeed's going to take that over.
Super specific.
What stands out with you on those teams that we were just looking at moving into today?
Well, I mean, I think the main story is consistency, as it usually is, right? Like it's the teams that are at the top, Falcons and Sonics, STK, you know, well, Falcons and Sonics, we'll say in particular, are usually always there for a reason, and it's because they're consistently good. You know, two victories for Falcons, obviously 2 big high kill victories and a 3rd place, and then you look at Sonics, 4 top 3 finishes all day long as well. STK finding some consistency yesterday, three top 3 finishes and a nice little stack of kills to go along with it. Now, the thing with Sonics and Falcons is they usually can turn that 1 day into 2 days into 3 days. STK, everybody else, it's kind of been a bit of an issue turning 1 day into 2 days. So I'm curious as if the STK can pull that off today, or if SSG can kind of find their footing as well.
You hit on the Falcons, and I think that is kind of the talking point as we're going to be looking forward this tournament. It feels like they're really starting to mesh even more. We saw them coming out of PGC and just I don't want to say a reformation, but just a little bit of a roster swap of bringing in 1 player and the evolution that they had to go through. We actually had a chance to sit down with Snakers and talk about what's been going on with them for the past couple of months. Oh, no, I'm sorry. First off, we're going to be going to the recap of what all happened yesterday. And then we're going to go ahead and kind of walk through all of the actions so that way you guys can have an idea on what's going to be looking forward to today.
When can we talk about Tickleton being the GOAT of PUBG?
Haven is going to go for the red. Oh.
It's popped off! Oh no, that's trapped them inside! But there's always going to be the threat of Panzers on these positions because they always spawn here. It's just the 10-0 left with a Panzer Faust. There's another Panther at the ready. Free fire, no, Jude!
This should be an easy one for Richie B. He's got to get wrapped over. Oh no! Fuz will get that knock onto Nano now. It's big chance. Oh my god!
It's getting pushed in by the zone. Oh, Sparky landed the headshot on Vizsla. Shrimps taken very low. That's a sick grenade from RBN.
This is GG's for Mercy.
Oh my god. This was just like the worst thing that can happen in PUBG, right? Just being trapped down there.
The
There's a
fact
lot of
that
bad
card
things that can
turned.
happen in PUBG.
But being locked in a basement you can't get out of with a Molotov on top of you, that's pretty high up on the list, right?
Yeah, that's fairly high up there with no escape. So
I don't know.
looking
I feel
at
worse about getting panzered in a car.
especially the first game of the day.
I don't know.
Yeah,
At least there's something you could do in that situation, maybe.
well,
Okay, well, let's
looking
look at our overall. There's a reason to talk about
Yeah,
Falcons
let's look-
because
yeah,
they're
let's look
at
at this.
79 points. Back behind them, Sonics finally managed to kick it off at the end of yesterday and pick up 59 points. We also have Shoot to Kill back behind them, Legacy. Then it gets a little bit more dicey as the points get a bit more compressed. Right back behind Legacy, 1 point's going to be Gas Cans, or 1 point behind them is going to be Space Station Gaming. Bit of a drop down into Mercy, then 55. Then we've got all of the guys over on the right side. They're going to be fighting. Just one good game could propel them over into that left side of the leaderboard. And where do we want to even dive into this? There's so much stuff going on.
I got one. You know something that's hilarious to me. In
Go ahead,
two
laugh it up.
games, in 2 games, Falcons got 56 points.
that is
Sonics
pretty.
have 59.
That's either hilarious or depressing, depending on where you are on the leaderboard, right?
They did get like 31 points in one game, so that's a bit
Yeah, and the
helpful.
game before that, they got 25.
It's true.
They got
Yeah,
first
true.
with 15 kills.
But I think
They were
okay,
just
so
up there ratting, Poro. Didn't you see, chat? It's just those
It's rats.
Falcons
Yeah, rats.
ratting up in the sky and killing 21
It's crazy
people
how often
in the
they
round.
rat themselves to first place in like a boatload of kills. It's wild.
So the thing I think we should really talk about is, you know, if Falcons does have another phenomenal day, I mean, they could really put themselves in Mad Bulls territory where they're pretty much already qualified, right? We saw that in PC. Mad Bulls pretty much shot all the way up the leaderboard right over Twisted Minds. And if, again, Falcons could do that, that pretty much secures them a spot. And I think the thing that we really need to press upon is the fact that this is for the next 2 PGSs. There is nothing in between from here, the PGSs, EWC, right? Like, and so this is a massive deal. These teams need to step up at this point, especially some of the ones that are struggling. I was looking at Bestia, right? That's a team that we expect a lot from, especially with Sharp coming in that team. There's really no room for mistakes anymore. If you had a bad day 1, you absolutely cannot afford a bad day 2, let alone a bad start to day 3.
Well, I was trying to tell you guys about this a second ago, but now we're actually going to do it. I was just teasing it beforehand, as we are going to go ahead and jump in with that sit down that we had with Snakers and talk about like the changes moving into the tail end of the last year and kind of some of his favorite moments over into PGC and what's happened over the past couple of months. And it's incredibly insightful. I can't wait to get a look at it.
Hey guys, it's Snakers. Today I'm going to be going through some of my biggest and favorite moments recently, and I'll be focusing on PGC 2023 and going through a lot of my favorite plays from that. So I'll start off with the group stage, match 5. This game we did an e-pickup into like a new spot on Miramar, and I ended up getting behind this entire team and wiping them with the P90, which felt pretty good because we clutched like 4 or 5 points out of that, which we needed at the time. And that was also the first time I got to use the P90 on the global stage. So it's definitely one of my favorite moments from the group stage for sure.
That would be even better. But now the grenades are coming in from the north side. That's going to be 4 a.m. And LG. Snakers will find the flush onto Esther, as it is just not great stuff here for Gen G. Sungyoung will find one, but Snakers lights up the entire squad. Gets a full wipe onto PMA, and now Gen G trying to turn their attention over to LG.
Yep, Snakers living up to his name, trying to find them from behind those successfully.
This was probably one of the craziest plays I've had on LAN ever. It was when QM crashed us in the bear cave.
Just difficult. Speaking of difficult, LG's got some trouble as they were a member down early, and they're back in the bear
Like at the same time as me killing a bear, and it also killing my teammate Flood. So our comms were just all over the place. I got Flood screaming, kill the bear, and I got 4 people behind me while I'm shooting a bear because I have to save my teammate, of course. So they catch me on stream killing the bear and then 180ing and getting a knock, which then helped my team wipe the whole team after. So this was just a favorite moment for me because it was just hilarious, and we ended up getting like 11 points this game because Rello and Flood clutched it out. Even though Rello's Molly did flush me here, it was still one of my favorite moments from PGC for sure.
The good news is QM, they are potentially about to be out. That's a great bounce. Is it going to get a kill?
Oh, this one goes with more. Nice throw. Takes them down. And those vehicles lined up there, paying up big for LG, sitting at 4 kills right now, getting space away from the just not.
So we had a huge Vikendi game on the last day of the tournament. Unfortunately, we had pretty bad games the rest of the day. It was just a rough day all around. We didn't get good zones. We messed up a couple games. We lost momentum. But this game saved us from dropping maybe lower in placements.
Now we've got our top 4. It's going to be Tiambo, the odd team out. Spyro solo up in between them and LG. LG with the high ground, and it's going to be Tyloo with the low ground.
The game started out kind of bad for us. We're just driving in circles. And we eventually got to a spot where we took a fight on a team on edge, which we wiped them up pretty quickly. And then we had to drive across the map into a random bowl, and we had multiple teams driving around us, and Mime ended up killing like 5 people that game. And it was just nice having a game like that because it brought us back into it, showing that we have the ability to really just like dominate those lobbies. That game put us in the mix to still win, honestly, if we had a couple of crazy last games, but they unfortunately didn't go our way. But that was a huge game from us in the finals.
And no, it is just going to be LG. They say, no, we need the points. We need to get control. They just send it down into this rock, and they already had complete authority on everything. This circle now just belongs entirely to them. There is nothing that they can't shoot.
Exactly. The blue is going to help out as well. Beautifully timed here by LG. Snakers getting the job done from up on top. The 3-1 split working a treat, but Spyro still alive.
Do not count him out. He is going to spot out. Snakers exchange between them. Spyro with 2 HP. Gonna go down. Snakers clings to life. All 4 members up, and Luminosity takes it.
Things looking bright for Luminosity on Vikendi. The masters of this map showing that they can get it done in big ways.
So PGC was my best international performance, as well as one of my team's best international performances as a whole. We almost finished top 5, but because of a few mistakes and we were a few points off on the last day, we weren't able to clutch it out. But I think getting 8th with a new player and a completely different team dynamic was big from us. And along with the fact that Thailand was a blast and I love my new team, I just really like PGC, and I'm excited to see what we can do in the future. But I'll see you guys later.
Tells you everything you need to know about Snakers that one of his favorite moments from PGC was Rello Molotov, making sure to flush him out. I mean, the barricade thing was really, really fun, though. Let's be real. Like, I was having fun watching it.
Tell he's still a little bitter about that. He's like, oh, sick play. They saved me, but I still died to realism.
Shooting the bear, 180'd, held back the team, Molotoved by Rello.
Hey, you know, I don't think he got even to say his favorite part about PW at the World Championship was getting to spend all the time with Mime. Those two were besties and inseparable the whole time. It's not a friendship I would have imagined, but boy, those guys are like 2 peas in a pod, man. We go down to breakfast, you see them there all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of one of the things about LAN is we've done, like, we do a lot of online stuff. We all know each other and everything else like that. But it's always really, really interesting whenever you like go and you just see all the players and the interactions. You're like, I would never have guessed you guys would be having breakfast together. Even people on a completely opposite teams just sitting down. I don't know. That's the joy of LAN that we will be getting to in what, about 2 months?
Yeah, I don't know. Whenever I'm there, I just ego everybody and go sit in the corner.
It's true. It's actually
or egoing people? No, Godspeed. I've never encountered that before. Have you?
Oh, well, you clearly have not spent enough time with Poro outside of the podcast.
Okay, so we've kind of dealt with the past. We've got everything set up moving in. So what should we be looking forward to moving into today? Well, we're going to be starting off on Erangel and making our way over to Taego, Vikendi, and Miramar. So match number 7 will be kicking off in just one moment. But as we've been talking a lot, Falcons' big consistency with STK is something that you brought up, Poro. Is like, do you think that they've put on yesterday the show with the consistency and their rounds, that's the corrected fashion, and now moving into day 2, it should stay the same?
I mean, you know, just looking at the rounds from yesterday, they never finished lower than 9th.
Ninth, yeah.
Like that's actually pretty crazy for SDK, honestly. You know, it's just in the past we've seen them. They'll get involved in early fights, like right on the edge of blue. They'll stick around for fights that maybe they could have avoided, and they end up getting third partied, or they just get beat up so bad that by the time the fight's done and they get into circle, they just get flushed out. I mean, it's like I feel like we've seen that a million times from SDK over the past year, but we didn't see it yesterday. So I don't know if that's like just a change in philosophy from Kurt, or if that is just like, you know, things just didn't happen to go that way for him yesterday. But I do think it's going to be fun starting on Erangel. The only team that really found consistency in 2 games on Erangel was Sonics. So you know, it'll be interesting to see if they can kind of maybe catch up to Legacy a little bit here to start off the day.
And that's a good point. I mean, Godspeed. Yesterday didn't start the best for the Sonics, to say the least. They did manage to make it back up on Erangel, but it was it the circles that they were just having to chase? What did you notice going on with the Sonics yesterday, specifically in those early?
I mean,
one that got shot in the face with a Panzer.
Yeah, first game was a wash, right?
The first time we saw Sonics was a Panzer Faust in the face.
The first thing we see is Kickstart flying out of his driver's seat after a Panzer, right? So it did not start well for the Sonics. They, you know, they got, I think, like a 13th with no points, but then, like Poro said, they got second place with 7 points. Game 3, they got like 10th with 2, but they really started to clean it up. And I think a big part of that is just feeling out the lobby, right? Like this is a new lobby from groups, obviously, and LCQ. And so, yeah, this is something that Sonics does. They may not have like the strongest start always, but they always manage to figure things out. And I think that's exactly what happened.
Well, you know, filling out the lobby is a really important thing, you know, trying to get a vibe on what's going on. Even chat does that a lot. Whenever they're spamming their emotes everywhere. And if you've been seeing people spam emotes and you don't have them, that's because you haven't followed the Twitch channel yet. If you just click on one button right now for free, you just get emotes. Do it. There's no reason to not get your free emotes because, I mean, they're actually really good. I like the PN one that they have set up in there. And that's just the inherent nature of the beast. But we also do have our casters ready to go. So let's go ahead and move into game number 1 and toss it over to Cammy D and Gibson.
Thanks, guys, and it is so good to be here for day 2 of the PAS finals. I will never dab like that. Never going to happen in a million years. But
what are you talking about? I just had to sneeze. What do you mean?
Yeah. We all saw that. Cammy, this is kind of the real start of the weekend, right? I always feel like Friday of grand finals is like the warm-up, but Saturday and Sunday is when you really start to see teams making those big moves up the leaderboard.
I mean, tell that to Future with a current grand total of 15 points. I'm sure that they would have wanted to start better yesterday. It doesn't completely wash the fact that number 1 first place Falcons are a good quick maths here. 54 points ahead of, no, 64, I was correct the first time. 64 points ahead of them on the leaderboard. But I get your point. Day number 1 is the day that you see a lot of the teams really get settled in. Group stage, scrims, it's about getting that experience with each other, but it doesn't actually equate like the real thing. Today we might even start to see more early game aggression. Teams are understanding each other, understanding tendencies, really knowing how to maneuver around each other in the early games on the map, rather than what we saw, especially on Miramar, more conservative early game play.
Yeah, but it is always good to start off on Erangel. I think you get a better pacing for the day when we start on this map. One team that keeps getting brought up, I don't know if it's because Poro's on the desk or not, but Sonics get brought up every single, every few minutes. They definitely didn't have a good start yesterday, so I think that today is a big one for them. But we're getting ready to jump into game number 1 of the night. Cammy, it's a east to northwest flight path, finishing off at Zarki.
Yeah, it's a bit far to the northeast, so like one of the previous Erangel matches yesterday, access to Quarry, access to Primorsk aren't the easiest, but it's not too bad. AKA, they've been dropping back and forth between Novo and Zarki, and even though it's at the end of the plane path, you would think that Zarki would be their preferred choice of those drop spots, and considering they're still in the flight, I have to imagine that is the case. Granted, that means for a team like AKA, if we do have another South Phase 1, God forbid if it's Mill to Power, as we saw it yesterday, it is going to make their rotation, as well as STK, as well as OG, who all drop up in that area, a little difficult, but I mean, granted, at this point, we're just complaining about the base mechanics of PUBG.
Yeah, all I can say is I hope that we don't get a circle like we did the kickoff Erangel yesterday. That was not player-friendly whatsoever. I'll tell you what, though. A team that finished the day strongly yesterday was SSG, and I was looking at some of their reactions on Twitter afterwards, Cammy, and they're actually really disappointed because they feel like based on the positions they had, they should have won 4 maps. And well, look at the position they have right now with that circle.
I mean, I don't know if I agree with 4 maps. Granted, teams always have more information than us. We're watching 16 teams at the same time. Even if we had the biggest brains here, best calculations, there's still only so much we can glean without being on the inside of the team by itself. I don't know if I buy 4, but definitely that Taego match is the one that hurts the most for them. But phase 1 is going to be on the West Coast.
Yeah, it definitely would hurt, but this is game 1 of the day, and before we started, we got a chance to talk to the teams about how they prepare for playing the first map of every day.
For me, to get ready for the first game of the day is usually pretty repetitive. I have a routine to where I like to go for a little walk, get a little sunshine, get some fresh air, and then come back, maybe look at some twires, kind of do some like scenarios in my head of different circles and things like that, and then just kind of hit the general warm-up, hit some training mode, maybe some pubs, and get ready to go.
And to talk briefly about going into the first game of the day, we like to start off hot. At least I do personally. No one wants to go into the first game of the day and get like a 0-pointer and then just be off for the rest of the day. We like if we get our circle, we like doing whatever we can to get the win. We'll play safe and get that. And if we don't, we just try to scrap up some points, wipe the team, get the confidence flowing, and that's pretty much it.
You know, most of the time when I'm getting into my first game of the day, you know, I just got home from work, maybe got a little bit of dinner, you know, maybe took a little bit of a shower. We just get straight into that game. No feelings, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We just get right into that game, and we just go in there and get it done.
So, very interesting responses from all 3 players on that chat. Kurt's talking about having a routine, getting everything set up. Sharpshot is talking about the very beginning of the first game, not like, you know, once the plane is launched in the air. And Spoon is all about that mental, just going in. Again, kind of like what we were talking about with day number 1, has a little bit of, the teams take some time to get settled. Spoon is like, it's game number 1, no matter what day it is. We're not taking time to get settled. We're going straight on in. So I think despite sounding like very different answers, they don't actually contradict each other.
I actually really enjoy every time I see Spoon on, because he's just, the stuff that he comes out with, I love it. And the fact he's like, you know what, a little bit of dinner, little shower, ready to go. STK, though, currently sitting in 3rd place, and honestly, this is what you'd expect when you look at the pickups they made, because we have talked about this at length in the past. Last year, particularly the second half of the year, was such a disaster for this team, and you know, we're used to seeing Kurt being up there and around the top 4. That was one of the worst tournaments I think STK had ever had.
Right. Yeah, right now it looks like they're actually putting a little bit of their attention towards OG, who loot North George. Phase number 1 is centered more or less around Georgia Pole Mountain, which is where Sonics and SSG currently are centering and grouping up. And so in regards to the Georgia Pole interaction, we'll see if that becomes something bigger than it might be, because there's AKA up there, OG, SDK all up there. Sonics and SSG, they're currently establishing their position. SSG were here quite early, and Sonics, this is the other pair only just now leaving Pochinki. It's actually a little late for what you usually expect for this team. Maybe that's because they wanted to take a little more time just to make sure that all their gear was all the way at 100%.
Yeah, and why not fill up your car? But we got our first gunfight of the night already, as Luna Galaxy and Falcons are just trading some damage back and forward over by Ruins. You'll just see Sonics rotate past. AKA are going to lose one as our first kill of the day. We're losing a couple of players, actually. Lip and Nanu fall. Luis will go down as well, leaving Rafex as the last player standing now for AKA. And we spoke about yesterday being a bad start for Sonics. This is a really bad start for AKA. And for STK, it's exactly what they would have wanted. 2 points on the board, and it should be a 3rd pretty quickly.
Like, it wasn't even just one team that camped that bridge. It was 2. OG on the north, STK on the south, AKA they just sent it in. And is talking about expecting early game transitions, understanding where the teams that loot around you, how they move through. This was either a big mix-up by the 2 Georgia Pole teams or a really big blind spot for also known as Rafex, the only one up. Able to heal up, has her motorbike, going to continue to drive on through, but Gas Cans potentially take an opportunity of this. They have a knock on to OG. They're not committing across the bridge. They're committing to the fight.
This is a very different start to Erangel than we're used to seeing. Vox now gets into a fight, should be able to get this knock on to kill Demo, will find it. The Necro off in the distance, but a little bit too far away for that iron sight spray. Vox will switch over to that MK, gets a big tag on the Necro, and Adams got the cover. Gas cans have 2 members of OG down. Adams going to get traded back by Higuin though as they start to fight back. Kill will be confirmed, but is it too little too late for Higuin?
Bit brutal of a situation. Penta's also been knocked, so it's only a 1 versus 2 at the moment. And the guys can seem to be a little bit of split, but Bizzler there is able to finish things off. They lose 1, they lose Adam, but that's not a poor grab for them. They also did lose one of the knocks. STK did steal one of those kills, so that's a 3rd kill point for STK on the board. But still, considering the situation, I don't think Gas Cans will be too upset about this one.
Spoke with teams a lot about this, right? 3-4 kills for 1 player is a trade I think a lot of teams... Obviously, you're never happy losing anybody, but deep down, it's like, yeah, you know what? It is fine. Relo's got knocked from Falcons, as this fight will continue with Luna Galaxy, who have made their way deep inside of Ruins now, but I still prefer the position Falcons have. But with the circle we had, with the flight path we had, Cammy, we shouldn't be having so many players falling. We shouldn't have so many team fights kicking off inside Phase 1.
Like I said, this is day 2. This is when teams are reacting off of each other in a more specific way, a more intentional way. Looking at the map now, there was all that action in the north. There is a little bit of a standoff in Ruins, but you see Sonics with a 2-2 split. You see Bestia just below them in a bit of a spread. Legacy in a 2-2 split of their own. A couple of teams are now coming in from the east. The last few to arrive from that direction. Spam, Rats are holding point. Peachow just to the north. Future coming in a little bit to the southeast. So... the other directions, other trajectories, not so dramatic, but Haven.
Oh, he nearly got that. Haven actually nearly lost that or got that one. Rafex, who will pick up a kill for AKA. But Vinny is in the position now to push again. Rafex gets the first aid off just in time. Spots out Vinny. Vinny's got better cover, but that's a great headshot as he'll be able to dip back inside the cover. Nade being prepped. Come on, 1 good nade, Rafex. Can you get more points on the board for AKA? The nade will go, but it explodes a little too far away. And here comes the cleanup crew, Cammy. They're here to wipe out Rafex.
I would have thought that grenade would land. It seemed to do no damage. Something must be there that blocked it, but now Rafex doesn't even have time to heal on up. Has a molly. Vinny runs through it. There's a potential, especially with the smoke in play, for Rafex to pull something out, but I think those 2 players ran through the molly, and now he's running through his own molly, trying to mix things up, trying to find different angles, different spots to hide out in.
Will get the first aid off and gets himself back into somewhat of an elevated position. Rafex, we said that this is the cleanup crew. Luna Galaxy need to do what we didn't see happen yesterday. 2 players have to play together to get the trade. Never mind, and Nade will do just as well. Fixin confirms out AKA, but we've lost 2 teams. Phase 1 has not even closed yet. And you know what? All this does is make the strong positions some teams are holding early even stronger because there's less likelihood of crashes.
Exactly. Fewer people, not just crashes, also fewer opportunities, fewer teams looking around, looking for third parties to really make things complicated. So we might, I'm not going to say that's going to be enough to really slow down the early game, but it does mean that teams will be able to make more specific choices here, more, I mean, I'm repeating myself because I said this already, but like I can't think of another word, more intentional on their approach.
Yeah, Zone will get ready to shift now for Phase 2 on the circle, and it will go towards George as it gravitates towards STK. SSG on the move nice and early. You can just see it's not going to be a massive reposition from them. They'll just send everybody a little bit closer to that mini Gatka compound towards the north. Sonics will consolidate their position inside Gatka as well. STK look like they want to maybe lock in Rocket Ship and, you know, the Twins just beside that. But the teams that had really good positioning inside Phase 1, by proxy, have got that priority on the really good positions inside Phase 2.
Yeah, great for SDK, great for SSG. It's okay for Sonics, but Bestia had the inside track on getting a more gooder. Whatever, pick one of them. A betterer position. And the only concern is that if Bestia does stop on that hill in the middle of that field, it's a bit of a poison chalice because it looks good and it is a very good position in the end game. But holding it out throughout the mid game can be a bit dangerous. We'll see where they end if they decide to close that position or not. Mercy, Future rotating around the southern edge of Phase 2 at the moment. I imagine Future are going to probably elect to go even further just wrap up that west side, come in along the coast. There are a lot of good compounds around that area, even though you know they're going to be away from center once the circle moves away from water.
I think you're right. With a flight path, you're surely going to know that. Chun is going to get knocked by RDS as they rotate past Spam and straight towards Sonics, who are still holding a 2-2 split. They've backfilled the position that SSG run earlier. Gats will spot out the cars, and here's a full crash from that. Sonics in a bit of trouble here because it is a 3 versus 2, but Grant and the Spoon are very low, Cammy, and Sonics have gone on full time delay, dropping defensive mollies.
Grenade comes out from Taego, but third-party shots from Geese there. Tiggleton is able to get the knock. I wonder how much more damage Legacy can get on this. The push comes in, Kickstart gets another. This is falling apart for Rats. Yeah, he's able to get a little one and done on Tiggleton, so it's not nothing.
Yeah, the cavalry have arrived. They arrived a little bit late, but it didn't matter anyway. Sonics lose one, but they pick up all those kills onto Rats, closing the gap towards Falcons. But of course, for Sonics, this is all about pride for them. They want to win this event because they know they're already going to PGS. But they've given up Gatka, and looking at the looking at the mini map that I can see, it doesn't really look, Cammy, like anybody's trying to backfill that yet. But Future could grab that really good position in the map.
It could be a strong position once we see phase 3, because then the interaction around Georgeville Mountain will be an interesting one. It's not one... Georgeville Mountain is not a position that the circle will avoid on phase 4, like a lot of the mountains on Miramar, but it still can be a very dramatic position, point of interest for rotations and teams who have to maneuver around. So Gatka could be a strong position, could be unfortunate that Sonics had to give that one up, but it's a good idea that they did because of the pressure, not just from Rats, but also the third-party shots from SSG, from Legacy.
I just want to remind the viewers yesterday of what happened the last time Falcons had the high ground on a circle. They were able to farm serious amounts of damage, but Page will get smoked out. Roth will attempt to get that res, or at least pick him up, get Page inside the car and move off to the distance. But STK, knowing that it's SSG, knowing that it's a team that they are essentially competing with to qualify for PGS, might want to stop this from happening. And Roth takes a bit of damage, so this is taking a little bit longer than he would have liked.
Ooh, this actually pulls into a very dramatic position. Hard shift northeast. So many teams are now out of phase 3, and it's not often that you see that because, like I said, Georgeville Mountain, very dramatic point of interest. Falcons might not be the only team that are on the mountain when this phase ends, though. Usually you can fit 2 teams, sometimes even 3, but that usually breaks into a fight pretty quickly. But how do these teams rotate around this area, around into Georgeville, creates containers potentially, but currently a fight happening between a lot of different squads. Bestie are taking a lot of damage. Sharpshot's been confirmed. Space Station Gaming have to go for a revive here as Mercy feed themselves on through and charging up the mountain as well.
Yeah, threading the needle or Mercy, but they get very close to the 2 members of Bestia who are already out and ready for this push. Mercy, a team that really need to get something going. We've got 3 teams now playing on the east side of Everest. Falcons, the overlords, looking over the top of all of this, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see one of these teams either falling back or giving it up. It's a tough spot to be in, and we're not even talking about the fact yet that nobody is playing on the west side of, or the east side of Everest.
Not yet. We see a couple of teams rotate around that area, but the question for teams like Mercy and Bestia is that if you want to leave, where do you go? Gaskins has already taken the northern position, the one probably safe spot that you can kind of pit below Georgeville Mountain. And I use safe in the most liberal sense of the term, because even Falcons are looking for ways to get their angles onto that. Granted, they have a lot to deal with, but here on the east side, like you said, Spam and Legacy actually fighting each other. Spam had easy access to the east side of Georgeville Mountain, but I think they want to just hold point, maybe defend this position, get a couple of kills on the Legacy, but they're not coming. RDS takes some damage as he drives away.
Yeah, Legacy, one of your picks to qualify through to PGS as well. They've got Spam retreating, but remember, just because Spam are retreating into the circle, it does mean that they will have the ability to hold out Legacy as they look to push their way through, but Kerak is still hanging around. Future find themselves peeking towards SSG now as well, who seem content to hold this mini Gatka compound for now. I think Future, this is okay. You know, Terrazoka's off on a scouting mission, realizing that it's phase 3, Cammy. They're not doing single-man scouting. They're playing it as a 2, just in case the worst-case scenario is somebody gets knocked.
Yeah, they need to get an entry here to break into SSG. It doesn't look like Future are ready to go for a crash. But speaking of which, Legacy setting it in immediately onto Spam. Brissa goes down, instantly confirmed. Spam's position way too spread, way too vulnerable for a send just like this one.
Man, Gizera is lightning in a bottle sometimes as well. Kerak and Gaberi on the other side of this ridgeline, but Legacy making such short work of this. Don't be surprised to see Spam just funnel their way around, play it as a 2, but Kerak's, yeah, he's got his card. They're going to do well to just avoid and get out of this one as we get ready for that next zone shift. Cammy, this is going to really separate the wheat from the chaff now, particularly if it goes back towards Everest.
Future now currently rotating, wrapping out in the blue, and looking at the line that you see on the minimap of the new zone. It is going to be a medium shift southwest. It is still going to be centering up more or less on George Bull Mountain. Sonic's not in the zone anymore, but they're holding point and they're getting the kill points. They already have 3, potentially more on the board. They should be able to confirm Frogman. Easy does it, but can the rest of the members, can they stay alive? Because this area has already been hot with the fighting between Legacy and Spam, and there is the circle. Falcons still looking like a great position. Mercy and Bestia also, they haven't been really punished too much by Falcons' high ground angles, and I imagine it's because a lot of people on the low ground ready to shoot at them when they peek, but the fight from Future and Legacy starting to pop off.
Yeah, they've got Future exactly where they want them. Future -1, one player DBNO as well, as they're in a very tough spot to be in. Legacy extending out, but they're in that same situation too, where they don't want to push too far away from the hard cover of the buildings, in case a team, like, look, Flood is putting covering fire down on top of Legacy, so they actually can't push too close to Future.
A lot of smokes, a lot of defensive smokes, and Legacy, they're just out of there. Sam's been confirmed by H-Win, so 5 kills for Sonics. And they're committed to playing edge rap, edge fighting. Mortars coming out. Where are those coming from? Is that coming from Peach How? Oh, no, it's coming from Luna Galaxy.
Yeah. And they're in a tough spot too. They're outside the circle, Cammy. They've got to make their way in. Likelihood is they're probably going to try hug the side of Everest for as long as possible. Look, Legacy are dealing with Future even more so, and Terrazoka's the last player standing.
VHC, last one up. A brief shot of the bike blocking that entrance into his little shack. The rest of Legacy finding themselves in a position on George Bull Mountain. VHC is now trying to rotate up. Very, very damaged vehicle.
Terrazoka making his way past as well. Legacy 3 players up, but VHC's a little bit too far away to think about the res. Kerak with the M249 can't take down Terrazoka, but he runs into Luna Galaxy. And Vinny will say thank you very much for that kill as they push their way towards Kerak now too. We've still got 3 teams playing on such a condensed section of the map.
They can't stay like this for that long. Come on. We've seen George Bull Mountain games recently, or previously. There's no way they survive like this, all next to each other, playing nice neighbors, playing patty cake, sharing tea recipes, or whatever it is suburban people do. And there it is. Already we're losing a couple of teams, a couple of stragglers are getting taken out. Luna Galaxy establishing their position, but it is only 2 players left, so it's not too much actual physical space that they're needing to take up. But Legacy, now their question is how much pressure, how much mental resources can they put on pressuring Falcons versus holding out against Luna Galaxy? Not to mention Sonics and SSG both trying to crawl in along the edge.
Yeah, SSG definitely want to get this fight cleaned up as quick as possible, but H1's going to go down to the blue. It's just Shrimsy and Kick left standing. Page is going to push up to get the res onto Pixel, but has he sealed his own death warrant now as the nade's going to get tossed? Great shots from Shrimsy, great nade, Pixel confirmed. Page down, and it's a 2v2. Cowboy using the terrain to close the gap now towards Shrimsy. Spots out Kick, gets the knock on to Kick, and everything is down to Shrimsy. SSG, Roth might think about going for the rest. Shrimsy takes a little bit of damage, and he's going to dip into the smoke to pop the first aid.
Has to play this one out in a very, very scary situation. Shrimsy in a wall of smoke. Instead, going to be running forward, but the stun's coming out from Cowboy. Delay the fight, at least momentarily, and Roth does group back up to give SSG an even further advantage now.
Just play the trade, but it's going to be difficult because Shrimsy is so good. Cowboy falls, and it's all down to Roth. 1 versus 1. These are the 2 teams that battle it out for the chicken dinner on the last Erangel yesterday, and it was Roth that had the telling say. Shrimsy pushing to get the flush onto Cowboy, spots him out, does a lot of damage, gets the timer onto him. 8 kills for Sonics, but this is really unfortunate for SSG. 1 kill on the board. Roth riding the blue into the circle, but how many more points is he going to be able to get?
Running out into the blue, taking that AoE damage just to try and find an angle, as well as grab more utility off of his teammate's death box. Shrimsy is waiting for it, but I don't know if Shrimzy really spotted Roth. There it is, out in the open. Knows exactly what tree Roth is behind, is able to put himself even further close and using the blue as an aggressive tool now.
Yeah, and Roth, because his HP is so low, it makes this even easier for Shrimzy with the high ground looking towards Roth. We've got Mime starting to put damage towards them, making it a little more complicated. But look how much damage Roth is taking every second he stays there. One first aid left, and let's turn our attention to STK and Bestia on the side of Everest.
Kurt needs to get picked back up. Sparking has the Groza. That's a very dangerous weapon. Close range, mid range. And Pichao also kind of coming in, sneaking in from the north. Shrimzy goes down to Snakers, so Roth at least outlasts one team, but we're only just now hitting placement points. It's shocking how many teams are this close together around Georgia Bull Mountain.
Yeah, Roth's got a placement point on the board, but look at this. You've only really got Falcons on top of the mountain. Everybody else is hogging the sides. BL getting very close to Richie B, the Bizzler and Vox for gas cans. He's prone, he's the snake in the grass. We'll keep an eye if the kill feed lights up there. But this panoramic view just gives you an idea of how many players are nearby. And gas cans, when they want to go clear out BL, the covering fire from the rest of Pichao is there.
55, all 4 members up, and that is something that very few teams can claim is the case this late into the round. Gizera's taking out Pichao. That's 3 down. Gizera is a one-man army. What is going on over there? Gascans are seeing that in the kill feed and asking probably the same question. But can they confirm the kill of Pichao? More utility thrown in by both sides. Pichao are in a world of hurt.
1 kill stolen away by Vox. There's maybe a chance for a few more. Gizera cooking some nades as he wants to pick up and confirm the kills on the knocks that he's gotten already. But Pichao cannot believe the rise. Richie B steps his head up. Gizera takes another player down. He's up. He's only got 1 kill so far, surprisingly, and that will be the end of gas cans. He gets 2 more on the board. BL gets 1 for himself. Falcons sustain a knock as well, and they're starting to sniff around Legacy.
But still BL alive, still Pichao trying to climb up those placement points. Gas cans eliminated, but 55 sniffing around. And as you say, Falcons now with the revive, still 4 up. They heard the shots coming out from Legacy. LFP has been watching, holding point, anchoring this position the whole time, listening for those footsteps, knows that they've gotten closer. This could be a dangerous spot for Flood, and they open up on 55. How does LFP want to respond?
They're just so good at playing from the high ground, Falcons. They're picking up knocks left, right, and center. Look, 540 damage for Flood already with 1 kill. He knows exactly where Gizera is down by the tree, but LFP is the player you've got to worry about. He's crept all the way up. You can just see he can just about spot the heads. He finds one onto Mime. That'll force the rest of Falcons to push towards LFP, and that brings Gizera back into play for a rotate.
Stuns traded out. Falcons still have the advantage here. He was only able to get 1, is actually able to get a second. Pushes the envelope somehow.
LFP and Gizera, a dynamic duo of their own. 1 versus 1 fight. Relo peeking on the top of the ridgeline as LFP gets flanked on the side by Snakers, but Gizera not close enough by to help his teammate out. And if you look at Gizera, he's a little bit more focused on dealing with Pichao. Headshot landed on the BL. Gizera picks up that kill. 4 for him, 7 for Legacy. 55 still in the distance. Gizera lands another shot as he's up to 621 damage. And you know what? He can probably find himself a nook or cranny to hide it on the side of the ridgeline too, just to keep Falcons off his back.
It's insane. He looks at you and you take damage. No clue how it's being so effective. His shots with that mini 14 has lost a teammate. Falcons able to reestablish their position here. SDK has kind of backfilled that a little bit, gotten in front of Bestia. And Roth is, of course, still trolling around, solo player of SSG, trying to stay alive, staying low, staying quiet. 2 solos and a whole bunch of 4-man squads here still left in the game.
You know what, though? Roth is in a very real chance of getting a few more points off the back of this one, too. He could get himself a top 4 finish just by staying hidden for now. And when you think about the situation SSG are in, sitting in 6th place, they could find themselves in a real world where they do pass out gas cans going into the next section map. Sparking gets a big knock on to Snakers, but you know, you can just see the way STK are playing. 1, the distance is too far to close the Falcons off the back of that knock, but they're a little bit more concerned about the fact that if they do push, they'll get backfilled by Bestia as well.
Exactly, and with the circle shift as it went towards the Falcons, this is a good situation now for STK to take Bestia out, because Bestia need to make the move. Do they go through STK or do they go into 55? Either way, STK are going to have lines of sight on that fight. Halo lining up on the Pippa, trying to go for the quick fire there. Doesn't land the shots just yet. but Bestia have been on borrowed time this whole time on the low ground, very vulnerable position. They're going to need to start taking these fights, taking these engagements, and work their way out of this spot.
They still have the UAZ as well, so they have the ability to rotate. Actually, is that stuck? I'm looking at the tires. Maybe that UAZ could potentially be out of commission. That's probably why we saw them get back out of it. But looks like 55 are a bit focused on Gizera. He also needs to make his way inside this circle too.
The real question is how much damage are these teams going to take before they face off against the Falcons? Because Falcons don't need to move. They just wait for have the teams all come to them. They were in George Hole Mountain first. Very risky take in the beginning because having to leave it early can be quite dangerous. But they've been reaping the rewards of it so far. A lot of shots coming out. Mime's gone down to Gizera of all teams. Or I guess of all players, the solo rat just trying to hide it out.
Yeah, STK have a decision to make because they got a knock on the Falcons as well. So they know that Falcons are just 2 players up. And you can see that Sparking has actually decided to go to the front line of that battle with that Groza in his hands. Keeping an eye on Roth as well, who's just about made it in the circle. Pipa gets knocked by Alo. And I think maybe Sparking's just a little too slow to push up towards Falcons. And he'll just keep an eye on the north or the south side of the circle. Legacy do fall. It's an extra point for SSG. It's an extra point for 55 and Bestia as well.
I like the presence that STK are showing here. They're actually getting involved in a lot of things, but not overly so, and so they still have 4 members up. The amount of times that they've been getting random knocks, the fact that they were the team to take out Gizera, not 55 or Falcons, just shows that they're constantly looking for these angles, constantly ready to scrap and want to play this war of attrition. But here it comes, Bestia versus 55. Glock has already been removed, only 2 members of Bestia remaining.
Yeah, and I think Bestia made the right decision to take this fight, realizing the terrain was against them in the fight with STK. So they're thinking, if we can deal with this team, it's a few more kill points plus an extra place one. Kurt, though, will actually see Snakers steal that kill for Falcons as he just needs to move a few more feet and he'll spot out all of 55. Falcons starting to exert control on the circle here, Cammy, and they're starting to actually descend about Everest quite a bit here too.
For Falcons, they have a really strong position, and they're trying to push it as much as they can to get kill points. They don't want to just wait and get the win. They're confident they can get the win while also picking up some extra points along the way. They're not overcommitting, though. It's a nice little 2-2 split, and Mime can always climb right back up. Maybe a little bit over pushed here. The damage coming out is starting to look a little concerning, but still, 33 HP, healing that one up. 55 is taking some legs. Bestia have all but been eliminated.
Yeah, and though Silzen, definitely a player who can pick up some kills, but it's a real tough ascent as well. His movement speed is going to be incredibly slow. STK and Falcons still just keeping an eye on each other, keeping tabs on each other. Roth getting very close to the 2 members of Falcons as well that are still on top of Everest. And at some point, you feel like Roth will have that decision to make too, Cammy. Is going to get a knock and a kill confirmed a better opportunity than just trying to wait for another placement point?
It really just depends on what opportunity is there. Kurt, some shots towards Falcons. Doesn't get the knocks. And Falcons, they've been having a couple of their members get knocked every once in a while, but they're always there to get them picked right back up. Always there to not lose control of their position. Stilson lets them loose, doesn't get the knock, and immediately repeat by the duo. So the opportunity not quite taken advantage of. And that's going to be Bestia eliminated. Roth, as you say, is able to get the top 4, but with 3 very healthy teams standing in front of him, can they get any more points?
Roth needs STK to fight with Falcons now if he wants to get any more points out of the back of this one. He is so close to Falcons. He can hear their footsteps. 55 are in a position as well, but as it stands, we've got the Phase 9 center point, and it does suit Falcons. They're in the best position. Flood may just see himself spotted by Roth very soon, but the decision to go 2-2 from Falcons is high risk, high reward, and they've left themselves essentially fighting 2 different teams at once as well.
Blues tagging Roth. And the way that Falcons are playing, it makes me feel that they don't know that Roth is here at all. Because how would they? Why would they? There's absolutely no way. In fact, Roth might be wondering why he's here, but suddenly the Blues starting to approach a little more quickly than he wanted to. Has to step up, has to push through, and even goes down to the blue, but shoot to kill Falcons. Shots are starting to fly.
Yeah, I still think for SSG, that's a pretty good salvage game coming in from Roth after what happened with Sonics. Falcons still controlling center circle, but Everest is the playing field for our final circle. 55 pushing up the hill. STK are the team that is more of a problem for Falcons right now as they start tossing utility this way. Relo spots it, but he just fell, Cammy, and that nade does a ton of damage.
Doesn't get the knock, though. So it only matters in horseshoes and hand grenades, and that hand grenade didn't do enough damage. Sparking, though, finds a sick angle, absolutely lets it loose. Halo with the follow-up as well. Relo's trying to defend, trying to return fire. He's able to at least confirm the knock that he gets. And how in this 3 versus 3 can 55 collapse upon?
Yeah. STK in a 3 versus 2. Psycho and Lopez, 3 kills for 55, but they've done a great job to even be in this position. Purdy, Sparking, and Luke still up. Purdy will get the first aid off, but as you can see, the terrain is working against 55 incredibly hard. Sparking just needs an angle. Stun grenade, push off the back of it. You gotta push off the back of your stun grenade, Sparking. He wraps around the side. Lopez is ready, though. Another stun will be tossed, and this time Sparking will push, but Sparking's going to get annihilated by Lopez, and we're back to a 2v2, making it 2v1.
Lopez is going absolutely sick, absolutely psycho, as is, of course, his teammate, also named Psycho. 1 left, and that's going to be it. 6-kill win for 55. STK had it. They had the positioning. They still have the kill numbers to back it up, but still, what a great steal at the end by 55.
How did they win that from the position they were in Phase 7, Phase 8? Cammy, that's twice they've pulled off a heist in 2 days so far. They did it on Erangel yesterday, and they've done it on Erangel today again.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can't do it on any other maps going forward. That's it for the first map, Erangel. We're going to go to the desk as they break that one down. We still have 5 maps to go, so don't go anywhere.
You know, I know with more elevation, it's easier to throw things further, but I didn't know it was easier to throw things harder.
Wow.
We'll get into it.
Wow.
We'll get into it, but that was a sick game, man. I always love me an Everest ending. It was probably one of my, it's still one of my favorite places to watch as well as play. It's just super fun up there. It can be very hectic, but this game had everything, man. It had absolutely everything.
It really did. We had snake plays. We had the top team in the lobby kind of playing King of the Hill for the longest time. We had STK somehow managing to get onto Everest. I don't even know how they were able to do it. I mean, Mercy me. They are just they kind of went from running all over everybody to being kind of a doormat the first couple of days here. But we'll see if they can turn things around. But you look, dude, Gizera absolutely cracked 55 yet again. I mean, what is it with 55 where it's just we never really seem to talk about them, and then all of a sudden they're just like up in the top of the leaderboard?
They're just very consistent with Ron. Like they're managing to get good points, but also big shout out to Psycho. Psycho is a very good clutch player.
Yeah.
I was making jokes about throws and stuff like that. That was very well played around that rock by him and Lopez both to just kind of double team that one section of it, and it came out really well. Overall, though, Shoot to Kill does walk away with 19 points to 55-16, so they do get, I guess, the unofficial victory of being in first place. Falcons back behind them, so that makes their overall leaderboard. Falcons still just rocketing up to the top of it. Shoot to Kill going to be in second place with 70. Sonic's going to be back behind them. Legacy, and you can see 55 on the climb, just 1 point back behind Gas Cans now.
Look at that drop between third and fourth, though. Good Lord.
It's large.
Obviously, like, look, man, Falcons is popping off. Shoot to Kill, obviously, great first game. I mean, the questions that we were asking, can they string 2 good days together? So far, the answer is yes, and that's 1 game in. But Falcons, Shoot to Kill, Sonics, obviously stepping up in a big way. And then you just kind of have a few, like a log jam of teams after that have been performing really, really well. They just haven't been performing at the insane level that those top 3 have.
Yep.
There is a lot to break down and a lot of very interesting maneuvers that were happening inside that round. The Godspeed. You were tracking STK inside this round, and man, is it a game to track them all.
It was indeed. So starting off dropping at crates, nothing out of the unordinary. But what's really cool here is that they decided to actually camp the crates bridge. They knew that there's multiple teams above them. Poro, you were mentioning it as well. This was a nice camp. They managed to get a few points off of this, which was great. They saw that fight between Gas Cans as well as OG. And then after that, they decided to consolidate. Good rotation down to the south of Hospital. We see a nice little pick there, not able to finish that off from Sparking. And then STK managed to pretty much lock lock up the southwest side of the circle, right? Lots of teams trying to rotate in between them, not able to do so. Again, doing more damage to Falcons and other teams in front of them. And then right here, the timing of this push was actually perfect. It was right when they got cut off that phase 5 shift. And then they took the fight to Mercy. We see this UAS Michael Bay right on top of Purdy right after the team wipe on the Mercy. But even still, with Bestia underneath him, STK was able to stave that off. They managed to recover. They actually end up getting Kurt back up. And then this is perfect. They realized the fight that was happening around them. They took control of Everest after Falcons had to deal with LFP as well as Gizera. They continued to do damage to all the teams below them. They wiped Bestia. They spread out. The thing that was most beautiful here was the fact that they were proactive, but they were still measured, right? They were playing for trades on the top of this mountain. They took the fight to Falcons. We saw a beautiful nade coming out from Luke. Falcons got low. Again, everything is working out just beautifully for them. They managed to clear out the Falcons. And initially, it looked like they threw, right? When we watched that kind of last clip when we're watching it live, but when you look back at it right here in this last fight between, I think it was, what, 55, right? You see Luke actually heading over, trying to look for Psycho. Sparking just maybe slightly mistimed that push off the flash, and Kurt was actually healing. So it's really not as big as of a throw as it kind of seemed to be in the first place. Just slight mistimings, and honestly, again, I don't think Gizera necessarily needed to push as aggressively as he did, but I don't think his push was bad, right? He threw a few flashes. He knew that Luke was above him and had the angle. It's just that, you know, he got knocked, and then, you know, good on Psycho to find a beautiful 2v1 there, and 2 separate 1v1s, I should say, and yeah, 55 stole it, but that was as close to as a perfect game STK could have played all the way up until the end. I mean, that everything from their rotations, the bridge camp, you know, their recovery off of the push on Everest, it was just really impressive from STK.
I mean, looking out through it, it was, even coming into that late game fight, you have to realize how many fights that they had taken beforehand, just off the amount of kills that they managed to pick up. You hinted about it before. You specifically talked about it beforehand with the car crashing back down onto their heads and having to res Purdy and having him climb back up the hillside. There's a lot that was going on inside that game. And that's only our game number 1. We've got 5 more that we're going to be following through the day. So you know that the action is just going to be absolutely stacked going through it. Yes, we do have one more Erangel, then we're making our way over to Taego. We're going to go ahead and take a very quick break so that way we can get prepped up for our last Erangel of the day.
Winning a chicken dinner is tough. It demands more than skill, and luck too. Yet, you didn't quit. Your persistence always crafted luck. PUBG's 7 years thrived on your countless lucky moments. Thank you for not giving up. Here's to our lucky years. PUBG Battlegrounds, 7th anniversary.
So right now I'm wearing the cowboy hat, because I'm a cowboy. And I also got the bunny face mask, it's my favorite mask. And I also got the crash test hand wraps on, because they look like the PGI wraps, which I never got. And then finally, my MK skin. It's a Cyber Threat. It's my favorite skin in the game. It lights up. I have a level 4. It's pretty sick.
I'm wearing the sheriff outfit. A little bit better, obviously. And getting with the M249 skin. Just small thing, PUBG. We could use some new skins as well for this beautiful gun. And then obviously with the rocket launcher, the best we can get.
First one is a US, one is US. Yep. Kill it when it gets the bridge, like right now.
They're getting shot. Shoot.
They're getting killed as well. It's AK and OG.
Yeah. Flushes.
Play for the flushes, guys. Play for the flushes. Kill DOS.
Lost LC.
Flash. Our side of bridge.
3 man on yellow.
I am.
Yeah. I can anchor you guys.
I'm saying to Anger.
Dropping a kill blue.
Close guys one. Okay, not close.
Nice.
Okay. One's
I need help. One's on a tree.
Banana.
Three on green. Three on green.
Three on green. He's tagged.
There's one on your side, Adam.
Yep.
Green mark. I need help. Okay, good.
Last one's on
Okay,
red.
last red. Last red.
Third.
Yep.
Use hearts
Hold
one
on.
top.
Kills right now in between us. 2 in each US.
Yeah.
2 in each US.
Might crash you guys. Nice shot.
Bastia.
As
Cards
east
on
of us as well.
Yep.
Oh. It's the old spot I'm in. I knocked ice cream.
It's Pachow. Yeah, they're 4-man.
So they're knocking spam. So spam is east of me.
Spam is a solo east.
Already. They're full running to us.
Can't even use my car.
Knock one.
One
It's just you, brother.
Welcome back to PAS, and I know one thing's for sure, I am ready for game number 2, our final trip to Erangel of the day. And Cammy, surely it can't have the same pacing as the last one, right?
Which part? Wait, which part? The very active early game where we lost seemingly 2 teams in the span of like 5 minutes, or the very curiously polite, maybe not polite, cooperative mid-game of all these teams finding their own individual pocket and really waiting it out. Like, I'm still shocked how long Bestia not only survived in that position, but survived with 0 kills. They just waited it out with SDK, with Mercy, with 55, all just playing around them. Maybe my memory is really, really bad, which there is evidence to go for that. But I don't remember seeing that many teams all surviving in the small segments surrounding Georgieville Mountain for that long ever before.
It didn't really make any sense, and it seemed as if maybe there was some nerves too. Like, nobody wanted to be the first team to make that push, because you know the minute you make that push, everyone else is going to, it's like one domino, everything else collapses on top of it. But the team that eventually got the win was one of those patient teams that just, kept their nose out of trouble. They fought with Bestia, they fought with Legacy, they fought with Falcons, they fought with almost everybody in the top 8 near the end, apart from SSG, and they somehow still came out of it with a win.
Yeah, right. I think 55 did have the luxury of coming in from the north where there were fewer teams. Remember that mid-game shift towards the north, keeping Georgieville Mountain in play. All those teams, the Sonics, the SSGs, the Mercies, the Falcons, all those teams had to come in from the south. It's difficult to make wrapping rotations because going through ruins on the east is difficult. Going through Hospital and then potentially even all the way to the water on the west can be tricky as well. So 55, admittedly, they didn't have as many teams contesting them in that area. However, that's reflected in their low kill count, but they got the win. That's the important thing. It really just came down to winning that one critical fight. Lopez not only taking out Sparking in the 1v1, but then following it up with the second knock for Psycho to respond with. That was absolutely sick. It was all in that span of like those 5 seconds that gave 55 80% of their points.
Let's not forget, Sparking pushed that off the back of a stun grenade as well. Like, you would have all your chips on him winning that one. But that is in the past. It is time to scan towards the present and the future. Erangel for the second time tonight. Flight path from 7, making its way up to 1. It's southwest, northeast, almost right through the center of the map, Cammy, as we start to get that lovely, that lovely tree effect that we get of all the teams just spreading out from the plane.
Yeah, this was looking good. We did talk about AKA at the start of the previous map. I wonder where they're going to go now, because Zarky and Novo are both equally very poor to get to. They might just have to go to Stalber Kameshki, but it looks like Rats are going the same direction, so we might actually have an accidental hot drop to start things off.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Rats love a good early game fight, AKA, based on what we've seen. They don't like an early game fight because it seems to go wrong for them. But certainly inside of Stalber, we will get things started nice and early on this one. And it does look like the Spoon will be the first to get boots to the ground, but the rest of AKA landing close together. And this is so early for a hot drop. What do these two teams need to do to get the better positioning in this early stage?
Better positioning against each other or on the leaderboard? I guess the answer to both is just click heads, win their fight. If you find a weapon, go for it and understand that understanding the parameters of what weapon, what range your weapon is good with. Like Rafex had a shotgun, now has a Mini 14. That's going to extend the range quite a bit, either scope or not. It's about playing with your teammates and playing with the weapons that you have, not trying to overcommit to anything. Rats are now pushing over towards the north, might be looking to get away from this because the high ground angles that AKA have off of the major building in Stauber does give them an advantage. And with the circle, we haven't seen it yet on the main screen, but I can spoil it for you. It is a far southwest circle. It is basically centered east of Quarry on Llama Hill. AKA and Rats, nowhere near it. So it actually makes perfect sense for Rats to retreat from this position. AKA are happy about this as well because they just need to get their loot and make their way into the zone. It's going to take them a while, but might as well, just start looting now. Don't have to worry about a hot drop.
And the curious thing about that is it's so against type for Rats to fall off that fight as well. Like, I don't know if that's growth or if that's nerves, but you know what? You and I, we love stirring the pot sometimes and getting some hot takes out of players. We ask the players which teams they think they have the upper hand on. Let's play that video and see if the viewers at home agree.
I think it's Sonics. Looks like they are some kind of newbies. I never saw them before this tournament. Probably should be easy opponent.
For me, whoever's second, whoever's under us, I think we'll always beat them. Whoever's first, we'll always beat them. But I think the easiest team is definitely Rats. I know all of them personally, all my good friends. And I think they're pretty free. I think I can farm them pretty easy.
Mercy, because they are the boss of the map, of course. And Saifu is my big friend. I want to kill him.
Right, that was curious.
These are. I'm gonna call them out. These are cop-out answers. They always just list their friends because they know it can be friendly banter. I want answers that is gonna really stir the pot and have DMs go flying. Listen, it's been a while since we've had some drama in the competitive discords. I was hoping for something to really reignite that, but I guess I gotta wait for another day.
PWD called out Sonics, and let's be real. Mercy did. This is not, I don't even think this is a controversial statement. On the first day of groups in this event, Mercy had Sonics in their back pocket. The reason why Sonics ended up in the lower bracket, in my opinion, had a lot to do with what Sonics did on that first day.
You mean Mercy? What Mercy did on the first day?
Yeah, flip the teams. It's early. It's late. Whatever.
Which
you know what I meant. You know what I meant. The reason why Sonics ended up in the last chance qualifiers because of Mercy. But look, you know what? Let's stop talking about that because we got to fight Kame Pichao crashing on Future.
Grenade goes flying. Sam is having a defensive follow-up on the frag. Cooked a little bit. That goes out the window. So perfectly timed. That's the first knock.
Sam Crow dancing around the door. It has been popped open just a little bit, but Sam's got to commit. He jumps in the window and with a hip fire, he takes down BL. Future starting to show some real signs of life. Sam Crow hits him with the drop shot as well. Sam Crow, another drop shot, and down go Pichao. Let's go, Sam. That's more like it from Future.
Here I was worried about the ammo count in that weapon, but nope, Sam doesn't even reload, just goes for the second drop shot. Amazing hold coming out. All starts from that one frag grenade, but finding those individual opportunities for the 1v1s, very well played. But that's not the only fight that we're seeing here because Sonics and SSG getting very close to each other once again. Cowboy's gone down. SSG, I don't know if they're going to want to go for this. They might just have to leave their teammate to bleed out because the rest of the Sonics are here. They're looking a very dangerous position for them to try and retrieve their teammate.
They're already gone, and I think a big reason to that's to do with what team it was as well. When they see Sonics in the kill feed knocking Cowboy, they're like, yeah, you know what, we feel like we're peers with this team, but we're not risking our game to get Cowboy back on his feet by taking on the fight that could ruin everything. Mercy, though, we spoke about them. PWD is leading the way on kills, but what we spoke about on yesterday at the start was this Kame is a very different lobby than what they had in the LCQs, and you can just see that with much more difficult it is to farm those kills.
They're still getting in the mix, and I still think that there is the potential of them to have a really, really good day 2 and 3. But like I think I said this yesterday, the expectation that they would win every single one of their lobbies, including the grand finals, that just beggars belief. There's absolutely no way that they can be that consistent coming in from Opens, being the first time at this stage of an event like this. So it's not even a knock against them to say that they're inexperienced. and like it's not just inexperience in play, but inexperience in nerves and the pressure of what this moment means.
A couple of those 19 kill chicken dinners will go down nicely for them right now, though, because they're sitting in 8th place. Everyone else rotating into the circle. You can see Old Guard making their way in past gas cans doing just a little bit of damage, but these are kind of those pot shots. You know, you're not expecting to get a knock. You're not going to be overly disappointed if you don't get it either. But the sad thing about it is that's a team leapfrogging you. That's a team getting ahead. Oh, yeah, Necro's in a spot of trouble here. I feel bad for Necro. I think he might just be about to say goodbye.
We'll see. Bizzler's going a little aggressive here. Bizzler goes down. If Bizzler gets knocked, it will not be an immediate opportunity for a revive, but Necro is already in the water trying to hide it out. This is a good play here, not going for a one and done, not with the expectation of a trade, but really just trying to survive, hope that gas cans lose interest because this is still not in phase 1. He happened with a really good angle to apply some extra pressure to further incentivize gas cans to leave their teammate alone.
I like it, though. It's just helping your teammate out. You get ahead, you try to force them back. Gotta be careful, though, because as you look at the pathing from 55 and Rats, both look like they'll be coming in and around this section of the map pretty soon as well. Adam is on his way for a head-on collision with 55 as he actually elects to pull this back. But all these teams quite a long way from the zone, and these bridges can be choke points as we watch Necro. Yeah, Necro's just, like Dory, just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. It'll all be okay.
I mean, gas cans are a team that love to play it slow, play it safe, and then instantly explode on opportunity if they see it. But I don't think adding 55 and Rats into the mix is going to be an opportunity that they quite want.
It's all. I think the fact that 55 have pulled up on this as well makes getting that kill onto the onto Necro a little bit more difficult because 55 will be a real problem. And we're inside that deadly Dragonov range as well. And speaking of the Dragonov, Slabby gets the knock onto Adam. And he's really isolated. So if 55 move quickly, that is a point confirmed. And look at them in the leaderboard. They are on a climb.
I would have thought that Adam heard the vehicles roll up as he was looking for a Necro. That seemed to not be the case, the way that he was seemingly moving around there. But they're going in for the full collapse, the full confirm. And no surprise, gas cans weren't trying to revive their teammate. Not worth it in the early game. Similar situation to SSG. They're already looking potentially to be on the move, but now Rats are coming in. 55 should know that Rats are behind them. They really didn't rotate that far from each other just moments ago. But this is all in the blue. It's not a very hard-hitting blue just yet, but it is still gradual damage being dealt.
I love that they're both going for the same bridge as well. Like, there's so many bridges here, and they're all sending it towards the one that's furthest west. I think I always like to talk, Cammy, about the butterfly effect of PUBG as the zone's getting ready to shift. And the reason gas cans lost that is because they got so hyper-fixated on confirming out Necro.
Well, they thought it was free, and essentially it should have been. It could have been. The expectation of 55 and now even Rats rolling on up is a huge one, and Slabby even goes on foot to potentially catch a rotate by Rats, leaving the vehicle to be a quieter presence there, catches the spoon out, so now 55 can take this bridge, forces Rats, I mean, not even further west, there's no more bridge further west to go, just back up deeper into the blue, try and wrap all the way back around, potentially the shock could push them all the way to Rozhok. But oh no, the gas cans are here, gas cans are lying in wait, they haven't retreated.
This is just so frustrating for all of these teams. Like, nobody wants to be in this scenario in the early stages. Lopez going back to North George again. Rats will be fuming. I know the Spoon definitely will. Necro will hear everybody drive on by as well. Maybe he thinks about the opportunity to get some points on the board. And you know what? I'm going to say it. The biggest winner out of all of this is probably Necro.
Oh, considering that Necro was very likely almost dead. Yeah, absolutely, for sure. OG coming out of this with 4 up. 55 is as well, but 55 still need to make their way through gas cans because they don't seem to be wanting to move at all. They committed to the fight. They're going to keep on committing to it because right now they have no clue what's happening in the zone. Might as well fight the devil that you know versus the devil that you don't. Is that how that adage works?
Yeah, better the devil you know than the devil you don't.
Yeah, I know, but the way that I used it here, it felt a little off, but whatever, let's just carry on.
But sure, Cammy, as a friend of mine always says as well, even if you're wrong, don't ever let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Fair enough.
Kildemo will get back in the mix as we see Old Guard back to almost the full 4 as Necro will join them pretty soon. Spotting out Rats on their way into the circle. If you've got the map stream open, which you and I would always recommend everybody at home does do if you have the ability to have a second screen open, you'll get a better idea of where everyone else is. And the only positive, I guess, is when these teams eventually do reach the circle, provided they don't go directly for the north face, there's loads of space to move into.
But like, where do they know what's open is the problem. Taking the time to then get the information coming in so far north, so far involved in your own little world up here. And that's even if they do leave. 55 have an E-pickup, so that's a good opportunity for them to jump in front of them. Speaking of E-pickups, did you know one time on my...
Stop. I'm done.
I couldn't even carry through with it.
Yesterday was fine, but if you do it again, Cammy, I'm reaching out to production and I'm getting Paro or I'm getting Godspeed in here. Like,
no, I'm done.
Just like the guy you hit with the bolt in.
Bam.
Yeah, 55 making their way in though, the emergency pickup. Looking at positions they could potentially land in. They're going right into the center of the circle. I think they timed it a little bit too quickly. They would have preferred it if they timed it with the shift of the circle.
Yeah.
And I think they're still waiting. They're still waiting to see where the circle pops to come off the plane, and it eventually will shift, and it goes back towards Legacy, and they'll jump straight away. Yep, that's a pretty good spot for Legacy to be in now, but I feel like the 2-2 split, they might want to collapse now in towards... You call it Llama Hill, I call it Dog Hill. The only reason I call it Dog Hill is because I call this like dog food. If it's a llama, that's not food.
Oh no,
it was
getting
food
shot.
once.
Seifu, opportunity maybe to get more reloads. Now Luna Galaxy also holding on to the beach, potentially overlooking this, but it seems that 55 are able to make their way into hard cover. Mercy had a good fight against, I believe it was STK from this exact position. Psycho has gone down, has gotten dropped. Sneak attack with the point on the board there.
And that's the point for Mercy. They've definitely got their eyes on picking up plenty more today. Sharp shot here spots out all of the members of Old Guard, but with taking that damage will force him back into cover temporarily. Gas cans he picked up tier as well, and they're going to land on the hill, Kami, and they're landing right beside Falcons. But as you and I spoke about yesterday, means that they're on foot, they've no vehicles, and Falcons know they're on their way down.
What I mean, you don't know what's in the zone, but wow, Shrimsy doesn't know what hit him. Gats with the knock there should be able to go for the full confirm as well. Sonic's trying to adjust their positioning, holding on to the edge, and Rats come running out of the blue with the vengeance. Hatred has also gone down to Grant Lantis. Sonic seemingly completely unprepared for this. Tickleton and Kickstart last two up. How are they going to salvage this one? It looks like they might just be looking to retreat.
I have been so happy to see Grant Lantis continue to get better, and he's just done a bit of damage on the Sonics. Tig's still on the edge of the circle. He's going to spot out Gats in the distance, but the blue zone is on its way as well, and I think he will focus now on rejoining Kick as Sonics try to salvage more points off the back of this one. STK have leapfrogged them on the leaderboard on 70 points. Spam doing some damage onto AKA, but here comes the rest of the crash. Rafex moving in, and I think Spam will get the res off onto Gaberi, but Brisa might just be a building too far.
This isn't a fight for positioning. This is a fight for points. This is a fight for kill points. And they got the knocks to be able to follow up on. RDS spotted. Spray comes out. Very little, if any, damage actually goes into the intended target. And I believe that's going to be at least one member of Spam revived. Lizera rotating around, following up Nanu. They're going to try and find a position to be able to get into the zone. Because again, this blue's coming in fast, and this position is not safe.
Yeah, Nanu will get a knock onto RDS though, as it's getting really troublesome now for Spam, AKA much better from them this time. There's the stun grenade thrown, that'll force Kerak into cover. The blue zone need will prevent them from stepping any further up this gap as well for now, and he might just get flanked in a few seconds time. Louise will hold the door for a little while longer, thinking that maybe Spam will run past, but that should be a pretty good nade towards Nanu and Louise. They just run out of positioning, and they're down to 19 HP. And look, RDS is, even though RDS is now dead, he's just gotten a ton of information on AKA's positioning.
Right. Unfortunately, I don't know if Spam have any more follow-up. Grenades ready to go. Yeah, looking at Carrick's inventory, it's going to be none there. Briss has gone down to Lizera. Just 2 left for Spam. More blue zone grenades coming out. And it is going to be a wrap of flank, but Carrick gets called, gets pushed, gets dropped, or at least almost, and now Jabari's gone down. Spam are eliminated, and that is it. A really good push coming out from AKA, making sure that Spam didn't have any coordinated assault onto their position.
They got to run the gauntlet, but let's turn our attention to shoot to kill and rats up on the hill. Gas cans are in this vicinity as well. A 3-way dance that we're now getting ready for. Kurt knows that Grant Lantis is on the other side of this ridge line, so a speculative nade will be thrown. Richie B, the Bizzler, gets the first knock, and instant flush onto Gats now. STK, they now know that there's at least 2 teams here, so how dirty do they want to get their toes as they turn their attention onto this one? Grant moving towards Richie B, but can't get that line of sight. Luke 12 certainly can, so can Penta, and the Rats are eliminated in 14th place, and now STK can focus on gas cans, and SSG are actually filling into the other side of this as well.
Rats only getting 1 kill after all of that fighting, all of that action is a shock. But that's the risk of going for early game engagements. That's why teams usually try to avoid it. Gaskins now sending some shots against a couple of different teams. Still haven't lost anyone since Adam, which is a shock because they dropped so close to the Falcons. But the pressure of SSG, the presence of, well, it was Sonics, it was STK, they've rotated away at this point, I suppose has kept Falcons from being too greedy on their aggressive peaks.
Yeah, STK have fallen off of this fight. They don't want to stay any longer as they move into the circle now. I can let you all know that AKA are having real trouble getting into the zone now too, but Sonics focus on OG, but Gizera from Legacy is able to just obliterate them. Honestly, I don't know if there's very many better first contact players in the Americas than Gizera. Old Guard rotating right through the middle of this gauntlet as well, as they will just move and try. You know what? This is fine. Let's park up here and let's turn our attention to Sharp as Bestia move towards OG.
They already have 2 kills. Trying to pick up more. Grenades going out, but there are a lot of grenades coming in return. Drafting with the first knock. Silson with some frags trying to follow up.
Blue zones to try funnel the OG players a little bit further to where you want them to be. DraftKing gets the knock on to Hyaguin. There's the double blue zone, and that should flush out Hyaguin. Necro goes prone. Kill Demo will fall now as well. Bestia making light work of the Old Guard. This was a team that had very high expectations. Former PAS champs, remember, under the Fumba tag. And Mercy tagging them now as well. But let's turn our attention back to SSG and Gas Cans in the battle for the North. Roth finds a monumental 3 damage with the first nade and a 57 more with the second.
The circle continues to favor the coastline at least as much as it can. Goes medium shift towards the southeast. Good for Mercy if they can hold on to their position. Really good for Bestia. And it's looking quite healthy for Legacy, especially if they can hold out the eventual push coming out from SSG, coming out from Gaskins, coming out from Falcons, depending on how many of those players are still alive, because it looks like Falcons want to get involved in this northern fight too. Grenades coming out from Box. Damage onto Roth. No knock just yet.
Roth will fall eventually to Richie B, but Gas Cans are in a lot of trouble now as Falcons realizing that they can clear their northern side with this push. That'll be Mime finding Penta. Roth is going to get flushed out, but Mime confirms out that kill. This is really good play on the edge of the circle from Falcons, knowing that they need to clear both these teams so they can keep their backs clear. SSG down to 2. Page gets the first aid off, and he runs out of ammo as Richie B peeks. That's awful. That is not what you'd expect from Page. And it's just given a second life to Richie B.
Oh, Page has gone down. That's going to be it for SSG. They're eliminated in 10th place. And now, Gaskins are all gone. Really good push by Falcons. They didn't go aggressive. They made sure to keep their players safe, but while doing so, eliminating the threats from the north. Now they can just focus onto Legacy if they want to go that direction, or maybe even with vehicles wrapped closer towards the south. But it is going to continue to be hot down here on the coastline. Shoot to kill have joined the party.
PWD push towards Bestia and gets knocked almost instantly, but DraftKing will pick up that one. Gizera gets another kill as Legacy can see an angle on this one. Sneak attack finds Sharp Shot, but just keeps Seifu as he's got that nade, throwing it right to where we've got those downed players, throwing it to the smoke. But as you can see, DraftKing's just a little bit further to your right, and Sneak seems completely oblivious to it. DraftKing will go prone beside the wreck of the Dacia, but he may not be done just yet, because here come Falcons, full sending it for the center of the circle. Nanu for AKA has just about made it into the zone, but he's so close to DraftKing as well.
4 kill points. Not a bad point grab to start things off with. But can Nanu find more? And the first thing will be looking for DraftKing. Nanu know what he's looking for. Yes, indeed. DraftKing Bestia eliminated in 8th place. That's a 2-point kill. And Nanu stubbed his toe on a rock for half a second, but still, oh, not quite. Lucid has the angle there. And now that's going to be AKA eliminated, suddenly down to 6 teams. And, well, Falcons bring it down to 5.
Let's go, Future. Future starting to show real but signs of a pulse going into Erangel today. 6 kills for them inside of Phase 5. Sparking sustains a knock for STK. They're 2 players down. Alo will be in a race against time to get these reses off before Future will elect to push a little further away. And look at the way Future are playing this. Shap and Terazoka are inside the circle, leaving Sam Crow to focus on STK.
Smoke's coming out. Future might be looking to follow up on with their teammates with the help of this vehicle. Smokes make sure that Shoot to Kill cannot shoot them as effectively as they try and drive away, but now Luke 12 in a vehicle pushing forward. They want to really put the pressure on these teams.
Luke 12 spots Future, but gets one headshot, but not enough. Another attempt now to do some damage, but Luke 12 won't find it. And Legacy, third party, Frogman will get that knock. Luna Galaxy will crash this ridge line as well. As all these teams get close by, I think that Luna Galaxy are within utility throwing range, but I'm looking at STK and wondering, where do you see yourselves playing? Are they just going to send it right in towards where Future are playing? Are they going to crash and look for these points?
I think they have to. I think that's their only option. Other than that is going to Legacy. Might as well fight the team right in front of you that you know doesn't have a super strong position. That's the big problem with Future and Luna Galaxy, is that those spots, they're survivable, I guess, but it's not nearly as comfortable as you would prefer from a number of other positions, though not necessarily in this circle, because cover is at a huge premium right now.
Sparking needs another smoke or two to cross that road because Luna Galaxy are trying to lock them out. That's a really good nade. That's a beautiful nade. Kurt hits it. Sam Crow erupts in the flames, and Future are all down to Frogman, and he will hop away into the smoke, but Halo hits them with the nade. I still believe that there ain't very many players in the world better at chucking nades than Kurt, and he's able to clear up that position now for STK, and they can focus on Luna Galaxy.
But the Galaxy still have utility of their own. I was wondering why they weren't tossing it towards Future. Maybe they're using Future as a wall against SDK, because now they can follow up with frag grenades of their own. But here comes Mercy from the opposite side. That's going to pull their attention. A nice knock from Seifu's frag grenade.
Seifu doesn't have any more throwable utility, though, to back or to do any more damage onto the back of this one. He has a stun, but the nade will be thrown in retort, in rebuttal of the one that he threw earlier. Sneak attack, tossing blue zone nades. Those will be a big problem now, but look at the bounce. It just went the wrong way off the side of that ridge line. And Luna Galaxy are falling back, but this is a signal for STK to push. Sparking gets the knock onto Haven. He gets the knock onto Kraken as well. Luna Galaxy fall, and Fakesen for the dead man's hand will get the knock onto Seifu.
Yeah, but can they confirm the kill? STK are pushing. Mercy might be able to go for the revive, but not only STK, Legacy are also backfilling the position that Mercy had to give up in order to take Luna Galaxy out. So really, Legacy, how many times have we seen this tournament so far? Of the top 3, one team is waiting for the other 2 to fight it out, and they can just pick everything up.
I love the way that RBN and Gizera are trying to flank onto Legacy or onto Mercy. The zone shifts in Legacy's favor now too, and Mercy and STK, they've got a decision to make. Legacy spotted out by Kurt, who's holding back just a little bit to provide information to the rest of their team. But look at Legacy. With that zone shift, they've slightly changed up their mindset on how they want to play this, because they know that they can lock both these teams out of the circle.
It's a waiting game for Legacy. It's kind of a waiting game potentially for Mercy. It's SDK that has to make the biggest move now. And while there is, I don't think there's any other direction they can go but other than into Mercy, which is why they would have loved a knock coming out from Legacy. But that doesn't seem to be the case. It's going to be a full 4 versus 4 push, and they might be running out of utility. They used so much of that against Future. They're probably able to pick up a little bit off of those bodies. Not just Futures, but also Luna Galaxy. But it's not going to be nearly as much as they would have wanted. Like, it's only 1 frag for there. Sparking has 2, 1 smoke grenade. But again, like, it's still, you always want more. You always want more utility.
Of course you do. Maybe they get, you know, helmets and vests that could be slightly better than what they were carrying as well, which could definitely have something of a say in the game. Luke 12, he's certainly got something to say as he hits sneak attack for the headshot, but great covering fire. Seifu knocks Alo, and all of a sudden, that puts a pause on the STK assault. They would have been able to push that had that knock onto Alo not gone, and Seifu is just providing a wondrous amount of covering fire from this back of this tree.
More grenades being thrown out. Alo's still barely alive, low HP. They're looking for more follow-up knocks, but they don't seem to really be there. And Legacy, they're just sitting pretty. They're just waiting. They're hearing the shots. They're waiting for the kill feed to start to show some names, show some numbers, and they can follow up on that. They are getting dangerously close. Mercy haven't been able to move at all. SDK just getting right under PWD's nose.
Yeah, look, PWD will catch out Kurt, and Kurt's been flushed almost instantaneously. Now Legacy will push. They were waiting for that first knock, that first bit of damage on the kill feed to make their move. PWD peeks out and he gets the knock onto Alo, but Luke 12's blue zone nade, along with some damage from the gun, will get another one. Seifu at the hands of Sparking will fall. Sneak attack and Lucid, the last two standing, but Gizera steals away Seifu. He's got the angle on the sneak now too. Sparking will get that knock. The flames tossing him down. Lucid will take down Sparking as well. This is all playing into Legacy's hands. We've just got one Mercy player left standing. It's Lucid. He's shut down. Legacy take a big, well, not a big win, but a 6-kill win. And you know what? They played, even though they didn't get as many kills as they would have wanted, they played a really clean end game.
Yeah, it was a very secure end game. They were low kill count, but the conversion from second place, 6 points to first 10 points, is one that you would want to make that gamble coming in from the position that they were at. You saw them rush down at the very end once the fight between STK and Mercy really broke out to see how many of those kills they could really pick up. But again, it's making sure they can get the chicken dinner was the end game, was the real focus of their ventures there at the end, and they succeeded.
Yeah, and it's, you know what, I think 3 of those teams were happy enough with the points that they would have gotten there too. I think Mercy played a great game. But look, we'll let the desk break into that one a little bit more. Next time you see us two, we've got a new map on its way.
Legacy with Gizera just feeling unstoppable right now. Is STK also on a very strong roll, Poro?
No, absolutely. So STK, once again, that's 2 games in a row now that they've managed to collect a stack of points. Coming third this time after a... Thank you for that. No, but look, I think that was obviously great for STK. It was great for Mercy, man, because like it has felt like they've gotten a really slow start, but that time they actually take a full-on 4v4 fight with STK. They come out on top, obviously only by 1 player, but you know, at the end of the day, it still wins, still more points in their bag, and it made it pretty easy for like. And this is just classic STK throwables.
Just walking red zone, STK is, man. They just will demolish the guys.
Yeah, I mean, name a better duo, STK and throwables. But again, Mercy held their ground, and they were able, at least until they got dismantled by Legacy, were holding STK rather well. The fight was back and forth, and then Legacy's just like, okay, we let you guys have your fun. Let's clean this up now.
So up on top, it's going to be Legacy with 16, Mercy Gaming with 16 as well, Shoot to Kill with 15. So a lot of kills stacked over on those first 3. Back behind that, Future finding themselves a very and I would say Sam Crow, man, he managed to pull off some pretty good plays inside that. Falcon's going to be walking back behind that with 6. AKA also having a good game with Bestia and Luna Galaxy. So our overall leaderboard probably going to look a little bit more shaken up over on that right side. Left side probably still pretty cemented, but Mercy picked up a pretty nice 16 points, going to be pretty big, with now Falcons almost about to break that 100-point mark. And we got Shoot to Kill, Sonic's Legacy, Mercy Gaming still has to overcome that gap between them and Legacy. Gascan's 55, Space Station Gaming, but looking over on the right side, while Future did manage to pick up some decent points, they're still 1 point back behind Pachao.
Yeah, and that was a wipe against Pachao Sam Crow, that beautiful 1v4 inside that barn building. But STK continues to create separation from 4th place, 20 points now ahead of 4th place in Legacy, and then that drop off from 4th to 5th, as Poro was saying earlier, it's pretty brutal. It's getting to the point now where the teams in 5th to 8th need to really start stepping it up here.
It is chaotic for those teams now. We're getting that distant stage. We still have another day of action to work through. Now, we do often say, like, any given Sunday, you know, you can do this, any game, you can make that happen. But Poro, like, the teams that are trying to vie for those positions move into it. We were talking about the fact that this is a pivotal event for a lot of these teams because the next two internationals hinge off of it. If you're trying to, like, come back and, like, move into those top positions, like, how do you start trying to overcome the gap? Are you playing points per game, or are you just starting to be a bit more frag heavy?
I mean, I think you still have a lot of time left. I think you can still try to play the game, the game plan that you came in with, and just hope that maybe, you know, things start going your way now that the map shift is coming through. But by the end of today, if things haven't really started going your way, I mean, as you saw, the top of the leaderboard doesn't look like it's going to be slowing down anytime soon. Yeah. And there's only so many people that are going to be going off to international. So if you're going to make a break for it, you better start looking at doing it now, or I guess soon, if you want to try to catch up.
Well, one of the teams that's trying to make a break for it right now is Gas Cans. And Godspeed, you were kind of following their path through this game as it was hurdle upon hurdle for them, it felt like.
I was indeed. So they initially dropped and, you know, they had their loot of the Severity Split completely free. And then they decided to go back to Crate Bridge where they had a scuffle last game against Old Guard. Except what happened this time, Gibson mentioned it, Old Guard managed to leapfrog ahead and then kept Gas Cans, who were very kind of keen on making sure they got Kill Demo out of the way, kind of stuck. They lost Adam early. They were able to at least get a pick on 55 here. They got Glock and then kind of stayed in the blue for quite a while, but they managed to have an emergency pickup, which then gave them a pretty good foothold into a circle late. From this, they managed to go, yeah, that was very lucky indeed. They managed to land right in the middle of Llama Hill in between multiple teams. Falcons, Legacy, Rats were there. And then once the circle shifted, they moved to hold out the north edge against Rats, SSG, and SDK. They managed to do a really good job with the help of SDK to take out and get rid of the Rats. But then that's when SSG started to come a knocking, and then they had a fight where I believe Roth got knocked. And then, you know, little team known as Falcons decided that they were going to crash this with two P90s. Nice shots there from Bizzler. It left Bizzler as the last one alive, and after that, it was pretty much, it was game over. But I will say, from the way that that game started, that was a pretty decent salvage overall, especially coming all the way from the north outside of Circle.
I mean, there's a lot of, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, there was a lot of opportunities there for Gas Can's whole game to go up in flames. I mean, just getting caught off by 55, getting caught too long with Old Guard, doing the drop in the very center of the hill rather than trying to work from the edge and go in. Like there was a lot of opportunities for that to fall apart for them, but they managed to make it work until it just became too much.
I mean, that was just an overall phenomenal game. I love the fact that Godspeed, even then, like the last, like what, 3 teams up, you were just like, this is an amazing game. You were just like freaking out about like what about it just so enthralled you?
Just the way that the teams were playing. I mean, if we talk about Gas Cans just there, you know, managing to salvage the game, Falcons making a mad dash to the center of that, as you said, no man's land. It's very flat. And then STK just, again, with incredible movement, good teamwork, and then, I mean, the throwables were immaculate, right? And then we saw Legacy playing a little patient. I mean, that team is fairly proactive, right? They made sure that at the very end, they were going to be the ones to win the game because, again, they are chasing, right? They're trailing, so they need to make sure that they get the placement points. You know what? A 6-kill win isn't the worst. They're staying consistent, staying in the top 3 as far as what they're doing on placements overall, and that was a good game. So from start to finish, we also saw Mercy finally kind of step up a little bit, and so yeah, it was just a really good game of PUBG.
Well, I need some help, chat. I need you to help me shame everybody that does not have the PAS emotes. Start spamming them out there, and if you now suddenly feel left out, it's easy. All you have to do is just click the follow button and you too can participate and enjoy the random spam, getting out some pans, doing all that good. But guys, it is now time to get everything set up. We're done with Erangel. We're gonna be shifting over to a new map. We are set and ready to go on Taego. Well, we will be in just a few minutes, so we're gonna take a quick break to get that all prepped up for you.
still holding.
I'm egoing him for a heady. Not egoing anymore.
Don't get knocked.
Yeah, just let Adam get the offhang. Maybe smoke yourself.
I can play for it as well.
I don't
Play for it now, Penta. Yeah.
I see him. I see him on yellow. I'm gonna get shot from Everest though.
You just gotta kill him.
I'm gonna have an egg here, I think.
I'm driving.
I think he jumped in water. Smoke on
I don't want to get back in my car, by the way. It's
knocked him.
You guys $12.
Nice.
I'm really disconnected from you guys.
My car just fucking.
One's lit, right above you, Steve.
Very low.
Nice.
Nice.
55, they're 3-man. One laid down on the rocks on green and another one further
Two
east.
up. One flash for them.
Yeah,
No,
one's on green.
Yeah.
And then the other one was north.
Safe for me, you can... Okay, guys, we can try to...
They're 2-man running back up.
Running
Taking class.
Knocked him. Rats.
Rats, down one. I'm coming to you guys.
Sonics is down too.
Yeah. Almost flushed it. That's his team. 2-man north of him. They have to run.
Left to my rock.
Let me open up.
Rats.
I don't know where the other one is.
Too active.
He was close though. I heard him. I think he's low right.
On the 3 box. He's headed. He's kills. I see one on orange. Looting the crate. On the 2 of them. One. That's my bad. I should. Oh, I'm stealing a knock.
I'm getting closer.
Dead body.
Shoot to kill and
One HP guy. Oh!
That was that body. Oh,
One here. Hello. Okay, I'm gonna die probably. I have no way to heal.
I'm trying to look over you.
I have no way to heal.
One
They're running
running close, folks.
They're pushing.
Roger, how comes?
Healing. One knocked. One knocked. Fucking.
Two active.
One is behind them. One is far behind them. Close to me. Mega close on the tree. On that tree.
Yeah. Low.
You have any bullets? I'm dead. I'm dead to blow.
Erangel, we barely knew you, but it's time to move on to Taego and Cami. We're starting to get a really good idea of the way this leaderboard is playing out, because after this map, we will officially be halfway through the finals.
Right, and listen, we were just talking about this between games on the break just now, is that both Erangel so far have seen some very curiously aggressive early games, especially by the teams up and around Georgia Pole. Taego is a team that is no stranger to early aggressive maneuvers. So I am hoping, and again, it all depends on the plane path first circle relationship, what that really causes teams to adapt and adjust based around. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that aggression increase even further, at least on this next map, before it probably cools down, both literally and figuratively on Vikendi.
But don't you okay. I didn't realize that Toffees was here today. I thought he was off on holidays.
Someone's got to carry the load. Someone's got to carry the load, you know?
It's better than what I said a few days ago anyways, that's for sure. But we're getting ready to jump into this one, Cami. You were talking about the pacing on Erangel, but do you not feel like Taego and Vikendi still seem to have a higher tempo than every other map inside the pool, which could potentially mean that the pacing ain't going to stop?
Yeah, no, very much so. Very much so. It just depends on... what I talk about Taego specifically, though, is that you can't even really scout out places well. So oftentimes teams will be in fights, not even intentionally so, but two teams rotate to the same spot and they end up, they only spot each other like 5 seconds away, like 20 feet. And they kind of, they have no other opportunity, no other option but to fight. This plane path is fairly fair. So that alone isn't going to force any fights right off the bat, though I do see gas cans and 55 parachuting very closely around each other.
I think 55 are just going to go more so towards school, though.
Right.
Vox will grab a vehicle. I think the big thing, though, that always has an impact on Taego, maybe more so than other maps, is the circle. Because, Cami, I feel like Taego's got almost 4 completely varying sections. Like, you look up here in the north, where we were very similar to yesterday, it's much more, you know, terrain-focused. There's not as many compounds as there would be if you went towards the southeast.
Yeah, there's that big hill that we saw yesterday's Taego. SSG have control of relatively early. And there is, of course, that river that's a big... Sorry. Currently, stuff is being fixed on the back end, technical side, but we can still talk about Taego as a general idea here. It's not just the different sections. A lot of the sections of Taego are quite open. There's that swamp area on the southwest as well, and then there's that big river that cuts through a lot of Taego. It's even further south. It cuts through even more of the map than Erangel does. So that's always going to be an impactful part of at least phase 1, if not phase 2. And in this circle, it's no different at all. Very similar to the Taego we saw yesterday. We might see some similar things, except with an even greater commitment to bridge camps.
Yeah, exactly. And that mini game will kick off. But we're looking at the early game right now. So let's hear from the pros themselves on what their early game tactics are.
Yeah, so our early game tactics is basically just to try to keep 4 up until mid to late game and rotate on our prio, which is basically the rotate line that we've gone over and that we think is best for certain circles. And that's pretty much it.
No início do jogo é sempre importante ali, quando já tá caindo de paraquedas, achar aquele carro respawn, pegar o carrinho respawn e fazer o loot, né? Olhar ao redor do mapa também, ver onde as equipes estão caindo. Então tá sempre se planejando aí também para uma futura rotação, da onde fechar a safe zone, né?
Que é dominar o máximo de espaço possível do mapa, buscando informação e identificando split de alguns times.
The problem with asking players that question about what they do in the early game is that it is so dependent on not just the map, but also what their circle is, what the playing path is, what the teams all around them are doing. And so, trust me, they actually have very specific detailed plans. If you talk to them one-on-one individually, these teams have very detailed plans on how they like to approach situations, but you can only really ask about specific situations once enough variables have been introduced for them to make a based reaction on. Like right here, Sonic's currently running away from Mercy. They're not trying to look for a fight here because the one thing that I believe all of them said, but definitely H1 did, is like keeping 4 up to the late game is like rule number 1.
It is another rule that's very important to follow is for all you people to go and support your favorite teams. The global partner skins will be unveiled on the 9th, which I believe is Monday. So I'm pretty excited for that. We had this conversation yesterday. We're buying all the skins because we as casters would never show favorites, right? We would never have a team that we want to see do well more so than another one.
Right. I mean, listen, if you really, really want me to show favorites, please, an organization, you can sponsor me directly and I will only buy your skin. That's not a conflict of interest, is it?
No.
No, surely not.
You can send them your PayPal as well if they want to, want to support you even more. Get Cammy D signed. As there's the petition as SQ will rotate through into the circle. And I want to pick up on the point you made a little bit earlier, Cammy, about teams having set motions. I spoke to a lot of these players over the off season, and they will openly tell you that they'll be like, based on every single circle, the reason we do VOD review, the reason we study other teams' rotations is because when a circle pops, we know exactly where we want to be in a set period of time. Teams have checkpoints. Teams have positions that they like to take straight off of their drops depending on where the circle goes. And it is kind of the more experienced sides that take the most advantage out of that.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of it is because there's tenure that comes into play when it comes to not just sort of selecting your drop spot, but also having... there's a weight behind the names that make moves, right? So it's not even about that a team literally cannot drop on where Sonics drops. It's just you don't want to because they are usually a better team than you. They have more experience. And so you are actually risking, as a newer team, risking more than the Sonics are by committing to that fight. But here it's a crash coming in. Rat's already with 2 members of Sonics down. Shrimsy is there for the trade. Can they get any more?
Yeah, well, Rats have been in this situation before, and Sonics were able to deal with them even after Rats got the opening knock. But Shrimsy's the last player standing, and he spots out Grant. Blue zone nade will be thrown. That should allow Chun to get the res off onto Gats. The spoon will cover it. Sonics are eliminated, and Rats managed to pick up a few more points. They're up to 33 in 9th place. And I don't know if there's any team that like early game fights more than Rats, but they definitely won't like the fact that Falcons are overlooking this now too.
I don't know if Falcons have a real opportunity to punish this too much for Rats. This compound has a lot of cover. There weren't any knocks out in the open. There really weren't that many knocks against Rats to begin with. There was only one to start things off. And so Falcons, intelligently so, they looked, they got curious. Is there anything free for us to pick up? But the answer is very clearly, very plainly no, and so they back away and they give that space back to Rats. Really good hold. No clue how that fight started off. I imagine Sonic sent it in and got caught out. Weren't expecting Rats to be there as quick as they were. I believe that's how it played out, but regardless, a good win for Rats no matter how it happened.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Rats seem to not really... You know the way we spoke earlier about how teams will take a knock from a certain team and be like, yeah, we don't want to get involved in that fight.
Right.
Rats don't really have that. They don't care who it is. They're like, yeah, we're going to get in that fight because they've realized that if you want to qualify for international events, you need to be beating these teams anyway.
Listen, they see the cheese. They don't even care to look on what sort of placing the cheese is on. They just go for it no matter what. What happens after that? We'll deal with that later.
I hate how many cheese analogies you're dropping in over the course of this broadcast. Like, you cheddar believe that I'm sure you'll get way more puns in before the end of the weekend.
Okay, that is the most Toffees thing anyone has said.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Come on, I gotta think that there could be way more cheese puns they could get in the Toffees to be proud of.
Oh man, you're pushing it now. You're pushing it now. I thought I got him removed from this broadcast, but then here you are.
Right, we're done. That's the pun. Pun time is over. It's time to focus on 55 esports. It's surprising when a team that's won 2 maps are still so far away from the top 3 at this point. Like, they're winning maps, but they're not picking up a lot of kills.
Yeah.
It feels like a lot of their map wins have been just really good late game decisions. We're just not seeing enough of them in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, wins are nice. That conversion that I've talked about between second to first is a really, really nice point jump. But if that is where most of your points come from, it's going to be less impactful because you don't have the other placements, the other kills to really follow up behind it. Another early E pickup for 55. They're waiting to go all the way to the coast, all the way to the army base. And it looks to be, this isn't a call for like a phase 2 shift reaction. This is just trying to get past those bridges that have punished the Sonics and potentially other teams up until this point. P-Chow in a position to hold those shots coming out. No way 55 lose a second. 2 games in a row losing someone in the air. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Santa tried his best. Mercy, they've got Kerak a little bit pinned inside the compound as PWD and Seifu, the 2 Europeans, will overlook this position. Sneak Attack and Lucid are coming in as well as they clear their way through the map. Mercy Gaming, of course, a team that started to show things. Oh, there we go. Look, it's easy for a pro player when a player sits still like that one to pick up the knock. Kerak will try to get out of dodge, scot-free, and Seifu just won't be able to get that knock, but they should be able to confirm out Gaberi.
It's not just that knock against your berry. It's not just the time to kill if you land on your shots in quick succession. It's the fact that Mercy set themselves up for both PWD and Seifu to take shots at the same time. They waited for the moment that player stood still, and they both fired, making it virtually impossible for that player to not get dropped instantly. So a good sneak up, a good approach, Spam get punished for it. They lose one intelligent for the rest of the teammates to then just leave and give that space up. But phase 2 has been revealed. It is mostly center, but I suppose we can consider this do you consider this a north or a south shift? It's whatever. It's center. Most teams are already inside it. It's center.
It locks in the north map. The north section of the map, I think, is probably the best way to look at it. It means that we're not going to get any crazy shift towards the south at this point. You spoke a little bit about the 2 Europeans on Mercy. I want to pose you a question, Cammy. I'm not including the Aussies because they've been playing inside of North America for a long time now. So we'll just focus on the European players. Which European import is your favorite that you've seen joining PAS in the last kind of 12 to 24 months?
Oh, Pixel, I think. Pixel is such a unique player, a very strong player a lot of times for SSG, and so whenever I see, it's not even just about being an explosive player, which a lot of players can be explosive. It's if you have a unique style, that's something that I'm a really big fan of, and Pixel definitely has that. But Bestia holding position, Future just fly on through, Pippa avoids line of sight, and now maybe can pop out and get some extra damage.
Yeah, Pippa. There's Frogman. This should be an easy one. Yeah, Pippa will be able to pick up that. No problem whatsoever. Sharpshot confirms it out. Look, I think I'm on it with you with Pixel. I think PWD is a really good addition so far, but we need more of a...
Right.
I think we need more before we can kind of make the full judgment on it. But I know from seeing him in Europe that he's a top talent. But Pixel's a vibes guy too. Like, he keeps the vibes so high. And you know as well as I, he's always entertaining. Almost as entertaining as Future have been today so far. Sam Crow's had a couple of really nice moments.
Yeah. I mean, they're still 16th place on the leaderboard, but they've had a good couple of rounds so far, so it can only go even further up from here. They have some strong players. I don't know if it's going to be in the cards for them to try and make it to top 3, but hold that thought, because OG open up on the gas cans. It seems this is a totally different map, and yet these teams are still fighting first thing.
It seems like some teams are just drawn towards each other, and I'm all for it because it never really seems like one team ever has the clear advantage over the other one here as well. Penta will fall for gas cans, and they don't need this at all. There's some 49 points. Mercy have now gone ahead of them inside the standings, and gas cans are a real feast or famine team. Kai Shen will step up over the ridgeline with a 4x on the AUG. And another member of gas cans has been dealt with. This is really not what they would have liked, as Richie B, the Bizzler, will pin down Kildemo, who drops to just about... How is he still up?
Limping, crawling, just praying, trying to survive. And SSG, they hear this fight, they get curious, they're getting clothed. Pixel and Roth pushing forward, finding space. They have so much room to play with this part of the map that they're sitting around in. They just have Paige anchoring the middle of the site. Kaishin gets another, Bizzler's gone down. It's all down to Adam. They have at least 1 point, so it's not a 0, but that's going to be it for them. That's it for gas cans, annihilated by Old Guard.
1 point games hurt even more when you're in the position that gas cans are than I feel they do when you're in Future's position. Because for Future, they know that they have a huge battle ahead of them. But for gas cans, they were always in that situation where one good game would have seen them shoot up into maybe 3rd spot. SSG, they got to be careful. This is the game. This is kind of the similar area yesterday, Cammy, that we saw SSG. And I don't want to use the word throw because I think you got to give a lot of credit to Falcons getting some massive knocks. But this was the map that they feel they really should have won yesterday out of the ones that they didn't.
Well, it's not going to end here this time around. It was a hard shift towards the east. Yongchan basically taking the entire bottom half of this phase 3. STK looping on in. They just came across this bridge. Future to the west, Bestia to the west. They could hold this point, but really approaching this city is going to be a difficult one. There were already a few teams inside.
And this is where decision-making becomes important because you think about teams that are still rotating in. Bestia, Future, STK. They all want to avoid Yongchan like the plague. They would rather play on the coastline and then wait to see if it goes into Yong or if it goes further north. Because as we always point out, getting out of cities is a nightmare. STK, they're ready for these teams pushing this direction. Luke 12. He's getting a ton of valuable information. He can spot out Peepa, Sam Crow. He's got a nade at the ready. And you know what? He was just hoping that maybe a member of Bestia would come close enough that he could use that aid. And I'd say, realistically, though, what's happened is what he was hoping for more, that they would just completely ignore him.
The problem is, though, Sam's still going to need to push through STK in order to find
Don't drive through the bush. Don't drive through the bush. Don't drive through the bush. No!
Always drive through bushes. You never know if someone's in there.
Oh,
God, no, wait, fight to the north. SSG, they tried to loop towards the north. They separated themselves from OG, but they ran directly into Peach Chow. It's been a one-for-one trade, but the blue is really starting to pick up its damage.
Yeah, Cowboy's going to fall now as well. He was just rezzed, and then he's going to get taken down once more. SSG need to push in. Phase 3 blue zone, not necessarily incredibly difficult to play against, but it does certainly mean that you're in a lot of trouble when you get in gunfights because you're never really going to get back up to above 75 HP, barring you having a med kit. Right. And I wouldn't put it past SSG getting Cowboy up and just rotating maybe further around. Oh, but that's the decision made.
55, they're third-partying this whole fight. Now, both these teams fully are in the blue. 55 are ready to kneecap anyone who tries to straggle out of this position. It looks like Pichao, with the threat, with the understanding of 55's position, is actually just backing away, not overcommitting onto SSG, no matter how tasty, luxurious of meat they look like.
Yeah, 55 is another team in the blue. They got that knock, but it was stolen away. SSG have just abandoned, Pixel, they knew he was gone. I think Paige, looking at his position, I'm waiting for maybe him to join the rest of them. But AKA and Old Guard on the opposite side of the circle now, about to lock horns. Kill Demo throwing that first nade, but Lip will be the first one to get the knock. But look at Louise, absolutely is destroying Kill Demo on the swing. And all of a sudden for Old Guard, it's just Kai Shen left standing.
And this is a good fight for AKA to win because it's going to give them a clear shot into a strong position in this zone as the phase continues to go towards the east. Falcons as well in the middle of a fight. There's a lot of stragglers coming in from the north, not to mention the west. Bestia running into Rats.
Pichao actually got eliminated in the midst of all that. Rats doing a ton of damage as well onto Bestia. A sharp shot and Draft King have fallen. Silzen is down as well. Pipa, the last member up, and he's just moving out of here, realizing that there's no real chance to get these reses as well. It's getting very populated up now. Pipa's actually sending it back. I don't know what the call was, but Pipa wants to go by once more. Pipa, what? He came back and he's left again. I don't know why, but you know what? It's a question I'd love to ask him if I ever got the chance.
Yeah.
What did you do there?
It could be chaotic comms from Bestia, which wouldn't surprise me given the situation. Wouldn't surprise me considering that they've been in a very rough spot multiple rounds in a row. I could easily see in not just their position, I'm not just trying to call Bestia out, but a lot of teams' position around that lower 8 just start to have their confidence really, really tested right now. PWD spots Falcon push in. Falcon with 2 kills on the board so far. Shots come out, not a single bullet hits. Missed opportunity for PWD.
Yeah, and he had Falcons locked out of the circle there as well, and with missing those shots, it's a full retreat from the rest of Falcons. SSG will fall in 13th, and that means that they may just free fall down the tournament. There's a few teams that could still catch their point total before the end of this one. Pipa still alive for Bestia. 3 kills on the board for them. They're currently finding themselves, in 11th place. Not a million miles away from those qualification spots, but Snakers with a 4x. There you go. Lopez falls.
Great spray comes out. Lopez is taken down. Grenades are trying to find their way, but Snakers is just too far. The rest of the Falcons, they're going to retreat from this. They're not going to overcommit because the blue is pushing in. It's all about survival. They don't want to overcook the pudding. 2 down for Rats. They're getting pushed by Mercy, and there is Luna Galaxy getting curious from the south. So a lot of teams are about to hit contact at the same time.
Lucid's going for the res. Nade's being thrown. He's picked up his teammate to pull him out of utility distance. Rats want to get the reses off themselves, but Mercy know how important it is to keep as many players up as possible. Seifu gets his kill confirmed, but there's Bestia now. Pipa, the last standing player for Bestia, will find his one. Despoon's going to get eliminated by Vinny. Falcons floating around the edge of this gunfight as well, and none of these teams currently find themselves inside the circle. Falcons with probably the better position out of the whole lot as they come from the top of the hill, the top of the leaderboard, no less, collapsing on top of everybody here.
There are so many players all in the same, what is this, quarter, square? I don't know what units we're going to use here, but close distance to each other. And I'm looking at the Falcons as the team with the biggest advantage here. They have all 4 members still standing. They have the high ground to be able to just flood over this like a wave of damage, wave of chaos, but do not count Luna Galaxy out. They're picking up a couple of kills, but they have lost Kraken to Chun.
And that's a good nade by Vinny. That'll wipe out Chun, and that's 12 teams, or 11 teams left as they fall on 12th. Falcons still collapsing. They go past Pipa. Pipa steps out eventually, though. Mime confirms that kill. Another one for Falcons as they go up to 102. Luna Galaxy have had enough of this fight. They're falling back, leaving it to a Mercy Falcons fight a little further north. And I actually like what Luna Galaxy are doing because they're not necessarily going too far away that if Mercy managed to pull off a couple of knocks on the Falcons that they can crash up on it. But Falcons have had enough too. They're pulling out of this one, and I think Snake's probably not going to get loosened up as well with the way that blue zone's closing in.
Yeah, the damage of the zone is too much for it, even though he's looking. But yeah, Falcons now pushing through. They have a lot of space to play with now all of a sudden. Have the rocks to play as well. Snake Israelo going further, going to split their forces into a 2-2. Luna Galaxy now, they're just going to crash into Spam zone. Spam have 0 kills so far. They've just been holding out this spot for a while, but a nice... Nope, that's 3 kills. Anyway, back to you.
Not a nice nade, Cammy. A great nade. A beautiful nade. One of the nades of all time. STK, you've got Kurt tossing stun grenades in towards Kai Shen, who's trapped inside the building. Kurt will underhand the nade as well. That should get it. There you go. Kurt will confirm out the kill. STK picking up another kill, and that one is essentially worth 2 points as Old Guard are now eliminated. AKA, they have filled this compound now right beside 55 on the edge of the circle too. 55, nice to see them in the placement points. And we know that usually if they do come to life at all, it is in those final few circles of a game. But they need to deal with AKA, because if they actually deal with AKA, the amount of real estate that they'll free up for themselves on the north side of the circle is nuts.
Yeah. There's a lot of teams all still up here, all ready to play. And Alo has an angle too. Slabby's gone down, Smoke's in play already. But that is, Lopez dropped very low as well for 55, so they're not out of it just yet. And I think Falcons, yes indeed, they're going to be pushing this high ground. They're going to be taking this fight, because this is a much better fight for them to take than trying to go into the fields. Those Sneakers has gone down, Falcons has lost one, so they haven't gone out of this position completely unscathed.
And look at how the decision-making has changed based on Snakers falling. Like, if Snakers was still alive, they collapse, Snakers falls, yeah, we're a 3, we're not as strong as we'd like to be.
Because it actually happened at the same time as the zone shift. So Snakers being dropped could have played an impact, because you suddenly lose 25% of your manpower, but they actually had a good position to immediately get into the zone. They don't have to fight through these teams in order to find their place in that. So it's a lot of decision making at the exact same times. Things constantly change, but a good grenade doesn't get the knock, but still good damage, and it's going to stall 55 out.
Yeah, that's it. It's all about slowing it down. Slabby's got the MG3 though. Level 3 gear. We know how dangerous a weapon that can be, but there is Louise pretty close by. Louise and Lip will confine 2 members of 55 fall. There's still 2 standing, but AKA holding their ground as things stand. Falcons just moving in on the other side of the circle in the distance. VHC gets a knock off towards the opposite side. Oh, Glock gets absolutely annihilated by VHC. Glock falls, but Lip is able to steal that kill away.
All down to Psycho. They have just not been able to find any point of access to this. Falcons, they're returning. They're seeing that in the kill feed. They identify the defilade to play behind, AKA focusing on 55. Now a lot of space for them to play with. Psycho's gone down, 55 have been eliminated, and now Falcons lying in wait, but they know that this is a very tricky position to play around in. It's so open. Third-party shots, third-party threats from a lot of different teams, Legacy, STK, and so they're just trying to figure out where exactly they can play that's in the zone, but it's also safe, but, AKA now, they're getting into the mix. I do not blame Falcons for making a send like this one, but there is no cover here.
Nothing, absolutely nothing to work with. They were thinking maybe there'd be a little cover, then they could deal with AKA, but AKA pushing out now. Nade at the ready, the vehicle's been destroyed, but is there enough legs? That's actually a really good nade. Takes Mime down by 44. Now they're trying to blow up the truck. Maybe that extra explosion damage could find Mime, but this is much, much better. Mime spotted, 30 damage done. Kurt actually gets a kill confirmed on Dorello as Louise deals with Mime. Falcons go down in 6th. 5 teams left alive. But you know what, Falcons, we spoke about it earlier today, Cammy. What's that cutoff's around 130 points historically for making PGS? They're almost secure into the finals at this point.
Yeah, so points per game wise after 18 games looks to be 131 for 4th place, judging by previous PASs. So it is a very, very generous guess, like in terms of like how we figured that number out, but that is the number that a lot of teams will be shooting for. We're not going to get anywhere close to that until the end of the day, and even so, Falcons Day has been slowed down so far. Granted, Vikendi is generally the best map, so they have more than enough room to come back with another huge point grab then. And a lot of teams are starting to get close, like STK only 15 points away. And they got yet another knock onto AKA, Luke 12 going in, Alo going in, AKA now trying to backfill the Falcons space, and they're realizing why Falcons didn't last long there.
Yeah, and STK looking for kills wherever they can find them. They know that Legacy are kind of the raid boss ahead of them as they flood inside the circle. I know that that fight with Legacy is certainly, well, nice shots from Kurt as he gets his kill confirmed, but honestly, for Sparking too, I feel like fighting Legacy has a little bit more meaning as well, as he played for this team on the previous PAS tournament. But Legacy and Spam, they're in probably the best positions, and good on Future. Sam Crow still alive, still hanging on in there. And realistically, should be able to survive a little while longer too, looking at the circle.
It depends on where STK rotate. They could try and swing around this side if they're comfortable with the way that this terrain works. And there it is, exactly as feared. But do they know if Sam is here or not? Sam could be looking for a quick one and done.
His 3 nades.
3. Oh, that's a terrifying prospect.
If STK falls to Sam Crow nades at this position, it will
Sam
be
Sam 1v4'd last game.
This is true, with drop shots as well, so it had style points.
Yeah.
I've seen something quite a bit, by the way, Cammy. Apparently people were telling me that you think Australia doesn't exist. Well, we'll pick up that point later, because Kurt, he's right there. Kurt! Oh my, never mind Sam Crow. RDS has just given a third. Surely Kurt has spotted him now that he's DBNO.
I don't know.
Sam Crow might go for the kill.
I'm not looking too much around me, and again, the foliage on this map. Look, Sam might not even be able to see Kurt.
Oh no, here's the nade. Oh no. Right, if there's 2 players there, it's worth Sam to peek now. Sam peeking now is actually worth his while, because those 2 kills is better than waiting for an extra placement point. And there you go. He gets 1. He gets the knock on the Luke 12 as well. Sam Crow playing this to perfect. Where's that nade going? It bounced off the rock.
Oh no. Oh, it's all Sparking, just barely hanging on now. Listen, SDK were not looking good in this position, even without Sam, but man, they got to have suddenly cut down in half. And that's even if, well, you know, if Luke can get picked up, then they'll be back up to 3. I'm surprised they didn't take more licks than this against them. I'm surprised Spam and Legacy also didn't have follow-up third-party shots, but here was a follow-up send from RDS and Brissa.
Yeah, getting control of the fields now. You can see that it might not look like it's a lot of cover, but there's just about enough to play from this position. RDS with that arm in his hands, and we've seen what he can do with it already, as he was able to annihilate Kurt a little while earlier. STK back up to a 3, but they need to move inside the circle. They've got the vehicles to do it, but what do? Do they crash where Spam's playing? Do they crash where Legacy's playing? Do they try to play that little, bus stop that's on the other side of the road? They're running it. They're choosing Spam.
Yeah, you have to. Spam are the easier targets. STK right now looking to take Spam out before they face off against Legacy. And Legacy, once again, they're waiting for the teams to fight and they can pick up the scraps. I don't know how many kills Legacy have at this point. I'm thinking it's going to be on the lower end once again. But hey, the consistently being able to get top 4, what I call podium position, 1st through 4th, is a really good sign. Smoke wall comes out. Here comes the push.
Yeah, double blues only, and Sparking gets his 1, and that'll be that kill confirmed. Legacy just peeking. They do not need to move just yet. VHZ will get the knock onto RDS. Kizera finds Sparking now too. STK, can they find the final kill? Alo down to just 6 HP, with Kerak being hidden by the flames. Luke 12 is there to play the trade, but the game is over. Legacy with back-to-back chicken dinners. Just the 5 kills this time, but it's still 10 more placements. And if you're getting back-to-back chicken dinners, it doesn't matter how few kills you're getting, because that is a ton of points.
I mean, we'll see where they end up on the leaderboard, maybe later on. I mean, placement points are the tiebreaker, so I suppose that could be good. They definitely, my point is that they would definitely want more kills, but at the same time, it's not like they were playing positions that they had opportunities for kills, they just missed them. There really were not that many opportunities for kills that game or the previous one that they won. So I think they played it very, very well, even if the points don't necessarily reflect that. We'll see what they can do going forward into Vikendi and Miramar, but still good games coming out from Legacy.
Yeah, that's what they need. Just keep picking up those points to keep moving your way closer and closer to PGS. We're going to throw it back to the desk, though, to talk about Taego, while Cammy and I get ready for Vikendi.
Deja vu, as it is going to be Legacy that walks away with a victory, and STK making it very far into the late game, picking up some kills.
Dude,
what's your favorite color wrapping paper, Godspeed? What do you think Legacy's favorite color wrapping paper? Because they are getting gifted a spot in PGS with these last 2 games, bro. Like, it's no fault of theirs. It's no fault of theirs.
I thought you were going to go with the wrap that we saw Spam make. See, that's where I thought you were going with it.
I figured it was something about Legacy. I was thinking like yellow, because that's.
They haven't had to do anything. They haven't had to do anything these last 2 games, but it's not their fault. It's not their fault.
But
they just had great position, and they got the most magnet circles of all time.
But here's the important thing about that too. How many times do we see teams get circle and not actually capitalize and win the game, right?
That's fair.
You do have to spread out. You do have to make sure that you're winning the games that you're given. And so far, Legacy has proven in spades that they're able to do that. And so, yeah, they only got 5 kills. I think last game they only had 6 kills, but that's, you know, over 30 points in 2 games. They're cruising, man. And look, if you're a team that's getting circles, that feels good. It doesn't matter how many points you're getting. That feels great. And they had that basically from the beginning.
And there is something to be said about reading circles well enough, but I'm with you, Poro. They're moving to those locations pretty
We're not
early.
doing the reading circles bull this time. Like, we took a compound in circle 1 and it went to them all 8 circles. Like,
That's a good read. That's a good read.
Yeah, fantastic read. God, they're brilliant. No, look, man. Again, like, I'm not faulting them at all. But like, when you said, when you get luck like this, you've got to capitalize on it. Like, you have no excuse to not be making it into the top 3 or 4 here and making your way over to international. Like, I'm a little bit worried about kill points and all that stuff. Like, look at the top of the leaderboard. They got 39 kill points compared to like everybody around them's got like 50 and 60 plus. But like you said, I mean, they're playing it. They're just doing, this is their style. They play very, very slow until the late game, and then they activate and they come alive. This time they've just happened to get a couple of like compounds and just great spots where they could just sit there forever and not get active until late. So it's resulted in only a couple of kills.
And they're a very strong fragging team. I mean, we've been seeing like Zera and been talking about the capabilities. So we know that they can frag out whenever they frag out. Godspeed, you had a very interesting team that you were watching inside this last round as, I would say, a core component of an interesting early game in Rats.
Yeah, so Rats started at Go Dock. They immediately sent Grant to the east to take control of center circle. They all consolidated fairly quick, so they looted very fast. And then immediately Sonics came in for the crash. They started out with a nice knockoff of Gats, and I mean, there was like maybe one trade and knock, but Rats cleaned up Sonics very well. They didn't lose anyone. They managed to get Gats back up, so they were automatically in a good position off of taking out a team. But then Circle, after this one right here, just kept shifting further and further east, and that caused a lot of problems for the Rats. They had to rotate off P2. Then they had to contend with Bestia, which they did well initially. I think he was a double from Despoon onto Sharp and Draft. They pushed away Bestia, but then that ugly Circle reared its head, and then they got pushed into multiple teams being LXG, Falcons, Mercy, and then it was just too much eventually, and they started to get picked apart, nickeled and dimed. But you know what? At the very end, Chun was able to at least get one, and I think he got a flush here onto, he gets a flush here on a Kraken and gets at least one more point, so it could have been a lot worse. Rats had an okay game.
A lot of skittles over there, man. That was just the unfortunate part for him, was that they ended up pushing into that compound where Mercy was, and they just, Mercy just, to their credit, they were too hard to dig out that quickly.
Yeah.
Right. So like it took just so long that, yeah, like you said, you had a couple of these other teams coming in third partying those fights, which has been happening a lot to a lot of teams. So all these teams that are in the chase, I think, are starting to realize, like we were talking about last game, Matt, that maybe they want to start being a little bit more aggressive now, being a little bit more proactive, and start trying to catch up now, because that cut line is looking farther and farther away every game.
Yeah. I mean, you can see it. Even teams like Future, we saw that. Sam Crow has been trying to make something happen. And something does happen, and it was beneficial the round before this one. And in fairness, we were talking about this. He was so smoked out, man. He had an opportunity, and the nade bounced back on him. That hurt
nade, man.
So bad. But we are done now with Taego, as we're going to be making our way over to Vikendi next, as it has been really interesting to watch how these Taego and Vikendi games go down, being our new team maps and seeing how they're going to be navigating it. I keep having my eye drawn into the rotations on Vikendi and cannot wait to watch. So we will see you guys in just a few moments.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Taego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Bro,
I
get
got
a
a six next
car.
to you. There's no car in the road.
There's cars everywhere.
Where?
In the garage, the hard spawn.
Shut up, shut up.
Crash.
Help, soon, help.
Nice. One behind you guys.
Knocked one behind your warehouse, Spin. Knocked one on you, Spin.
Inside warehouse. On blue.
Okay, give me out the warehouse. He knocked me the warehouse.
Die.
Knocked.
One up, last
One
one.
up,
Warehouse.
On the east warehouse. This is us.
Wait.
I'm on a BZ.
Come res, guys.
I'm resting.
Don't peek her.
Reset.
Chill.
Just res.
Flash.
Wait, inside.
Nice. Holy shit. So good.
He is. He's looking at me.
Yellow.
One, two, three.
Nice.
One on the blue. He's leaving.
He's leaving. One more car, stay here.
He's very low on car. Very low.
Ele pode ter te ouvido, Liseira. Cuidado.
Tô vendo um full esquerda.
Ele não tem com de vocês, mano.
Já me viu. Coloquei um. Boa.
Dois nocados, só tem mais um. Deve estar pra direita.
Pegou da esquerda lá na borda?
Pegou da esquerda, falta o cara da direita, eu acho. Não sei onde tá, não.
Tem que fazer a ponta, não.
Tá embaixo, tipo laranja.
Tá, tô clicando.
O Luizeira marca a passagem, ele não passa.
Wait, we can...
Go on the right.
Analyze.
Yeah. On you.
On me.
Welcome back up, and it is time to change the temperature up a little bit as we go to Vikendi. Cami, are we starting to get to the point where we can begin to rule teams out of chances of qualifying for PGS, or do you think it's still a tad too early?
No, I think it's fair to rule anyone who's below 40 at this point. Granted, if they start to get a string a bunch of wins in a row, we can then re-include them in the conversation. But at this point, if you're not top 9, then I don't know. You got to go for some really big Hail Mary plays. And I even think for the teams that are sitting in the 40s, like AKA, SSG, 55, Hail Mary plays also could be something to look at depending on the specific situation. Because, and again, we talked about this before, when you're looking at points per game, that is not the average of, I mean, it's the average of every single game, but it's really balanced out by having like your usual 4 kills, 5 kills, okay placements, balanced by high kill wins. And so really knowing how to maximize those high kill wins is a good skill to have. And if you're a team that's currently in the middle of the leaderboard or even lower, look for opportunities that it's either 0 points or a 15 kill win, because that's the only way that you're going to really get back into this.
Yeah, well, a good example of that is SSG. They have been feast or famine, right? They've either had tons of kills and a win, or just barely anything at all. And it's a scary time now if you're a fan of the current PAS champions, because they're just starting to fall back on that table a little bit. But I suppose at the same time too, the gap to maybe 3rd and 2nd's a big one, Cami, but the gap to 4th, where you currently see Sonic sitting on and where you see Legacy on 80, it's catchable, but it means that you need to stop seeing Legacy getting great circles as well.
Yeah, there are a lot of gaps, but they all seem to be at the top. It's what? I mean, it's only 7 points from 1st to 2nd because of how good of a game SDK had the previous one, but then it's an 18-point gap down to Legacy, and then another 11-point gap down to Sonics in 4th. It's only once you hit 5th and below do teams start to be grouping up within only a couple of points of each other, which means that you can jump a lot of points. We saw the inverse actually in Bestia, the previous game. They went out so early. They started off the game in like 6th or 7th place, and they end up in 12th, which isn't great for your ego, but it does mean that they actually aren't even that far for getting themselves back into the conversation. It's then getting themselves continually higher to break into 4th place, because at this point, with the, 18 points between 4th and 5th place, the top 4 might be locked in, even if those 4 are able to exchange positions amongst each other.
Well, it's that 29 point gap between Legacy and Mercy is the big one. Like 29 points is a lot. It's not just as simple as saying, oh, we're going to go out there and get like a 29-point game. That's a 29-point game, provided Legacy do not do anything as well. So in reality, that gap is a bigger gap than it looks like on paper. And if those teams don't start getting chicken dinners today, we could be going into tomorrow where after 2 maps, you already know who the 4 representatives from the Americas is going to be. And that seems like a sad thing indeed.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about 29 points, that's a 19-kill win. Even the best teams can't guarantee that. Even if you could say, okay, you're getting a win, how many kills can you get alongside it? It's like 11, 12, like that's usually the average. That's even on the upside of the average that you see. And so really for 29 points, you're looking at closer to 3 rounds to get that. And as you say, that's if the teams above you get 0 points 3 rounds in a row. So yeah, it's more complicated than just getting the points. It's how well the other teams do around you that can decide so much about your ending final position, which is why it's so important for teams to really start strong, but also just develop a sense of consistency.
Well, if any team knows how to get a 19-kill win, it is Mercy. They have a couple of them already, and they're the team that's exactly 29 points behind. But I think you got to give a lot of credit to the teams above that. STK have been on another level. Like, they're consistently inside the top 4s. They're picking up tons of kills. And I feel like if you watch their form going into this over the opens, you were like, are they better than gas cans? I think most people thought that they were, but they're really showing it this weekend. And I'm here for it. Look, I've always liked STK as a team. I feel like they've got the buff. Whenever they're orged, they're not as great as when they're just STK. But I'm ready. I'm so excited to jump into Vikendi, because this is the map where we had real fireworks yesterday, Cammy, with Falcons on that E-pick up in the early stages.
Yeah, I just want to remind people how good of a day SDK have had so far. They don't have any wins yet. It is Legacy with 2 wins in a row up until this point, with the second Erangel and then the first Taego. But shoot to kill, 2nd place, 3rd place, 2nd place, with 13 kills, 10 kills, and then, 7 kills. But still, that's still great numbers, fantastic numbers. They're actually en route to overtake Falcons based off of this performance. SDK are looking so hot right now.
I'm here for it. I really am. And I think Falcons look excellent as well, though. Like, they've been so good. They've been on another level, as both Falcons and SDK both get off the plane at roughly the same time, going in the same direction, but don't be fooled at home. They shouldn't. I say that. They really shouldn't be going to the same place, knowing their preferred drop spots. Flight path has now ended, and it's kind of what you expect, Cammy, with it being so far towards the east, that we are seeing more teams on the west side of the flight path than we are on the east.
I mean, this is actually the worst flight path I think we've seen today. And it's hard for Vikendi flights to be bad because it's just one landmass, no rivers, no islands, none of that. But it's still so dramatically to the southeast. I think the only contestant we're going to see is for vehicles, but add on a bad circle to a bad plane path, we might continue to see early game action as teams are struggling to find loot, running into each other. There's a little bit of water to look at, so phase 1 is only really 2/3 land at the moment. We got to see how the teams play it out.
It's you, Cammy. Look.
Oh my God, it's me. I've never looked so good.
You'd stay.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. I wouldn't. No.
Oh my God, I love it. You know that they literally saw that poster, was like, oh, Cammy's casting. Cammy's casting. But look, we're watching Vikendi now, and we spoke about it yesterday. The team in NA that is best on this map is, of course, Falcons. So what better team, what better player than Flood to talk us through why this map is so great?
Vikendi is my favorite map. I think it is one of the most interesting maps. No one really fully understands it yet, and that is what makes it such an amazing map. I think all the teams who put in the effort and study the map are going to prove that they know what they're doing, and they'll show that by putting up some really, really good games. So that's why Vikendi is my favorite map, is mostly because it's quite an unknown map for the competitive scene at the moment.
So yeah, Falcons pretty happy with playing on this map. They've got my favorite drop spot inside the map as well. Cammy, the reason I like dropping here is because I drop in the unpushables and I just play like an absolute rat, realizing that even in solo squads, it's difficult to get rid of me.
I like dropping here because I first started playing this map regularly with members of Falcons. And so we dropped here, and you never forget your first drop on a map. When the first time you ever drop at a place like 2, 3, 4 rounds in a row, it's always going to have a nice place in your heart, even if you end up leaving it behind.
Look at the stats though for Falcons: 12,000 damage with over 60, with 68 kills as things stand. And something that I always preach about or love looking at is the difference between a team's damage output and the amount of kills they're getting off the back of that damage. I feel the last time we came to this map was probably the reason why there's such a big disparity between their damage and kills, because they were farming damage from up on top of that ridgeline, but very difficult kills to confirm.
Looking at Old Guard, similar. I mean, not similar numbers at all, but the damage to kills ratio is looking a little similar to Falcons. 5,300 damage, 22 kills. I'm just looking at a lot of the team's damage and kills charts in front of me right now. Falcons actually isn't even first in damage. It's STK with 12,500, though 8 fewer kills than Falcons. So it really does sort of, when you play so many rounds in a row, things start to get pretty even across most teams. Even the trends of like, are you a close range fighting team, which allows you to confirm kills almost immediately, or are you more long range defense, which farms a lot of damage, fewer opportunities for kills. But at the moment, it's shoot to kill Falcons, and then third place, dropping down 2,000 whole damage points, is Sonics.
Yeah, they're still the top 4 on 69 points. The funny number, again. You got to point it out every time you see it. But, Cammy, we saw a drop, and I'm going to ask you a question. How many P90s are we going to see gas cans running around with now with these Vikendi drops? Honestly, when I spoke to Flood, that was his biggest pet peeve about this map, was the fact that if one team gets a drop, you've got essentially almost a full lineup of level 3 gear. Yeah. And that, with the time to kill in this game being what it is, level 3 gear, particularly the helmets, makes such a big difference.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you can find level 3 chests as a regular spawn on the map, so that's not that big of an issue. It really is the helmets as well as the crate weaponry. You get fewer of those. You don't guarantee more than like 1 or 2 maybe at the max, but sometimes we've seen a full 4.
We have indeed. Look at the emergency pickup though from Falcons. Thankfully for everyone inside this circle, there are no, is what we're kind of calling them, gondola roofs that they can land on this time, but they're certainly still going to go for the high ground where they might just be contested by Legacy, because I can see LFP is up on this section of the map. But my favorite thing while we look at this Falcons pickup is looking at the actual map and looking at the circle we have. Look how many of these teams realize that with the flight path we had, that the east or the west side of the circle should be the best position to rotate into, and by doing that, it's actually made that we might see some fights up there pretty soon.
We'll see. We have gas cans up there chilling. We got Luna Galaxy, a couple other teams. Falcons now, they did epic it into the area. Bestia finding a position, rotating away from the Sonics. I wonder if they just narrowly avoided some combat there, finding a good position. We haven't seen a fight break out just yet. We still have a lot of teams to make their way into the zone. Currently, it's just teams establishing their positions, getting some information, sort of teasing some shots potentially back and forth. But man, there's got to be a fight that breaks out. It won't be PAS if there isn't one.
It's still... It's Vikendi too. Like, we have to... These new maps love a good early game fight. We are only... 3 minutes away from that phase 2 shift. Here we go. Here's going to be your first fight. Pixel spots out Louise, hits the 180 and rotates back towards the rest of SSG to buy them a little bit of time. SSG, I think this is... Oh yeah, there's Cowboy. He spots out Lip, but he gets the knock, and that should be a pretty quick flush. But what I was just saying there was, a great knock the other way, was I think that this is a Massive game from SSG. If they don't get a 10 plus kill or 10 plus points in this one, we could start to think about them realistically not making it to PGS.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of teams that need to really start picking up some points. Again, just looking at all the distance between the top teams and everyone else. Legacy now, taking a couple of shots away from Falcons. Falcons shooting Barrows, Falcons shooting Legacy. They're shooting at everyone. They've even picked up into here towards the north, a little bit closer to the coast. Rello is spotted, no deployable shield, and yeah, he sees them looking his direction, going to immediately parachute off.
Yeah, I don't think that position's a good one to play when there's so much high ground looking at it. Like, those platforms are supposed to be the highest point in an area. It's nowhere near. You can just see that Legacy playing this position, every once in a while you just got to check to make sure that nobody is creeping over here inside a gondola, because as you just seen in RBN screen, those are full of Panzers, and we've already seen on this map how big of an impact Panzers have on Vikendi.
Yeah, just ask Trimsy. Earlier, if you missed it, earlier in the group stage, I believe it was Gata's Chicos, who all four were in a single gondola. Sonics were holding a position similar to Legacy, and they just were all prone down, probably chuckling amongst themselves, waiting for the opportunity, and then I mean, not 7, because there's only 4 people in one team, but I'm sure it felt like 7 in the time. Panzerfaust rained down on Trimsy. So at this point, everyone starts to pay a little bit more attention. At least just look that way, just in case. You never know.
Would you be tempted if you were playing Legacy's position to go into the cable car, take all the Panzers out and just throw them on the floor by you so that if anyone does go to take one back, they're not going to have them?
That's not a bad idea. I wouldn't do it because that's a lot of work.
Well, if you have a full team, it's not.
That's true. If it's all of you doing it, but then you gotta have people watching angles. It's a bit tricky. And only 2 of them were actually in that position, to be fair. They are playing a 2-2 split.
Yeah, this could be troublesome here from Yakuz as he crashes into that tree. He's got Slabby in his line of sight, though, and Yakuz makes easy work of that. 55 Esports about to lose one. Santa using the nade to confirm it out as AKA push up towards gas can. Sparking is here as well. Nanu drives by, Louise does as well, and this is great for Sparking because he's getting all this information onto gas cans now as well, and he's got his covering fire. The rest of STK are able to feed information to him as well about anybody potentially pushing over that ridge.
It's just waiting for the fuse to actually go. The fuse has been lit. Where is it going to explode? Gaskin's driving away. Phase 2 is going to be a hard shift towards the north. Still a bit of water in play. Falcons looking really good in their position. They might be trying to go for that hard cover in the compound just below them. Otherwise, they also could just be spreading themselves into a 2-2 split as they wait for Legacy, who could also try and gain more position on that mountainside. But SSG running into future. This is going to be on the south side, not even in the zone. A good drive-by for Roth.
Roth gets himself one, but he's got to be careful he doesn't get flanked on the other side. Pixel gets himself one, but Frogman will fall. Terazoka does find Roth. Pixel will find Terazoka, though, so SSG should be able to consolidate as Shap rolls on in. He can see the down player, but he turns his wheel and he'll move a little bit further away. Pixel down to just 25 HP, but knows he needs to keep the pressure on the Shap because Roth is down. Good nade thrown towards Pixel now. Will it hit the right target? Yes, it does. Shap gets Pixel. Cowboy now needs to get these reses off. SSG down to 2 players standing, but Cowboy is really the only one here because Page is way off in essentially Narnia, and Shap knows that there's a chance to get some points off because Sam Crow is just feeding the information on the downed Pixel.
Pixel, I think he's going to be bleeding out. There's no way there's no time, unfortunately. Shap playing it slow meant that SSG, they weren't able to full collapse just yet. There it is in the kill feed as we see Mercy also open up onto Pichao.
Mercy, no kills, 2 players down, but should be able to confirm out Yakuz. PWD is up as well, spots out Nateo will fall. Seifu providing good cover. BL will get their teammate off on the other side of this fight, though, but PWD is being spotted by Kerak as Spam push in. Brisa confirming that one out, leaving Mercy down to just Seifu. Pichao with 2 players up. Yakuz will fall, and I think BL knows that. Look, with the Spam being here, with Mercy being here, BL is pushing to play for this kill onto Seifu, knowing that all these points will matter.
5 HP for Seifu. Last one up for Mercy. there's so many enemies around this area, not just the remaining members of Peach House. Spam are looking to clean up in this northeast corner of the zone. Honestly, I think at this point, Seifu's best bet is to try and get a one and done. A quick knock, a quick flush before the rest of the team can respond. But those smokes are going to clue Spam in that there is a lone player right there.
Yeah, Brisa's on the hunt. He's on the prowl. He might even pick up a little bit more utility off of this body. Never mind, he's going to push. Seifu, what can you do? You were excellent in the early stages of this tournament. Brisa's going to wrap. There he is. As easy a kill as Brisa is ever going to get. Turns his attention out, but look at how close we've still got one more member of Pichao. STK rotating past SSG, who, by the way, Cammy, 6 kills already.
Right. Yeah, talk about Hail Mary plays. They've lost one member so far, but they're still going for action. They're still going for fights. They see STK. They're positioning themselves to try and catch them off guard if they do get a little bit too close. But here comes the blue, adding pressure. Where is phase 3 going to go?
Actually not bad for SSG, that shift at all. And look, Ross got a good position on this ridge line. I think the best thing for SSG about this shift means it doesn't have to funnel them towards Rats, towards SQ, towards Kildemo and Falcons. They can hold their line, but they've got to deal with SSG and Cowboy. You can see he is currently on foot. And I think STK aren't actually that worried about taking this fight. It looks like they're locked in because they've got the point tally where they can take risks like this.
Luke might have some really good angles on this. They have the man advantage. If they know that this is SSG, they should know that SSG have lost a player. So as long as they get the opening strike, as long as they don't get caught out by Cowboys' position, which Cowboys on the retreat now, they're looking to try and fortify their position, SSG. And now Bestia is also rotating in. This is suddenly getting a little more complicated. Page has gone down to Luke. Stolen by Bizzler, but that's still a good opening for STK to perhaps push forward, run away from Bestia. Because Kurt's now suddenly in a dangerous position, sharp shot, trying to get a bead on that head.
Yeah, Bestia doing, I think, doing SSG a few favors by forcing STK's hand that they need to move a little bit quicker, but they will surely send it closer towards SSG, knowing the points are there. Luke 12, still inside the blue, but let's focus on Rats because they see Bestia as potential easy targets now. The Spoon pushing up towards the edge of the ridge line. He switches over to his spray and scope. He sees the vehicle on fast, but he just doesn't have the right line of fire onto these shots. DraftKing might be an easier target. The Spoon not hitting any of his targets, and Bestia somehow pulling off a disappearing act, an escape act, and they're able to crash this compound, and they're going to get some pressure on the Rats now.
Grenades come out from Chun. Don't find their mark just yet. Bestia have landed. They've gotten them, putting themselves in front of Rat's position. And Chun now going down. That is it. They have this compound. Everyone else from Rats have been out in the woods, in the forest. Glock does get a knock on a DraftKing, so there are still threats swimming around them.
55. Just keeping an eye on this one. You can see the 2 players are down, DraftKing and Chun. The rest of the Rats look like they're not in any rush whatsoever to get him back on his feet. Sharp will race against time to get DraftKing maybe inside a vehicle, inside the circle. All depends on whether or not DraftKing has a jammer pack. But yeah, he's going to get him into the car and move. But Pipa getting very close to Rats now indeed on the south side of the circle. All these teams playing the edge as we're 15 or so seconds away from phase 4 as well.
Spray comes out. Doesn't find the target. Looks like a frag grenade from Gats with Pippa's name on it. There it is. Coming right on top of his position. This one could be good. Oh, it's even better. Only 2 members up for Bestia. And look, there's members of 55 that also want to get involved in this. Silzen pushing forward. Expects the high ground. Rock Peak is able to get the first knock. But how much longer can they survive?
Yes, Silzen knowing it's so important to confirm out that kill as quickly as possible. Psycho rotating towards the circle. There is a drop that 55 can play off the back of Bestia. Pipa still down. Sharpshot is on his feet once more alongside DraftKing though. They've got 3 of their 4 players up. Gats is going for a very wide flank with the P90. Sharpshot gets one. DraftKings finds Gats. And all of a sudden, it's gone from bad to worse for Gats. Grant Lantis on the other side. And I have just seen beside Grant's name, SSG are pushing towards him. Sharpshot gets his kill confirmed. But Bestia have done a phenomenal job to keep 4 alive in these stages. Here we go. Cowboy spots out Grant. Can they get that telling shot off, though, because he's sending it towards Bestia? Come on, there you go. Another kill for SSG. I said they need double digits this map. Well, they're certainly getting close.
They're getting close. 7 kills so far. Eyes on 55 now. They're ready to get into some fights. They know that there's some wounded players limping around this area. Wounded teams, but Bestia is not one of them because, as you say, they still have all 4 members up. Really good job defending their position, getting the kills that they need to, but are they prepared for Psycho? That's a little bit of a U-turn from the approaching vehicle, so they seem to know that there was someone still in this shack. Here comes the grenades flying.
Psycho, good initial shots onto the crash. Will get the knock on the Draft King. Gets the second knock. Traded back instantly, though. But great plays from Psycho. Lopez is still up, but 2 members of Bestia are closing in to confirm out that kill. Can Lopez keep the pressure on? Look, SSG are moving this direction here as well. They could potentially get the angle onto Lopez if he is not ready. Spots out Roth. Roth sees him, and Lopez will get the knock onto Roth. 1 player up for SSG. Blue zone nade will be thrown towards the car, and that might... Oh, the hill just didn't allow it to go far enough. Cowboy in a race to get the smoke off, but Lopez is going to see his teammate fall. He is really fighting on multiple fronts now, and I think maybe SSG might be the smarter fight to take.
None of these fights are smart because even amongst them, even amongst each other, everyone's wounded, everyone's bleeding, and Legacy have been third-partying this the entire time, stealing a couple of kills here and there. And that's going to be it. Cowboy with the final kill. Silson is at least able to pick 1 up. Bestia still alive, albeit only 2 players left. 5 kills for them. How much higher can they climb here? Because SSG have also gotten the revives. But is that STK?
Luke is on his way. Luke has heard all of this action inside the blue cami, but I think he's changed his mind. Doesn't want to stay in the blue too long with his HP falling, but SSG are making moves. But Bestia will look to lock them out. How do you think Sharp feels about this whole scenario? Because him and Roth have been teamed for such a long time, and they know that SSG are weak. But Silson seems to be a little bit slow to realizing that they've already moved, and Sharp taking that headshot, he definitely knows SSG have moved.
Trying to keep them pinned out in the blue. Molly's come out. Smokes deployed by SSG to make their way inside, but Silson is there. Sharp shot following up with the second. So that's 7 kills for Bestia. Taking SSG out before they can get into the placement points.
But even more importantly, Legacy are still 4 players up with kills. Here's a crash. Falcons moving in on top of Spam. We're seeing players fall left, right, and center. It's Rello and Snakers. Rello still peeking, even though... Oh, no. That's not where he wanted to throw his nade. The explosion does a little bit of damage onto him, but Rello still not getting the first aid off. Snakers down low as well. Kerak on 1 HP as Legacy pick up 2 more kills to get a stronger grasp inside the top 3 and doing a ton of favors for Falcons. Gas cans spot out AKA as well on the edge.
2 shots coming from box. And here's Legacy. Here is that push onto the Falcons. I was going to say Falcons could get the revives on their 2 down members, but that's if Legacy allow them, and the grenades are flying in. This is looking very, very difficult for Falcons.
Wow.
Falcons to hold. Running away from the blue zone grenades. Under the cover of smokes, but even more mollies. Try and find their mark.
Every single team in the lobby is probably Falcons fans in this gunfight, hoping that Legacy will fall. RBN will fall a little bit further back as kind of a contingency plan for Legacy if the worst comes to fruition. Rello doing the exact same. He knows there's not much chance of winning this fight, and you know, this rock and tree probably looks like the most realistic place to play for a little while longer. Sonic's doing some damage onto Old Guard as well. Sharp shot still up for Bestia, but look, gas cans are hunting down Louise.
There it is, aka down. Bizzler with the kill on Lizera. And that is 5 kills for gas cans. Bestia now also eliminated, up to 6 teams. Everyone's locked in that 2 placement points at a minimum. And then Sonic still 4 up. Coming in from the hardcover, coming in from this compound. Haven't had to move too much this game so far, I don't think, but they also only have 2 kills. So now is where the points really need to start coming their way if they want to have a good game.
Legacy up to 89. Genuinely making big moves on day 2. STK made it to 99 points. Falcons are still up and alive inside phase 5. Luna Galaxy just having Haven scout towards the north while they keep an eye on what Legacy are doing a little bit further south of their position as well. Getting ready for that next shift, though. 6 teams left alive inside of phase 5. It's been a heavy bleed of players so far.
Luna Galaxy looking to try and get involved in Legacy. We see Vinny trying to get close, trying to get pitted below that team to try and open something up, or rather advance on an opening of the far range players that were able to get if they can get a knock, but Gas can't spoil that with their own shots on their own split. Adam and Penta on the north of that. The next circle is going to be a medium shift northeast. So, I mean, it's okay for Relo, despite him being a solo. The problem is, Sonics and OG, unless they really wound each other on their approach, probably going to be more than one player, and that's going to make Relo's hold there in the center very difficult.
I think Relo is just a case of stay hidden, stay prone. Maybe even get, as you said earlier, get a kill. Maybe if he can get a knock onto one player, risk it all to get that flushed out with 6 teams left. Sonics, though, will look to take control of the circle. 2-2 split for Gas Cans inside the zone as well, with 2 in, 2 out. Legacy, they're chilling. They're gathering points. They've got a compound, or what's left of a compound inside the circle. But I don't expect to see too many kills in the next, 30 seconds to a minute. As well, maybe Old Guard. Maybe Old Guard might just run right into Relo. I spoke too soon. Relo, can he get his one? There you go. There's your one. Uh-oh, reload. Can he confirm out his knock? Here comes the rest of Old Guard. Relo won't even get his one. But here comes Sonics, though. They're throwing nades right in on top of Old Guard. And this could be problematic now for the side. Tickleton gets one. H1 gets another one. Kill confirmed. And, well, for Old Guard, that crash, they got 2 points off of it because they at least got the kill on Relo. But we got our top 4, and Legacy get even more points.
All 4 members, all 4 teams of the top 4 have 4 up. Well, they did. As Kickstart now goes down to an immediate grenade by LFP. Legacy, when they saw the crash on the crash, they now run down this hill as Luna Galaxy and Gas Cans, last 2 teams on the north, all squaring away. Everyone needs to get into the center of the zone. There's not a lot of cover to play with anymore. That's RBN on a high gun position. Sniper spot.
I love it. Because if you get shot, you can jump down very quickly. Spots out Tiggleton. Does a lot of damage on the Tig. 7 kills for Legacy. Keeps an eye pretty close as well. As you can see, doesn't have the best of angles to all the other teams. But I love the confidence Legacy are playing with.
You have to play with it, especially with the information coming out from RBN. But Kickstart, the knock isn't going to get confirmed. They're even dragging the teammate further away from the threat so they can go for the revive. But now Gas Cans have suddenly gotten close. Suddenly Sonic's actually playing with the least amount of space, least amount of territory. And now that Kickstart has gone down, it's going to be even more difficult to try and grab that space back.
I think Richie B, the Bizzler, didn't spot out H1, but H1's definitely aware of Gas Cans on the other side of this ridgeline by that rock. Legacy extending towards Sonics as well. They know that they are weak. Adam spotted out H1, missing his first few shots. RBN still getting tons of information, but what about that for a shift, Cammy? That's going to force all these teams on the south back to the north.
This is great for Luna Galaxy. It's pretty good for Gas Cans, but they put so many resources in trying to go down to the south. I don't know how much space is left available on the north that hasn't been claimed by Luna Galaxy. You see Vinny even on the minimap holding a position on the left side of this map, on the west side here. But of course, there's no cover. Not a lot of cover for Luna Galaxy to play with. RBN now looking in that direction is going to be calling all that out. So Luna Galaxy backing away. This is giving a little bit of space for the teams on the south to play with if they can get there, because Sonics in the middle of a fight with Gas Cans, they're rushing over trying to take this hill.
Yeah, they get the opening knock as well to make it a fair 3v3 fight. H1's already on the other side of the road. Vox is pulling up towards the rock. The deployable shield will buy just enough time for Penta to take down H1 as it blocked a ton of those shots. Rachipi, the Bizzler, still down. Adam will need to dip back to go for a reload, though, as here come Legacy as well. They're backfilling Sonics. They want to move this direction. Shrimsy gets the knock on to Voxage, does a ton of damage as well with a great timer, but Legacy are now the focus for SQ. Tiggleton takes a ton of damage. LFP will confirm him out. Shrimsy should fall here, but LFP doesn't do enough damage at the first attempt, gets it at the second. 10 kills for Legacy. They're in the top 3, and oh my lord, are they making this a very difficult task for all those teams outside the top 4 to make it the PGS.
But it's still difficult for Legacy to cross that road. They're not even flooding over that ridge to confirm gas cans, allowing gas cans to get a couple of revives. And now RBN's gone down because Haven has anchored the east side for Luna Galaxy as the rest of the teams face off against gas cans, or at least what remains of them. Stuns come out.
Galaxy using their utility now tentatively. Penta's got the P90, which gives you so much confidence, but if you step on an aid, doesn't matter how much confidence you have, the Bizzler is the last player standing. He's getting body blocked here by his teammate. Will he have enough time to get this first aid off? Yes, he does. He does a ton of damage back the other way. A wall of fire is helping him out. He'll get the reload off, but Legacy again could be about to take this win. Never mind, he didn't get enough damage. It's a 4v3, South America versus South America. Can Luna Galaxy get this win to give them a big chunk of points in this 4th game of the night?
I'm looking at Gizera to try and open things up. He's actually been able to cross that road, but down to 2 HP, spotted out before anything could happen. And this circle continues to favor Luna Galaxy because of the amount of land that they have control over, that they have domain over. Smokes come out from Gizera. They have the man disadvantage Legacy, trying to cut Luna Galaxy's angles in 2 to find some 1v1s or, God forbid, 2v1s if they can somehow force it to go that way. But really, it's all going to come out with who can find the first knock. Legacy's going to be looking for it. Once that happens, they can make a play based off of it. But until then,
I think it's all about finding the weakest link, finding the weakest member. That's exactly what they did. Like an apex predator, Gizera will find the knock onto Haven. LFP will take down Vinny. They're thinning the herd as things stand. Luna Galaxy, well, they are in a 3v2. The tides of this battle have turned in the blink of an eye, Cammy. Legacy needed to find that knock to allow them to cross the road, and look at VHZ and Gizera. They're pushing hard towards Kraken and Fakeston.
That first knock was more than enough to get things really started, but then the follow-up on the second instantly. Suddenly, Legacy, I don't know if I want to say that they're in control just yet because they don't actually have a lot of cover, and watch this flank from Kraken, but with those 2 knocks, it did demand that Luna Galaxy come out with something, and that's going to be Gizera spotting it out. It's not going to be as sneaky as they were hoping. It's all on Legacy now to try and close this. 12 kills, could get up to 14 at the end.
Kraken steps out from the side of the smoke, deals a little bit of damage on the VHZ, but VHZ will take down Kraken. It's just Fakeston left standing. He's on a desperate push inside the Dacia. He's out in the open, and Gizera will do it. It's VHZ who finds the kill. 14 kills for Legacy, 24 points. And I feel, Cammy, they have just shut the door on the chasing pack. We said that teams needed points without them getting any. They have just got their 3rd win back to back to back, and boy, are they starting to heat up.
3 wins in a row, and this one comes with a whole bunch of kills. Still not 19, still not close to Falcons 21 that we saw yesterday. But yeah, Legacy are here to play. This is what you're talking about. Like, you have to win the games that you have to win. You have to get the points that you are given the opportunity to do so. And unlike the previous 2 wins, Legacy had the opportunity to get a whole bunch more kills.
They did, and look at you smiling like a Cheshire cat with your predictions on who you thought would make it through to PGS. But we'll throw this one back to the desk to dissect what we've just seen.
Nothing given on that one. It was just entirely taken by Legacy with a massive kill count there, Boro.
That's more like it. That's what I wanted to see. Again, like, they didn't have to sit in the compound for the whole time. It's great. And look at it, like, again, they're a fantastic team. Like, they're a crazy fragging team, and they finally got to show it this time, Godspeed.
Yeah, and to bounce off what you were saying, even the last game, like we knew even sitting in a compound, there weren't many opportunities. But again, as you said, they are very good and very proficient when it comes to team fighting. And the fact that they were able to fight out of that position, take the angles to LXG, that beautiful chef's kiss knock by Gizera with the mini, that's what opened it up. And ultimately, they took it. But I mean, Sonics as well got a nice amount of points with those grenades there.
Oh, well, like, you know, the rich keep getting richer, isn't it? And I mean, that's kind of bad news for everybody else in the lobby that's on the chase. Although I don't even know how much longer there's going to be a chase, Matt. This might be the most boring PAS end game that we've seen in a while, because these guys are just dominating in a way that we haven't seen in quite some time. We'll have to see if somebody can pull off something magical, but right now it is looking like the Falcons Sonic Legacy show, and SDK in there to boot.
3 in a row, climbed up there. 24 points now. Gas Cans picking up 11, tied up with Sonics inside that last game.
For them,
Luna Galaxy picking up 10 is big for them. Bestia, again with a 9. Space Station Gaming also managed to scrap in some. And let's not forget about Spam and Old Guard picking up some points. That might stir up things a bit more on that right side. So now let's go ahead and look at our overall, as Falcons still holding first, but just narrowly by 5 points. 5 points behind, that's going to be Shoot to Kill. Then a almost 20-point drop, 19 points down into Sonics, and then another 20-point drop into Gas Cans. We talk about point sponges, man. This is going to be dirty. You got to have big games to catch up now, Godspeed.
Yeah, you really do. And talking about big games, that was Shoot to Kill's worst game in, like, I think 5 games, right? So that's 1 point. Generally not what we've seen, but that's okay. You know, STK still doing very well, have been very consistent. Hopefully this is not a trend and it's just, you know, a symptom of a bad game, bad circle.
Well, there is
it happens to everybody.
Yep. There's a team that definitely needs points right now. I was trying to pick some up inside that last game, and that is going to be AKA. Give us a breakdown on what we saw in that last game.
Let's talk about it. So they dropped the most southern point of the map. They rotated a little late, and because of that, they ended up losing L1P as well as Rafex in this rotation here, kind of running into SSG as well as some other teams on the way. As we see Lip unfortunately going down right there. Rafix will soon to be follow. And then it was just Nanu and Luzera, right? They were kind of just cruising along, having a good time. They continue to rotate toward the northwest, basically running through many different teams, including Gas Cans. We'll get back to them later because something to talk about. As you know, they're all the way to the northwest. They kind of get shot by LXG. They stay in here for a little bit. The circle then shifts. They adjust. They take a decent spot in P4 right in between LXG and Gas Cans. I'm actually surprised they managed to make it there. So nice little macro rotations from them there. But then they kind of sit here as a duo. Gas Cans comes in. And that's about all she wrote for AKA. They're trying to smoke themselves out, trying to consolidate a little bit, maybe fight for trades. And Nanu gets picked off by Shrimzy, and AKA's game is done. Zero will do what he can, which is not much. And yeah,
sometimes it'd be like that. That's all you can say, right?
Sometimes it.
Sometimes you get the circle luck. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes the firefighting just doesn't go your way.
That's also the struggle of not finding the E pickup, right?
Yeah. I think it's the lack of E pickup and then just losing 2 players early, Poro. So,
that's also a really open circle, though, too. So it's like there's a lot to have to contend with in that circle. So you got to give them respect for trying to make it through, Poro.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the mindset was right? To make that long wrap from the down south to the far northwest, northwest. I mean, thinking that that's going to be the emptiest part of the circle. They were right. The only problem is that Gas Cans knew that they were too strong. So as soon as Gas Cans saw, they're like, okay, those guys are over there. Let's go and try to catch them now that the circle shifts. You know, it was unfortunate. So, but yeah, I mean, I think that that kind of goes to show, like, when you are able to find those E pickups, you can kind of avoid that whole gauntlet that AKA had to go through in order to try to make their way up there.
Okay, I know we're now making our way into Miramar, but some of these players are probably tired. They need some energy. You know what gives them energy? That is going to be spamming emotes, most notably the PAN and the PAS emotes right now. go ahead and throw them out. If you don't have them, it's really easy. You just click the follow button and suddenly, boop, like magic, there they are. You know exactly what you're going to need. You've got them in your tank, as now we're going to be switching over, making our way into Miramar. But before we do that, you know how we did trivia the other day? Well, we also had another fun game show where we sat down and we got some players to foot race against each other. Well, foot race, car race, and glider race against each other. And that is going to be the squad rathlon that we are going to take a look at now.
Winning a chicken dinner is tough. It demands more than skill, and luck too. Yet, you didn't quit. Your persistence always crafted luck. PUBG's 7 years thrived on your countless lucky moments. Thank you for not giving up. Here's to our lucky years. PUBG Battlegrounds, 7th anniversary.
Pixel, your ass is grass and I'm the weed whacker.
Oh my god. Pixel, don't take that.
Hey PUBG fans, and welcome. We've got a new little fun thing for you guys, and that is Squadrathlon. See, the initial section is going to be our foot race to a car, then we're going to be cutting it around, go over to a set of boats, then run along the river to some gliders, and then make our way to the school, and whoever manages to make it to the courtyard and that giant statue is going to be our winner. Let's see how I've got Sharp Shot, Draft King, Cowboy, and Pixel.
Pixel. Win this. Yep.
And they're off. Running off, you can see that we are starting off in the ruins, hightailing it over. Look at that, getting some verticality, trying to cut a path in between. Rules are simple. No shooting, must take vehicles at each checkpoint, so can't run the entirety of the way. You have to follow the designated route, so no turning around and going directly for the win right off the start. And first to get to the monument in the schoolyard wins.
I don't think Draft is making it.
He's got 500 ping.
And yet again, the greatest enemy.
Hey, did we just block him? Do we bully him?
Yeah, block him out. It's just Sharp.
No, I didn't mean him. I'm a Draft King. We can also get
the amount of flashes. Sharp is just like unloading on these guys. All right, so it's time to pick out vehicles. First dibs. Whoever gets there first gets the good ones, and you can see now just cutting it out. Like the fact that we got the sirens going, getting some mind games.
Yo, Cowboy, you gotta swing him out, man. You can't let him win.
Alright, I'll do it.
Yo, what the? Cowboy, we're together, okay?
Big early lead starting to kick off here.
How many G coins will I get if I spit them out?
Hey,
I'll give you 1,000. I'll give you 1,000 G coin.
Halfway through the driving section, as you can see, one of our players is having some trouble, but we will see how it all cuts through. Is still pretty neck and neck. Is looking like they're going to try to take a shortcut.
Taking a shortcut.
Just cut off, tries to land. Can he jump directly onto the boats? Is he close enough?
Oh, I forgot where they were.
He's going to get in the boat first. It's neck and neck to get in there. Okay. Oh my God, at almost the same time. But a jet ski on the other side. Can we see if maybe catch up? Can't cut through the boats though.
You couldn't do that. You cannot take shortcuts.
I just missed the road.
Yo, Draft this man.
I think Draft's trying to get in.
All right, now it's time to make it over the gliders. Not too long of a rush to get over there as one day.
The jet ski was not fast.
What is
Order 66, Cowboy? Get it done.
I'm waiting for the perfect time. Don't worry. Oh. I hit a bank.
Back behind Pixel, looks like he's trying to overtake. Trying to slam him off to the side. Gonna make landfall. Does get him inside first, so he's gonna jump out and make the dash. But I think that that's a problem. I think that that's a little bit too early.
Are they on the road?
I don't know where they are.
They're lost in the sauce.
And everybody's making landfall in the wrong spots. Nobody knows where to go for the gliders.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, Pixel's with that early jump is gonna be able to get the gliders first.
Wait, what? It's the last bridge?
Ah, shoot. So I'm gonna
I'll run you over.
Hey,
if you go in front of me, I'll run you over. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, shooting is against the rules.
I'm taking the lead.
I'm taking his glider. No, I
Can't even catch up to the glider.
Hey, you need to run him over. Cowboy, do it.
Oh, can he mess it up? Can he mess him up?
No.
This is your opportunity, Cowboy.
Oh, shit.
Now you're stuck too.
He's in the water.
Help! Help!
You gotta help him, Vixer.
Pixels prep back up. Everything's gone chaotic.
I'm stuck.
Cowboy, we're not doing a swimming section of this one. Now we've got our gliders going pretty quick. Pixels just barely in the lead, I think. You can see that they're right side by side in the mini-map. But early jump. Oh, Sharp Shot looks like he's drifting further away. Pixel could have the inside track, and he's got the doorway. He's running in. This could be Pixel's makeup. He's got this one, but no! Sharp's got a nade! He's gonna land it right on top of him! Oh, Sharp! That is dirty tactics. Dirty tactics, Sharp.
I'm gonna crawl all the way down.
Yo, I gotta get on top, right?
Pixel, it took you being shot and naded for Sharp Shot to get the unofficial victory, but that means that I think that you get the real victory in our hearts.
Bro, so much cheating in this race, I have to say.
Draft has 5,000 ping.
Where is he? Where are you drafting?
Ok. Tá só na frente de vocês, ok. Boa.
Puxei só.
Tô vendo um cara aqui na árvore.
Ótimo, é o último, é o último.
Vamos pressionar, vamos pressionar.
Vocês sabem então eu posso abrir a hora então?
Vai, ó o cara aí, o amarelo.
De capa, 2 tiros nele.
Tá dando back por baixo o outro, tá dando back por baixo.
Tá.
Minha linha.
Tá, tô vendo. Tomei HE.
Não, mas aqui tem jogo aqui ainda, pode...
Tem um cara lá em cima pressionando.
Compound?
Aham.
Eu não lembro o que eu fiz deles.
Pegou outro
Chegou
time.
chegou um carro.
Botei um.
Boa. Só mais um.
Vamos,
Tô nem de fora, nem de fora.
Dei capa nesse de fora.
Vou colocar ele.
Tem mais um dentro.
Show, puxou em mim. Se nocaram.
Se nocou.
Welcome back into PAS and Cami. That is some of the best content we've ever had in breaks. And who would have known that Sharp Shot is willing to cheat not once, but twice, but 3 times to try and get the victory?
Right, like that's... Listen, I'm not going to read into it. When you look at who Sharp Shot, what team he used to play for, the players he was going up against, listen, all I'm saying is that maybe they were maybe something had happened in their previous history to warrant such behavior, as illegal as it was.
What did you make of the Fast and Furious style ramp to try to land the car on top of the boat as well?
That was sick. I'm taking a shortcut.
I love it. I love it. You know what I don't love is this flight path that's going from 1 o'clock to around 8. It's very skewed towards the northwest, and that can usually mean some very interesting zones. I do like creator field endings, though, even though the players might hate them.
We haven't. We actually haven't seen Crater in a while now that I'm thinking about it. Who knows? We'll see how that changes if we do end up going there. The problem with Crater Field endings is that there's so many unplayable mountains. You have to have like the perfect circumstances for it to actually center up in that field. Oftentimes, it'll either swing to El Pozo or La Coberia. Very difficult to really nail it right between those two positions.
Yeah, it is indeed. SSG, the last team off the plane, though, and they're going for Valle del Mar.
Wait a second. What's that on the north? What's that? STK and AKA both dropping on the army base there right at the start of the plane path. Los Leones, I guess that's far enough away from the plane path to cause STK to go for an alt drop, and that, I think AKA had eyes on the same position, but luckily they're going to be getting out of that. Do you see any other dastardly hot drops?
You had to get that reference in there. We were chatting about old school cartoons, and apparently nobody remembers what I was talking about. I was chatting about wacky races because that's what the in-game.
Okay, right.
That little.
So let everyone, let's all do this at home together. Let's look up, let's Google or whichever search you want to use races. What immediately comes up? 1968 TV series.
No way was it 1968.
I mean, the original was.
I'm not that old.
But listen, the evidence clearly shows.
Well, you know, while everyone does that Googling, by the way, let's have a little video where Tiggleton and Rello discuss rivalries between two of the biggest teams inside of North America.
Our biggest rival is probably Falcons, just based on our shared teammates. You know, obviously, having done the team swap, us having Kickstart, them having Mime, I think that just generates an inherent, you know, competitiveness over your fellow ex-teammates. So looking forward to playing against them, and I'm sure that that's going to be a fan favorite rivalry too.
So I'm sure every team shares the same goal, and that is to win. But for me personally, I want to show up and do my best as a player and a teammate. There's a lot more to competition than just winning, and we're really looking to improve out of the game just as much as we are in the game. When we lock in and play as a unit, the results usually speak for themselves.
Rello is way too much of a professional to actually call anyone out. If you got Snakers or Mime or Flood on that mic to talk about the rivalry with Sonics, they would have had a lot more choice words there. But it's true though, even from the fan perspective, even before the player swap, even though it wasn't a direct swap, it was kind of just, that's how it ended up being after all the pieces had been laid down between Kickstart and Mime. Even before that happened, it was always going to be Sonics versus the roster of Oath to E United to Legacy to now Falcons, because they were the two teams that were consistently at the top, constantly trading back and forth on who was actually winning events, but they were always basically neck and neck, and just when you add the roster into play, that only increases that even further.
Yeah, I love the rivalry between those two teams. In particular, I love the rivalry between the fans of those two teams inside Twitch chat every single time we get nights going. Let's have a look at SSG though. PGC Grand Finalists, winners of the previous PAS. They were also there inside of PGS in Riyadh, but all of a sudden, very real risk they might not even qualify. STK are the closest team in a spot that's got a PGS spot to them, and they're on 99. That is a 45-point gap. But SSG do have very good priority on this circle, and you feel like they're getting close to the end of their 9 lives.
Yeah, listen, when we talk about top 4 being qualified, that's with the expectation of Sonics being up there. If Sonics stay 4th or even dip even below, that means that the cutoff is 3rd place. You got to actually chase up to that. So you're right, that gap between STK and everyone gas cans and below is only even wider, even larger because of Legacy's climb. Legacy were coming into this only a few games ago, sitting in a pretty uncomfortable 4th place, but their constant wins and getting a good number of kill counts, at least on the previous one, only makes that gap even wider. So yeah, for teams like Gascans, for teams like SSG, for teams like Mercy, first-time grand finalists, it's a big ask for them to try and turn their fates around when we only have 8 rounds left. It's possible, mathematically, come out with multiple wins with high kill counts, but it is going to demand a lot.
8 games is still a lot, though. Like, it's still a lot of PUBG still to be played this weekend. So even though the gap seems massive, all that these teams really need is for Legacy to stumble, is for STK to have a game that's maybe not what they would have wanted. But the longer it takes for that poor game to happen, the least likely it becomes. A couple of emergency pickups. Mercy making their way inside this circle now as well. Don't fool yourself, Cammy. This is, even though a lot of Drumstick Island is there, it's more than likely not going to go there. So that's why you're seeing so many teams consolidating just south of Chubasera.
Yeah, it's a lot of playable space around there. And the reason why, wait, Kraken not only has a bolty, but not even a scope on it. Speaking of Bolties, any pick?
No, no,
It was too
no.
perfect. It was too perfect. It was too perfect. Anyway, no. So it would need to require like 2 hard shifts toward the south for it to go over towards that island. But as I was saying, south of Chumacera has a lot of really, really good playable area. The reason why we aren't seeing anyone immediately go to the spots east or west is because of the valleys in between the high ground spots there. But Sonics first drop onto a rotating P-Chow. Remember why? Because it's going to go down. That's going to be an easy pickup, easy quick point for them.
I like this though. Legacy inside Chumacera getting aggressive towards OG, who are just going to fall back. 2 members of Legacy were slightly isolated, but Old Guard weren't to know that, so they'll join the rest of their teammates down inside of this glass compound. Penta from the gas cans. Well, it took almost every bullet of that mag to get Brisa, but eventually he gets the job done. Brisa will dance around the coop, but that's a point for gas cans. Another team that are kind of getting their fight. Oh! Wow! He had that shot lined up, and Giberi just had the line on him a bit quicker.
Oh! I don't even know who the target was, but they have no clue how close they were to going down to dying. That was a matter of seconds. Why are we seeing so many bolts in play? DMRs are the preferred method. That's what we always say. That's what we always talk about. But now that's 2 down for gas cans. Penta being knocked. This is a really good approach, a really good take for Spam.
Richie B needs to strike. They're playing by
Karak, no.
I'm for you know what? I still love the Panzer. Richie B is in the position. Look, here's the thing. Even if Karak gets too close and gets knocked himself, he will get the knock onto Richie B. Voxic pulling up. Richie B knows exactly where Karak is. He's got some explosive utility of his own. How is your nade? He throws it. He tosses it. It's perfect. The Bizzler don't mess about. And that will be a... Actually, no. Why did I get just killed his teammate?
He almost got the knock. He almost got the knock. Adam was sacrificing himself, saying, on me, on me, on me. I don't care. Throw it. And brought Spam down to 4 HP. But still no clue where that player went. Bizzler, now here's Karak running around, but Karak has the health back up to 75.
Oh, I read the kill feed and just saw the knock in the back of it. There you go. Another few bullets, maybe more than he would have needed, but Karak will tick down Richie B. I got excited. I saw the kill feed after the nade was thrown. RDS is in position now to hold out Voxic, and for gas cans, this is worst case scenario. 1 point, 1 player left alive. You were in 5th place. And for Voxic, it's a sprint away, but Spam have his number. They've got him trapped. He's got no way of making it back to the Bronco. Oh, I feel bad for Voxic. Giberi with a bolty does what he needs to do.
Using utility, even it's early game, some might look at it and think that that's a waste of utility in a 3 versus 1, but still better to be safe than sorry. Confirm those kills. They now have 4. They are playing with. Sometimes you hear people talk about playing with house money at this point because like 4 kills, that's a good little starting baseline. Anything else on top of that is really nice extra. Again, you want to be looking for opportunities to get more, but it releases such an amount of pressure if you get that like baseline of points so early in the round. And it's not like they were in a position that they sacrificed the rest of their game in order to get it. They still have a lot of room to move around with. It's still only phase 1. They have a lot of space to maneuver around like whatever phase 2 happens.
It is still phase 1, but only for 5 more seconds. Sonics now rotating in from their new drop spot. Of course, everybody knows they've taken Minas away. It's a pretty much donut circle as things stand. Chumacera looking... I actually love the way Legacy split is in this scenario too. So you've got VHC playing on the south side of Chumacera. You've got Gizera and RBN a little bit further away, closer to the ridgeline. They're ready for every eventuality with their current split.
Legacy are constantly finding not only wins, but even just the opportunities for the wins. Constantly so many games in a row. Kurt with the anti-headshot maneuver down the hill, just to be sure. You can never be too safe. Can never be too safe. But Legacy, I'm just amazed that they're always in positions to even contest for the win as often as they have today.
It's a veteran move from Kurt. Psycho getting some speed going here as well. It's 160 kilometers an hour. I'm sure your Americans love seeing that KM hitch on the bottom left corner.
Hey, the higher the number, the better. That's all I need to know. There were no traffic laws here. Who cares?
It's like 80, 90 mile an hour for those of you at home who want to do that conversion. Because living in Ireland, we know these things. It's weird. We turned to the metric system pretty recently.
Oh, yeah?
Fees, yeah, it was a lot of fun. Definitely wasn't. But Phase 2 has popped, Cammy. The donut shift. I think the players will be grateful for that. After everything we've seen today, yesterday so far, a nice donut shift for phase 2 doesn't really do any harm to anybody.
Yeah, exactly. It makes things very straightforward. You already know more or less what the plan is. You don't have to go for any wild sends. The teams that have to move the most don't need to move all that much, all things considered. So really, it is, in a way, only increasing the pressure for more action to happen come phase 3, phase 4. But teams really mostly prefer that, would be my guess, because it gives them the opportunity to find the information and not have to go for wild blind sends into the unknown.
Well, it actually helps whenever you've got slower paced games for teams' gamecraft as well, because you get to kind of play the game as you would want to. You don't have teams crashing you in phase 1. You don't have your schedule being put off by all these early game fights. So I think it's probably for the best if we get a slower paced game for most of these teams. Sonics, though, again, they're 81 points. They're sitting in 4th place. Even though they're qualified for PGS already, we know their competitors. They're not going to be happy with 4th spot. These guys want to win every single tournament that they play in.
Yeah.
But I suppose we've got to remember, Cammy, they are playing that more international lobby style. And we know that the international style is very different to the domestic one.
Yeah, listen, whenever we talk about opens rewarding kill-heavy teams because there are more bad players to get easier opportunities to get kills on it, that comparison extends even further when you go into global events. That can often be used as an excuse for a team that fails to get high kill count wins and they play a little bit too much into placements. I think Sonics might have used that as a little bit of cope in the past, but it does stand up to at least a little bit of pressure, a little bit of interrogation on that end.
Yeah, let's not forget, we're not too far away from Sonics winning internationally. Like, it was only, still, what, 6-7 months ago since they've won an international event, so it's still very recent memory. And I feel like they've definitely got the squad to continue to push for international events if things go. But we're getting ready for that phase 3 shift. We had a donut last time. We have essentially another one this time. So
a little
again,
bit lopsided. It's like an LA bagel instead of a New York bagel, but we'll take it.
That
when
reference has gone over
nothing.
my head. That's gone over my head. I'm Irish.
New York City bagels are better, are good. LA bagels try and do their best, but they're not as good.
Okay, PWD will need to do his best, that's for sure, as he finds himself surrounded on all sides by AKA. One of the newest additions to the lobby. Does a lot of damage on the Rafex, only taking 18 in return. Nade being thrown, both players peeking with utility in their hands. PWD is full blind. You can see LP gets knocked by PWD. That's the first knock. He's dividing and conquering. He's bought a ton of time. I think he might have bought enough time for at least his team to pick up some revenge for their fallen comrades. Nades being prepped. They don't have to worry about her. Oh, that is a great nade. That does a ton of damage. LIP will fall. Even more splash damage found, and for Mercy, they need to move now. Nanu isolated in the open. He steps up. Seifu gets stunned, but he'll dip back for seconds and gets the knock here as well.
Oh man, I thought Nanu was going to be applying a lot more pressure. When I saw those counter grenades come out, I was worried for Mercy, but now sneak attack has gone down. It hasn't been free, but Seifu with the nice shots inside with the clearance being obscured by the dust storm. This could be an opportunity for AKA to get the revive, similar with Mercy. Yeah, Lizera is going to pick his teammate back up, but Seifu's rotating on to find a separate angle. Oh, spots it!
Seifu gets the kills. 3 kills for him now. Mercy up to 4. And it's that, 4-for-1 trade that you're going to be happy with. The timing of that dust storm almost did so many favors for AKA, though.
Maybe. I don't know. It didn't really, it slowed things down for like half a second, but they were so close in range with each other and the dust storm moves through so quickly. I imagine it probably would have played out very similar either way. But Rat's now trying to survive. 0 kills. Grant Lantis the last one up once again. Vehicle goes up. Tries to re-find it for some more hard cover. But a lot of shots out in that open field coming in from a number of directions, and that's going to be it. Out in 14th.
Rats are down. Kurt doing some damage now on to Future as well. Alo is down. Luke 12's removed, and Kurt takes a ton of splash damage off the back of that nade. Future will get everybody back on their feet. Sparking pushing to support Kurt now too. Shaps in the open. Kurt sees him. Well, he tossed his knee in the right place. This is what SSG need to do, though. They're third partying this fight. They've read the kill feed. A little bit too far away, maybe to get some knocks. Sam Crow and Frogband combine. STK eliminated by Future. Is that maybe something SSG can now start closing towards, with STK having what to me feels like one of their first 0 points games of the whole weekend?
They can start to close towards it. The problem is the point gap is so wide. That is a multi-round run that they're going to need to go on, and that's assuming STK continue to put up poor numbers. This seems to be like an anomaly for STK considering their performance so far today and yesterday. But regardless, SSG, they just need to focus on what they can do right now in this game, and with this shift going their direction, they're in prime position to hold out on solid control of the west side. I just hope they don't overextend too much. In fact, Roth is getting a vehicle and grouping back up with the team to reestablish the foundation of that position.
Yeah, 4 players alive is the most important thing for SSG. You're not in Hail Mary territory just yet, with 8 maps, including this one, still to go. So keep everybody alive. Give yourself the best opportunity to pick up points. Falcons, 2-2 split for them. 2 players in a shack. Flood and Rello having a great time. They can, they can chat about a ton of stuff because they're not going to get pressured for at least a little while. But that zone shift has just forced all those teams on the east to begin to move, and the rest of Falcons, well, Mime and Snakers can only take shots at the rest of the teams rotating their way in.
Yeah, very interesting position, not just for the Falcons, but for a lot of teams, because this field that we see on the east of the zone is it's a small one, but it's an impactful one because of the contrast between the high ground and the low ground. 55 now moving in from a field of their own in from the south, potentially unaware of Kraken's way off angle, playing around the rest of Luna Galaxy as they have their box spread, trying to control this area to the south.
A PTSD earlier from watching a player try to light up a headshot and then getting knocked instantly. Kraken will move to the blue to give himself a better rotate. Lock spots out from 55, sees some players move in. Falcons see Bestia. This is all just intel, information gathering for a ton of those teams. And Cam, have you looked at the map? Roth has gone off on a little mission again.
Roth loves the little missions. Sometimes they can work out, sometimes they can get caught. We'll see what that happens there. But Bestia now, they're on their mission to get into a center position in the zone, trying to find a small little dip. Fantastico going down to an angle from Spam is also going to help out, because Pichao are in a position to try and stop Bestia's push. But here, the fight on the North, Legacy having to leave their position earlier than they used to so far today, at least, and they're running directly into Future. They're getting the advantage here, but there it is. Cowboy. It's not even Roth, it's Cowboy with the follow-up to put Future in the dirt.
Yeah, they know that Legacy are going for reses too. This is a big decision to make now for Cowboy and Roth. Is the timing just a little bit too far off? I think it might just have been, and they'll retreat back to join the rest of their team. Mercy, Sustain, and Knock way off in the distance now too. That's a little further. So actually, look, this Page is coming to join this as well. They're having the discussion. They're thinking about whether or not it's worth their while to fight with Legacy.
I mean, it's definitely worth the fight because they need the kill points and they want to try and clear the area. If they just keep huddling for too long, suddenly you're not going to have any control and you're going to get overrun. Mercy and Bestia fighting over the central position here. Trades back and forth between the two of them, as we also see Flood get some knocks and kills against Sonics in the kill feed. The next circle has been down towards the south. So this only increases SSG's need to take out Legacy even further, because they don't want anyone pushing their back as they focus in on the south.
Yeah, and you can see Legacy were testing the waters of pushing towards SSG there as well, but SSG will fall back. Sonics on the edge of the circle. They've got Old Guard right beside them. Pichao are holding them out. You've got Mime there too from the Falcons. So Sonics are picking and choosing which way they want to fight. It looks like Old Guard are the initial targets off the back of this one. Here's a sneaky, creeping, crawling fix in from Luna Galaxy. There's Slabby making a ton of noise. Surely they'll isolate and take down the individual player. Yes, they do. Slabby will fall. Point on the board for Luna Galaxy now as well. Their first kill of the map.
Vixen's starting to run a little low on ammo. I'm sure the rest of the team has some they can throw his way. And they're going to want to use as much as they can here. They're going to want to have as much as they can in their pockets because they have a good position to just start to pepper shots across the entire of the rest of the zone, of the rest of the lobby. PlayStation game, and they actually backed away from Legacy. They didn't find the opportunities to get the clean shots, to get the clean fight, and the blue was going to start to close in. So instead, they just reestablished their position inside the zone, and we do see Legacy push in from the north just a little bit in the in the mini map, and here they are directly in front of our eyes. Gizera dropped low, not knocked.
Too much noise for them not to get tempted to peek, right? They know they're feeling it. Their aim is on point. They've got confidence rolling, so they feel like they can push into any fight at all. LFP will keep an eye on SSG as they've got that hill that has an angle on this one. But I think for Legacy, they need to choose a time to strike. Sonic's moving now closer and closer to this ridge line. They're moving towards the shack, but Mime will step out and almost for a fraction of a second maybe had the chance to get an angle off, but look at the utility dump now from, I think that is Bestia, as they look to clear the position. That's Legacy. Everyone's pushing towards Sonics. They have gotten out of their vehicles in a very dangerous spot.
There is a shockingly low amount of cover in the zone here. Suddenly, Old Guard are eliminated. In the matter of seconds, Legacy and a little bit of help of Cheap Peachow, and then Sonic's here still trying to stay alive. Only one kill. Shrimsy and Kickstart so low, and the push here from Falcons trying to get countered out by Utility.
Yes, Sonics have a ton of smoke to give them cover, but you can see it's all about to dissipate pretty quickly. So Kickstart will chamber some more. Sneak gets a knock onto Psycho down towards the south, but let's focus on H1, smoking his way further and further forward. RBN will get a knock and a flush. BL did get one player from Legacy down, but Legacy are getting flanked by Bestia on the other end. Sonic step on up. RBN will fall. VHC and LFP will combine to get that knock. LFP gets another one onto Sonics, leaving it all down to Kick, who's focused on his former teammates on the other side of the zone. Legacy do fall, and look at this. SSG, they got a little bit greedy, they got a little bit aggressive, and they have lost 2 players because of it. They've only got 1 kill, 55 points. Here comes Page, though. This feels like desperation mode now for SSG. At least they know they should be able to confirm out Silzen.
And they know that Bestia are wounded, which is why Page is going for the peak. Sharpshot tried to bring Pippa back down, but no, it's DraftKing, and then a revive. There it is. This is going to be followed through. That's why the push happened. Bestia were limping. They were wounded. They tried to reestablish their own position. Both them down, Sonic's down. Falcons now pushing forward, trying to remove what remains of Peachow. Only 2 players left, just hiding out in that shack. But Falcons also know that there are potential angles from Spam and Luna Galaxy down south.
Falcons with Peachow, as you said, to the north. Spam a little bit further south. The circle shift doesn't really do any favors for 55 or SSG. Sneak attack still alive for Mercy. P90 is his weapon of choice. And Pixel spots him out. Level 3 gear doing Sneak a lot of favors as the initial wave of ammunition is flowing his way with a 5.56. Mercy do get eliminated as Psycho picks up that kill, and Pixel, you ain't going to get anything worth picking up out of that great weapon. But look at Falcons. It's on a knife edge on this edge. Nobody really wants to make a move.
55, Lopez shots towards SSG. Unable to really deal the damage to Pixel as Page is pushing forward. They need to find the kills. They need to find the points. They've put themselves in 5th, but still a 20-point gap from Sonics, and that is not even a team that, if you overtake, does much to your PGS run. A lot of smokes for Pixel to make his way into the zone. The real question is, when does Luna Galaxy start to get activated? They lost an opportunity for a win earlier. This is looking like their next best chance at it. 4 up, good positioning around the zone. It's just about the cover and how many people are going to suddenly peek them at the same time.
Page and Pixel playing isolated now. Glock goes very low. Page gets a knock on to Santa from Peachow. He's looking the other way, but Pixel's got to be very careful on his little dip. Kraken confirms that kill, stealing it away from SSG. A good nade from Mime will wipe out Peachow. 5 teams left alive now on this one. Spam may begin to move. Oh, for Pixel, this is problematic, but Page is starting to arrive to provide some support on the 55. Page is caught with a nade in his hand. He's going to peek once more, but Glock doesn't land any shots whatsoever. 47 damage dealt. Page peeks up once. Page gets the knock, transfers over, but needs Pixel. Pixel, you got to help your buddy. He's going to peek over the ridgeline, does a little bit of damage onto Lopez. Pixel gets a knock onto another one. 1 more left to deal with. Pixel peeks once, peeks twice, but Psycho gets the kill, and and that denies so many points away. That could have been potentially 4 more for SSG. But here come Luna to clean up what's left of 55. And not only that, but stealing away kills from SSG.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great for SSG to say this, but at the same time, at the very least, they made sure that they ruined 55's chances, the amount of damage that they did. They didn't confirm any of those kills. They were all stolen by Luna Galaxy. With Psycho as a solo player left, how much can he get out of this? Not the only solo, there is still RDS from Spam trying to survive, and Falcons with 3 up. But again, Luna Galaxy 4, and this time they actually have the high ground. That is something that they lacked previously, and the last time we saw them in the top 4 on Vikendi.
Yeah, RDS with a Dragonov just on the side as well, inside the shack. That thing, we always talk about it, a level 2 helmet inside 100 meters means absolutely nothing. As Snakers and Falcons and the rest of mine will move. I think if you are an SSG fan, if you're a fan of any of the teams in the hunt, you kind of want Falcons to win this. You just want them to deny points away from everyone else.
Yeah. The more points they get, the more points that, I guess the fewer points it takes to qualify is a way to explain it. But Snakers going down to Kraken, a nice quick 1 and done. Only 2 of them left.
Look at this move by Fixon as well. I actually love it. He knows that RDS is here. Fixon goes for the FAMAS 4x spray. A little bit maybe optimistic off the back of that one. RDS will drop to a singular point of health inside the shack. But Luna Galaxy want to get this point. They don't want the blue zone to steal it away. 55 are eliminated by Falcons. But Luna Galaxy, there you go. RDS peaks once more. Another couple of tags of damage. Here comes the blue zone. Kraken. Come on, Kraken, you just got to hit him one more time. The Blues there, RDS, what do you do? Do you deny?
Mime?
Okay,
really
Mime.
Aggressive push here. Almost came across Haven, but I think some covering fire from Vinny pushes Mime away. That could have been the beginning of the end for Luna Galaxy. Falcons backing away, but they are not backing out of the fight. They're just making sure to readjust their angle. They take RDS out, confirm 2nd place. 6 kills for them, but can they make this upset happen? 2 versus 4. Luna Galaxy know where Falcons are, so they can now direct their attention in one singular angle.
4v2, divide and conquer. Mime is going to separate himself away from Flood to try get some more information. And you know what? He may just be on a collision course with Fexen with the FAMAS, but look at Mime's tertiary utility. The helmet and the vest, basically non-existent, and if Fexen spots him out, he's got level 3 gear of his own and that FAMAS. This is a dangerous move for Mime with the conditions that he's in.
Yeah, coming across the level 3 is not what Mime wants to find, but if there's anyone that will take a fight, no matter what the circumstances are, it's going to be Mime. A true soldier ready to run through a brick wall for the team. Flood also trying to find an angle. Might have spotted Haven out a quick second, but with the phase 8 shift, being a center as it is, it's all on the Falcons to find the openings, and they need to find multiple.
Haven below. Blue zone need in the hands of Flood, who's got the 5.56 at the ready. Starts tossing that utility this way. Mime still on the other side of the zone, and Flood will... Okay, Flood, Flood's just denying. I think he's not going to get back into the circle. Mime might just do the same. This is not normal. You see a team at the top of the lobby denying, particularly against Luna Galaxy. Mime ain't going to go down just as easy. Those spots out. Fixon gets the knock onto him. Let's see if Mime can confirm out his kill. There you go. A few taps of that mini, and that's an extra point for Falcons. 2 first aids. Step into the blue. Haven caught him. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Luna Galaxy, 16 points.
Yeah, it wasn't particularly relevant for Falcons to go for the point denial there because Luna Galaxy are not threatening their position at all. Luna Galaxy are way too low on the leaderboard to be considered that as much. Mime actually had the correct approach to that final circle. Go for a quick 1 and done. And at 24 HP, fine, send it out into the blue because at that point, you're not going to win a fight, especially, as you say, with the helmet and armor damage. I think Flood might have tried to go for a flank and then realized that he went too deep into the blue. The blue was moving too fast at that point. I don't know if that was an intentional point denial. It could have just been losing control of the timing and all of that, even though it led into a point denial. But regardless, Luna Galaxy coming out with the win. Not that many points for them once again, but still a good run, a still good attempt to try and put their position higher on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and just more dominance from Falcons as well. But let's throw this back to the desk. When we come back, it'll be the final game of the night. We'll see you soon.
Luna Galaxy finding themselves a victory off of that. Good performance coming out from a peculiar ending, though, Poro.
Yeah, a little bit. We were talking about how the verticality around that part of the map just makes fights in end games, especially, just really, really awkward to play around because there's just teams right on top of you, and you just have no idea until they take the shots.
Yeah, there were some banger fights, though, that happened on that mountain. We saw Paige and Pixel doing everything they could. Paige really going above and beyond trying to save SSG there, as we see Pixel as well. Almost had a clean little double, but 55 was able to clean that up, and then LXG was able to clean that up. And then, yeah, a little bit of an anticlimactic game, but hey, Mime got his.
Mime got his. And Flood got his. Look, he had 5 kills already. And
yep,
you know, you just go down to the blue, deny the points. I guess you deny him to LXG. I'm not sure if that's a real denial. I don't know. But, you know, it played out how it played out, and LXG gets the dub, and that's all that matters.
See, now we know what really happened. Flood had 5 kills. Mime only had 1. So when the call went out, Mime was like, oh, no, I've at least got to get 1 more. Can't get wrecked like that. So Luna Galaxy going to walk away with a big 16 points. That's going to be effectual for them. Falcons going to walk away with 13, which is going to be very ineffectual for everybody else. Spam walking away with 10, and 55 getting 8. Space Station Gaming with 8 with Chow as well. And Bestia rounding out our quad set. Or no, I'm sorry. We have 5. We have a Penta 8 going on right now with Legacy as well.
Ooh.
Well, a Penta 8, you say. I'm not sure how much it's going to impact our leaderboard. I mean, the fight for first between Falcons and Legacy. Falcons will get gain a little bit of distance there, another 10 points. But we've seen what Legacy can do. I mean, 3 wins in a row. They were able to catch up pretty handily. But Shoot to Kill goes out with 0 points. Godspeed. That's
yeah.
They can't. I mean, they're okay, obviously, but you don't want to go out with 0 points. That's a little bit it's making it a little bit more dangerous than you need to be.
I mean, they do have a bigger buffer with, you know, Sonics being the GPT team, and so like they have Sonics essentially covering their 4th place spot. Even if they do pass them, they should still be fine. But 2 back-to-back games. I think the last game they got 1 point. This one was 0. Not ideal, but for a team that's been so consistent so far, I'm sure they'll find their footing.
Well, I'm very worried because I'm feeling like we're starting to leak the script a bit. Because every single time Godspeed picks a team that is going to be his focus team, they end up having something really cool happen to him. So who did you pick this time?
LXG, man. Winners of the game. It started very, very slow. Actually, the majority of this game was rather slow. They got an early E-pick up, grabbed a nice, decent position on the south side below Falcons. Once they got to that position, Falcons kind of moved and shifted around a bit. And then LXG, quite proactive, took a nice split there on the south side, as you can see. They get another shift, they continue to hold their split, and then they go for like this really wide 2-1-1 split and end up consolidating after they see 55 pushing on the west side. They then send Haven forward to get a little foothold in the circle, which was good. Again, a lot of this was just really solid macro play from them. They managed to take a good amount of space. They controlled their edge. They kept tabs on 55 pretty much the entire time. It was a very calm game, but still, you know, being proactive where they could. A nice little knock from Fakes in there. And then towards the end of the game, really all the fighting happened on the north side, right? They didn't have to do much. They took some kills where they could find them, still trying to get points. We saw this fight with SSG and 55. They came and cleaned this up quite nicely for themselves, and then pretty much the rest of the game just played out, right? I think it was Mime or Snakers that got that last kill on the member of Spam there in RDS. And then the rest is history. Flood denied, and Mime got a kill. And that was it. LXG took the victory quite comfortably. It was a very comfortable game for LXG.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think this is one of those teams where I have a soft spot for Haven and Vinny just from, you know, years past.
22 days, yeah.
Yeah, and I was just kind of expecting them to come in and light it up a little bit more, but it's been a little bit slow. They haven't been able to find their footing. They haven't been able to find the right fights as much, maybe, that maybe they would like to. So a little bit lower on the kill side, but those guys are mechanically cracked. And if they find themselves in a good position late game, like they're smart enough to know exactly what to do, as we saw with just kind of playing from that south side and trying to go in and third party any fights that they could and steal points away where they could find them.
Well, now after that game too, they're kind of in the mix around that 60-point range where I know a lot of our teams are trying to vie for that. It's going to be like, that's almost like the new race that we should start looking at, because that is very, very neck and neck. I mean, it's like, what, 2 to 3 points separating out a lot of those teams, but we still have one more Erangel that we've got on the day, so don't you guys go anywhere. We will be coming back in just a few minutes. One more Miramar, I'm sorry. I like Miramar so much more than Erangel.
Get it together, Matt.
Backwards, look at me,
How dare you?
I know, how dare me. So don't make a mistake like Matt. Make sure you stay tuned in for Miramar. We'll be right back.
Ele, GB.
Pula
para queda, vai pra direita, GB.
Um de vida.
Relaxa.
Tem 3 HI, relaxa.
Não toma não, Kirek.
Tá lá.
Correndo pra direita.
Teu. Tá na pedra do 1. Se esmocando. Negativo aí.
Tô vendo.
Matei.
Nice.
Boa.
Tá, pode vir
Cuidado com o Taego aí, cuidado com o Taego aí.
Faz marcação aí, seus vermes horríveis.
Ó o cara aqui. Desliga isso aí. Bloqueei um. Tem qual embaixo? Ok. Em cima de 6. Finalizei. Tomei dele. Eu tô mole. Só finalizei.
Deixa...
Ainda.
Eu acho que você deixa eles picar, velho. Eles vão ajudar vocês, vão defender vocês.
Não vai muito grid, mano. Tá na pedra do ping, eu acho. Alguma coisa
Vou picar, vou abrir esse cara.
Guys, eu preciso que me busca, Tá, não precisa então, não preciso.
Finaliza.
Meu pingo tem um.
Voltou,
eu preciso que me busca.
Ah, mano, me picou aqui, velho.
Tem que ir embaixo também.
Eu tenho HE.
Meu pingo.
Aonde?
Depois da negativa do 1.
Faz HE, compra
comigo. Fala assim que eu te dropo o boost, tá?
Como? Ele vai estar clicando, eu vou roubar a kill.
Tem como dropar, não.
Vou roubar as 2 kills.
Vou roubar aí.
Boa. Voltei. Não precisa de grid,
Guys, volta o jogo.
Volta, deixa esse cara aí. Esse cara pode
puxar.
Puxar também.
É o da direita ali, viu? Meu pingo. Ranquei o capa dele.
Tá puxando.
Meu pingo na árvore.
Tá me finalizando. Agora vai daqui pro gás.
Tá na árvore ainda, não? Voltou pra esquerda e foi pro gás.
Peguei.
Boa, Revém.
Boa.
Dei 2.
Time for the final map of day 2 of the PAS finals. And Cammy, the final time you and I will be on the mic together for a map. And not only that, the final chance maybe for some of these teams to begin what would now be a heroic run to PGS.
Right, because even though Luna Galaxy came out with the win, Luna Galaxy started the previous game in 10th place. They're up to 7th now. So they're in the mix with Space Station Gaming and Gas Cans. But again, that 20-point gap, I mean, technically it's 19 now, but it's close enough to 20. Gap between 4th and 5th. And then 37-point gap between 3rd and 5th is still a big mountain to climb. There is this final game of the day. We have the entirety of tomorrow for any potential run to happen, whether it's Space Station, whether it's Gas Cans, Luna Galaxy, or even Mercy Gaming. It has to start now, or at least you really want to, because if you can end the day with a win or just like a really strong game, that alone, even with the 16-hour break between now and the next set of games tomorrow, that's still going to be a good confidence boost going forward to put yourself in the best situation to make that Herculean climb.
Not to mention how difficult it could even be for some of these players to get to sleep tonight. You know, thinking back on missed opportunities, you know, thinking about tomorrow. Like, it is so important that the players that are chasing just decompress. Like, just soon as the games are over, have your little meeting, have your little talk, but you got to come back ready to go tomorrow, because we all know the amount of pressure that lies on all of these teams is Herculean, considering the fact, Cammy, that this one event qualifies you for 2 PGSs. You finish inside the top 3, top 4, you're getting to go international twice.
Yeah. And listen, we should also remind everyone that this event is not just to qualify for PGS. It is also to get PGC points. So even if you're 5th place, 6th place, 4th place, and Sonics are even further below auto qualify, like, you still get points to then make it eventually to PGC, even if you're not at PGS points.
Yeah, exactly. We'll pick up more on that point in a few moments, though, because we have RBN from Legacy to talk us through Miramar.
I think that's my favorite map is Miramar, because it's a map that will have many ways to play. Personally, I prefer to play Zoli and for some fights, because Miramar had a lot of negatives, and that negatives can provide you covers, and you can have more clean fights. You can fight with only one team, and that's good. I like to farm some kill points in Miramar.
Miramar has the best fighting terrain in the entirety of PUBG. I've always been saying that. RBN seems to agree. So smart minds, all thinking alike. But yeah, so that's Legacy. They're in a really good position right now. They started off a little shaky at the start of the day, currently 2nd place. And I think with the way that they have been playing on Miramar, at least in the previous game, they're setting themselves up for a really good run going into today. But Gas Cans, they're trying to make that chase. They had a good day 1. And day 2 started off okay as well with their aggressive early game maneuvers that we saw around Georgia Pole. But then things have started to go awry. Their early game action has started to actually punish them more than it's been helping.
Yeah, I think the most frustrating thing in the world for Gas Cans is everybody knows how high their ceiling is. Like, when they are in the lobby and they are feeling it, they are one of the best teams in the world. Look, Richie B, the Bizzler, with 19 kills by himself so far this lobby, more than double everybody else. The problem for them has just been they've not consistently been inside the top 8, pushing for placement points to go with the kills they've been farming.
Yeah, man. Bizzler has had some amazing runs, and to be fair, to his credit, a lot of those kills have come from opportunities that he's been the last one up and he's gone for clutch plays. It's one thing to have a bunch of kills and you're the opener and your team is unable to follow up on. It's another thing entirely for your team to get collapsed upon. The opportunity, the fight is potentially started by a different team and then you save them from that. But regardless, we know how much better Gas Cans can be. Like, in a regular series, you would expect to have all the Bizzler at the top for sure, but everyone else to have at least like 1 or 2 more, maybe 3, to sort of balance it out a little further. But instantly, Falcons rolling up on Spam. Forget what I was gonna say. They want to take this fight. They're taking a kill here. Spam backing away.
Yeah, Falcons on 123 points as well. You just feel that They can play with bravado, they can play confident, they can practice early game fights now because they're pretty much, I'd say at 123 points, we can say they are locked in for the finals, barring some form of absolute catastrophical day 3. But they deserve to be in that spot. They're a great side. Sonics now, they're going to push up on a sharp shot from Bestia. He tried to get out of there, but that'll be an easy kill for H1, running him over in there. I love the little bit of BM there, Cammy. A couple of beeps of the horn just to let him know that you killed him.
I guess. Oh, God, wait a second. Are we getting a 3rd in a row? Now Lip's being followed up upon, and Adam has a Panzerfaust ready, but it seems that they weren't 100% clear on where Lip was playing from, so now the vehicle leaving should be the sign. You never know if it's been a fake. Sometimes I've seen teams do this where one vehicle leaves, but they've left another player behind in a corner. That would be a suicidal move. A quick one and done is all that they can hope for. But still, you gas cans would never know. But it's good to see gas cans play more of a central position. We never actually talked about phase 1 being so far north and being so far off of the plane path. So anyone that looted close to that position has an easy shot to just wrap towards the north and get in a more central position.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, though. After us spending a little bit of time talking about people copying trends and seeing videos online and copying, the fact that we had almost 3 teams back to back to back just crashing a compound and killing the solo player, it was almost perfect.
Hey, but great artists, all great artists steal.
I have never stolen a thing in my life, and I can confirm I am not a great artist.
Right. See? Start stealing more.
You've seen my artwork. That's the funny thing about it.
It's true, I have. You put so much time and effort into it.
The art.
Oh my God. Okay. We all saw Kurt do that, right? Everyone has that experience where they see a tall, slender, dark shadow in the distance and they think, wait, is that a person? Nope, just a cactus, or nope, just an electrical line.
Yes, Cerveza Premium, by the way. Yeah, my favorite brand out there. 100% by the bar. You know, I love the fact that we get to look at some of the artwork from time to time as well. That's it, Piscina. Did that say Piscina at the top? I thought that meant pool.
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no clue. I never paid attention in Spanish class. But I will say, well, when will PUBG have not crossover, but like a brand deal to come out with like labeling, like, you know, talk with Red Bull or Rockstar or something to have an energy drink with the energy drink logo on it, or similar to all of these brands that we see just scattered around the maps.
Like the Aston Martin or the McLaren deals that we saw a little bit earlier.
Okay, maybe that's a little bit much. I don't know about anyone buying a PUBG-themed Aston Martin. That's a super fan. You got like I think the audience for that, the potential market for that, is like one person.
Yeah, thanks to the production crew. They've heard what we're speaking about. Look at that face.
Renaissance art was insane. You want okay. As we do see Vox go down in the kill feed, there is a genuine reason why Baby Jesus looks like an adult. Is because the whole point is to show the mature nature of the Son of God. Like, it's not just bad artists. Renaissance art gets a lot of flack for looking weird and interesting, but there are specific symbolic reasons behind it.
I'm sorry, it just, they broke me. The fact that they zoomed in on the photo as well. Cammy, I'm sorry. I apologize. Gas cans, they might be sorry here as old guard are pushing up as Penta tries to be a little bit of an ambulance as he wee-woos his way out of there trying to get the res back up. They need to get everybody back on their feet because they need to close that gap to third spot.
Okay. Well, listen, the ambulance, as weird as it might sound, is effective. And look, it's also a nice little, what is it, roadside assistance? Because someone flipped their buggy, so gas cans, I mean, listen, they're losing their zone of control, they're losing their split, but they're keeping all 4 up. So that's definitely it. Also, again, it was OG that got that knock. OG and gas cans always fighting each other.
They always, they probably will tomorrow. Why not keep it going? Could they please maybe help Vox? Yeah.
They're parking the cars, they're saving the tires. He had time.
The gas cans, by the way.
It's their mascot. They always keep one around them.
They're both explosive, too, to be fair.
Exactly.
Right. Straight face. Back to serious casting as Falcons are playing inside of Hacienda. They can spot out Sonics a little bit further away, looking a little bit further north of their position. You've got SSG rotating in. Remember, I think keeping an eye on gas cans and SSG and everything they do in this map is kind of the big ticket item. Yeah. They're the ones that are in the hunt. You know, Luna Galaxy aren't too far away, but I just feel like SSG and gas cans have the ability to go, okay, that's a big shift.
Yeah, that's huge. Hard shift towards the west, a little bit south. Only half of this zone is actually occupied, and the rotation into San Martin is currently cut off by teams like the Falcons and OG. If they decide to just stay there, getting south of there, getting onto the rocks isn't a super direct path either. You already see Mercy and STK trying to go that direction. They could bump shoulders into each other, but I imagine a lot of teams will be coming in from the north, and who knows how much space is going to be given to them by the teams that are currently just sitting still in the current phase 2. You can only move for free if the team in front of you is also moving. Otherwise, you're likely going to have to fight.
I feel like there's a race as well between the teams in the south to get the hills overlooking San Martin. Like, you look at STK in that position, Mercy are there as well. There's a lot of mini games going on. Frankly, with that shift, what's actually happened is Cam, if you look at the viewers of the map stream open can see the whole southwest of that zone is free real estate.
Right. Exactly. We'll see who makes it there first, AKA with an E pickup. Oftentimes on Miramar, because it's so big, you see E pickups used. In the very beginning, we saw a lot of E pickups on the previous Miramar, but if you can hold on to it, E pickups on phase 2, I think, are actually probably the most impactful for, like, impact versus risk. But Luke 12 now, risk situation is, suddenly 5 members of 55 suddenly looking at him as he just tries to go out and gets a nice little breeze from the balcony, but there's a big threat and no backup to be seen.
It's either get out of dodge or buy enough time for your teammates to get there. Luke 12 is going to get out of dodge as the rest of STK will begin to pull into your picture. They're rotating down the main road, but they will flood on the other side just to keep some cover between them and 55 as they now move towards Mercy, towards that hill by San Martin. Sneak attack is waiting by the shack. Sneak attack almost catches out Luke 12. A ton more damage. He will get that knock. He will get that flush. And Mercy Gaming pick up their first kill, and STK will continue rotating in. But as the team that are sitting in third on 99 points, losing a player early is not what the doctor would have prescribed.
No, and STK really are just victims of timing. Sometimes it's really just it's uncontrolled error, you would say, of Luke being caught out with 55 running him down, then all retreating because the rest of the team wasn't in a reasonable distance for Luke to try and stand and fight, not to mention it wasn't even a strong position in the zone to be worth fighting over, but then having to retreat away into Mercy's territory, Mercy that only just recently got set up. It is not necessarily a fault of STK, but it is an issue that they're going to have to deal with having lost Luke 12 and only playing with 3, but they're in a really good spot now as Rats we see coming in from the north. Luna Galaxy are still north of them. They could be looking for an early fight if they would want to be. But in the blue, Vinny, I think, might just be trying to find a way around this troubling area.
Yeah, and look who they'll bump into if they keep carrying on in this path. They'll move towards where you've got SSG on that side of the circle, Rats there too. That's actually a really big hit on Vinny. That's going to slow down his rotate even more because he will need to stop and pop. Oh no, don't land on 4 wheels. Please land on 4 wheels. Do not get... There you go. But he will use this opportunity to pop the first hit. You know what? This was all planned, Cammy. This was all part of the grand plan.
You know what? Maybe SDK's previous position was the better one. Maybe Luke should have held that one out because, look, this hard shift down to the southeast looking great for 55. It's still looking pretty good for SDK and Mercy, but they might be fighting over this singular high ground position overlooking San Martin, and we might start to see more and more teams go into that city because it is an entire quarter... Not exactly, but you seem like it's a large section of the map, and if you don't have anywhere else to go, you can always find a spot in the city.
I wonder now if we'll see any emergency pickups with players landing on top of the tallest buildings inside San Martin. I'm actually shocked that SSG didn't take a knock or even more damage than they have, crashing into San Martin as well as Legacy had them lined up in their sights. STK, though, this position is unbelievable for them. They've got vehicles they can rotate out of, they can make their way in towards San Martin, but the problem for them is the team that's closest to them know that they're one man down, and that's Mercy.
AKA, hearing OG, grenades go out. We see a little, in the kill feed, we see some action back and forth on the north side of things. Right now, OG are just avoiding a lot of different angles from multiple different teams, avoiding AKA, narrowly avoiding spam, and they found a dip, but how much longer can they survive in it? Rats now sending it forward. Falcons still holding on to a 2-2 split. They've been here for a while. This is a big commitment at this point in the game, but Rats are continuing to just hold on to their position. They're finding a spot in between the two sides.
they've actually managed to just thread the needle by getting into this spot as things stand. Falcons now, very difficult for them to get back into a full 4-man unless the rest of the team crashes. Rats with their feet on solid ground. They can now just hold their position. And, you know, as time moves on, they'll move closer and closer to the buildings inside Hacienda, or depending on what happens around them, they may even find it fit to stay put. Gas Cans, the other team that we're keeping a very close eye on, they need to rotate. They're going on the eastern side of the circle. They might just run into Sonics as well if they don't time this correctly.
Dropping down. They're actually going it. Yep, they're going on to SSG. It's technically part of San Martin, but it's a bit isolated, a bit separated, and it gives them more potential to maneuver around. But Page, low number of SSG here. The rest of the team is close. But SDK also with the threat on the high ground. So Peachal, they might not be super pressed to try and take Page out, but Nintendo missed the roof, and Page is going to take advantage of that. A quick confirm, a quick kill. So that's the first point of the round for SSG.
And the art of crashing means you got to keep every single player alive when you push a compound. So far, Gas Cans have all 4 members standing as they make their move towards Sonics inside of the barns by these Hacienda fields. Voxic is ready. Kickstart by the edge of that blue, wrapping around the other side, taking some blue damage, and he's going to get spotted out, but no! Voxic is going to get swung on. Kickstart gets the kill, and then he goes down to the blue. Here comes another member of Sonic. Shrimsy falls as he goes to get some revenge for Kick. 2 kills make that 3 confirmed now for Gas Cans, and they'll need to get those reses off on the edge of this one. Tiggleton too far away to do anything about it. But that's a great crash by Gas Cans, but the zone shifted away from them again, and they now need to move even further towards the center of the circle.
They still have the vehicles, we'll see where they can send it in, but it's getting very contested in the center now. Legacy now rolling up through Spam, now immediately crashing onto OG. They got a knock onto a few, but Necro killed them. The grenades coming out. VHC and LFE, how do they respond back? Old Guard are eliminated. But can Gizera get picked right back up, or are they going to be losing 2 permanently?
Spam, nades being thrown. It's going to roll, but it ain't going to go far enough. But Spam read the kill feed. They know that Legacy are going to attempt to get a res onto Gizera, but something has happened that has forced Spam back inside their compound, whether that was 55 or someone else. They're not pushing it just yet. Luna Galaxy now moving towards 55. Vinny's got the M249. He's sitting in the passenger seat. But that carry going to take too much more damage. First bit of damage done by Psycho. Psycho gets himself his first one. The M249. He didn't see him. Fexen gets the kill on the Psycho. And Fexen will confirm that one out. Luna Galaxy have been eliminated. But he did manage to pull out that one before he went down. 14 teams left alive.
At least confirming the second kill before they go out. But with a team that just came off of a win, looking like that fourth place spot. It's looking within reach, but maybe still a bit too far. Gaskins now rolling in. Like I said, they do have their vehicles. They lost Penta, still only 3 of them up now. And shots on a Draft King. Good damage, but no knock. And when will Tiggleton strike? They know that there is 1 member left of the Sonics, but do they also know? Is that Flood off in the distance from the Falcons?
Yeah, that's Flood. He got him. Tiggleton down. A bit of Aussie on Aussie action. And Flood wins that one out. Sonics fall on 14th, 13 teams left. Gas Cans can now focus on Bestia, but they got to be careful because Future are wrapping and flanking in behind them. This is dangerous territory now for Gas Cans. Good Molly does a ton of damage onto Peepa. Peepa is going to fall to Voxic. Adam will finish that one up. Bestia go down. Let's see if Future feel themselves and push this.
Gas Cans have kicked it into high gear all of a sudden. Only 6 kills. This is at that point that if they can get any more, then we're starting to look at an awesome game. But until then, it's kind of just a middling one. And they need as many awesome games as they can get here. Not in placements just yet. So there are a lot of points left up for grabs, whether it's Gas Cans or anyone else to get them. Phase 5, mostly center. A little bit towards the east, a touch towards the south. Legacy, again, with a center position. They have some sort of read on the zone, on the circles, that seems to be far and away ahead of everyone else. Could be purely coincidental, but it's happened so many times today that they have found themselves at the central spot come the mid-game.
People need to stop saying that teams get fed, right? Most teams that get the zone get it because they made really good decisions in the early phases of a game. I get it if you're Falcon, or if you're, you drop inside of San Martin and the zone just keeps going your way the whole way. But most teams make decisions that involve rotates at some point, and they get rewarded for those decisions. So, I don't normally subscribe to the whole idea of teams getting fed.
It's definitely a lot more nuanced than most people use as just like a blanket sort of excuse. But regardless now, gas cans push themselves further into the zone. They have some cover under Hacienda, but here comes Future. Puts the pressure onto them. You can see Adam and his friends, just a small little ridge to hide behind, which means that if Future are in grenade range where they just might be close enough to, it could be an explosive one at that.
Future, they're going to get out of there. They took a little bit of damage in that fight. They rotate. I think looks like they're pushing further north where Grand Atlantis is currently sitting for the Rats. Wonder if they can get into the shack. I think that's what Frogman is trying to get as close inside of Hacienda as he can. Vox will get a knock on to Sam Crow. Frogman sprinting directly towards Adam, who will find that knock on the Frogman. Should confirm it out now too. It's actually going to be stolen away by Kerak. That point denial could be big, but Gas Cans with 7 kills already, up to 68 points. If they get a few more and a win on the back of this one, they are really hunting down the top 3.
That was such a great hold there from Adam. The positioning to know that the blind side of his team was there towards the north, whether it was Rats or rotated coming out from Future. So to be in a position to catch that out, to make sure that the team that are still playing in the dip are not vulnerable to grenades from the high side, great play from the Gas Cans, and they're still kicking. Now it's just Terazoka, last one up for Future. Seems to understand where Rats is. Slowly creeping on in, but Rats are waiting. None of these players are in the safe zone just yet. They might have heard. Well, they're definitely here and they're running out. The shots come through.
55. Lopez and Glock fall at the hands of Mercy. Future do get eliminated now as well. 11 teams left alive. SSG holding on to the edge of San Martin. But if it pushes away, if they need to move, it could be a horrible situation for them. Look at Mercy. They pushed aggressively up towards where 55 were playing, and now they've freed up a little bit of space for themselves to play on the edge of the zone by Hacienda. But 22 and a half minutes gone. There's about maximum 10 and a half, 11 minutes left, Cammy. We are getting so close to the end of this one.
We still have 10 teams alive. Only 35 players. A lot of teams are really, really wounded, but I'm looking down the list now. A lot of teams also with 4 still up. Falcons being one of them. Only 2 kills. But they've been able to extradite themselves from Hacienda really successfully because remember, Rats put themselves right in between the 2 halves of them. And so the fact that all 4 of them are able to maneuver around and stay up and play as one singular unit now is really good pathing.
Do SSG have a vehicle? This is what I'm kind of worried about. Remember Paige made this end of the warehouse earlier? Doesn't really look like they have, and that means that they're forced to take the fight with Pichao, where Paige was a little bit earlier. SSG smoke walling their way across. They know that Pichao will have to come down off of this warehouse as well. This is kind of feel like tournament on the lines type moves for SSG as they begin to push up towards Santa. Santa has something waiting for Pixel, but it ain't something good. It's a little bit worse than Cole as well, but he sends that nade soaring a little too far away. But BL with the MG3 could be very problematic here for SSG.
This is one of those Hail Mary plays. SSG are not just waiting out in the blue, trying to go for some placements and 1 or 2 kills. They're trying to go for game-winning sends, and suddenly out in the open, Zetesco is spotted. Pixel had a grenade in hand, didn't have an opportunity to get the spray down just in time. But now they can play off that information. Grabbed back there on the low ground, the rest of SSG are pushing forward.
Spotted out. Paige gets that headshot on the Santa, and that's a big knock for SSG. Can they do even more damage than this? They need to keep everybody standing. BL with the MG is going to be very dangerous. Do not get ahead of yourselves. If you get too far ahead and then you see BL pushing out, it could be very dangerous indeed now for SSG. They'll continue to flank towards the right. They'll see the crate and they'll realize somebody in and around this area has something big to work with, aka wiped out now by Falcons. But this is really, really tense moments for SSG.
Yeah. Winner Pichak going to strike. Really good movement by SSG to put themselves in front of them. Now they have control over access to the center of the zone. As we do look back towards the east, Gas Cans versus Mercy. They're still fighting things out. And now Falcons coming alive. They already took care of AKA. Utility thrown towards Legacy. 7 kills for them so far. And they have Legacy in their pit, in their dip, just lying in wait.
This is a fight that I think a lot of people want to see Legacy losing inside the lobby. I don't know how, because Legacy are such a nice team to watch. So much fun. But this isn't won by... Games aren't won by how nice the players are in the lobby. It's won by decisions made the way through. Kurt's still alive for STK. Let's not rule out Kurt being a problem for Falcons at some point here as well. BL does get the knock with the MG3 as Mime steps over and gets another knock on the Legacy.
Mime got one, and here comes Raz. They're getting involved in the fight as well, but it's Falcons taking a lot of licks. Mime is suddenly the last one standing, but Legacy only have one remaining themselves. And now Kurt sees all that action in the kill feed, knows that he can get activated and try and get a couple of points off of this one. Falcons are eliminated. Kurt backing away, doesn't want to get spotted by SSG, 13 HP.
He's still alive, though. He's still alive, but SSG, he can see Roth, right? Roth can see him too, though. That is kind of the real problem for Kurt. The blue zone is making its way here. Grant Lantis now throwing nades in towards this car fort of all car forts. 2 vehicles will explode, and a second time they'll flip. But no damage done on the Gizera. Page will tag Grant Lantis just a little bit, not really realizing that Grant Lantis is the one that's fighting against Legacy. The zone shift kicks away from SSG once more.
Looking at Lucid. Smoke comes out. But a fight is happening below the dip, below the defilade. 9 kills for gas cans. They do lose a box. No time for the revive there. A good grenade comes out, deals some damage, but Bizzler is still ready to fight. Gotta back away, potentially go for the first aid kit. And here comes SSG with a high ground. Now that they're taking Peach out, they can potentially look at this position and third-party Mercy.
They get the initial knock, but can they do some more damage? Roth will confirm out the Bizzler. That's another point for SSG. Mercy with 5 kills as well. Let's not forget about them. Not too far away from SSG as well. They could put big games together. They've done it before. They can do it again. Kurt, the blue zone is now there. Roth gets a knock on to Gizera as well. Are they able to take out Legacy? VHZ in this absolute huge car fort. Tossing the it away. Thinks Kurt is. And is Kurt going to get caught out by it? He's throwing mollies this way as well. Kurt could actually do a massive favor. He steals the kill away. SSG actually got it. Roth got the tick. Let's see if Kurt can get it. No, he can't. VHC finds him. STK fall in 6th. 5 teams left alive.
Going for VHC would have been the better option, but VHC was not available to get, so Kurt shot the only target that he can see to try and get a final point before going down. And then here comes SSG with the MG3 picked off of Peachow's body. Top 4 now, SSG and gas cans and Mercy. All at the top here, all looking for the final points that they can get on the day to put themselves in a better position tomorrow. But gas cans with 10 kills. The momentum is all behind them, but it is only Adam left. How much more can this solo get?
The win in this game could be the difference between finding yourself out of the hunt or being in with a real chance of chasing the top 3. Pixel's got himself the MG3. Mercy are rotating up onto the hill as well as Seifu will play inside the shack. So Seifu and PWD are essentially 2 solos from this point on. Chun does a lot of damage onto PWD, but does he know about the flank that's coming from SSG? He gets back inside the Bronco. He's reversing down the hill. Can Roth get over the ridgeline? He's moving in towards... Oh, are they going to clown shack it? Is this what's going to happen?
They might have to. They're on the low ground. There's not any other cover. SSG have still 3 up as well. They're kind of just hoping at this point that Rats start to send some shots their way. But Roth with the angle onto PWD. Seifu's the last one up. June sends some shots through. Roth has been knocked. But a smoke immediately provided to try and get the res.
They will get that res, but will they get that kill confirmed on the PWD? Adam spots out Chun and gets the knock onto him. Don't rule out Adam just yet either. Mercy with just Seifu left alive. 3v1 of standing players. Grant spots out Adam, dances around. Grant gets the kill. 5 now for Rats as gas cans will not be getting the chicken dinner this time around. Can Grant now get the res to Chun? And Seifu's in the shack. Do SSG have the utility? Page has got absolutely nothing, nor does Roth. He does have a stun though. You got to push off the back of it. First stun thrown. He flashes himself. Seifu down to 1 HP. You got to clear him. Don't give Seifu the chance to ruin your game because Grant will no doubt push off the back of this.
Roth was still holding the high ground angle.
Seifu denied.
I don't know if that was intentional or not, but regardless, Seifu burns himself alive in an act of defiance and an act of rebellion, but SSG 3 versus 1. Grant Lantis out in the blue, trying to find an angle, gets a headshot, but doesn't get the knock. And that it is going to be a Space Station Gaming win, 9-kill victory to end the day out.
19 points, and boy, did they need that. They finished day 2 the exact same way they finished day 1. But is it going to be another day of rude chances for SSG overall? What did they get? 7 points in one game, 8 in the next, and then finally 19. So they have been putting points together over the final 3 games. But at the same time, so have Legacy, so have STK, so have Falcons.
Yeah, indeed. So they're in a really good position now going into tomorrow, but them and Gas Cans, Luna Galaxy, Mercy, all need to keep up the pressure. That's it for us now. That's it for today's games. But we have one more segment with the desk to close things out and send things off for tomorrow.
Two-thirds the way done, but man, it is starting to feel like it is going to be an uphill battle for a couple of these squads to deal with, Bro.
Bro, what a wild end game. There's one of the teams that are like on the chase that are getting involved and staying alive till the very end. Like this was this definitely felt like it delivered some of our usual game 6 shenanigans, but at the same time we also saw some just really good high skill mechanical gunfights.
Yeah, more importantly, Gas Cans and SSG were absolutely not finished. That was such a clean headshot double there from Paige. Yeah. But yeah, Gas Cans fighting tooth and nail. You had SSG as well right behind them. Mercy as well, trying to have some moments of brilliance there, even though they lost one early. And then, you know, Legacy still being consistent, shocking. This was a great game. And then Pixel steps over with that MG3 and just melts BHZ.
Absolutely murdered. I mean, and honestly, Mercy was in a pretty good position there towards the end as well. And unfortunately, they end up getting picked out. But SSG, again, 9-kill victory, obviously something that they desperately needed to kind of get going in the right spot. But again, look, even Gas Cans, despite the fact that they went out a little bit earlier, still 15 points.
I mean, looking across, we have Space Station Gaming, Gas Cans, Rats, a ton of people already in the mix. Mercy going to be back behind them. Legacy Falcons, Shoot to Kill feeling better, but I know Shoot to Kill is going to be wanting to get some more points to make sure that they're keeping that distance up. Behind that, it just ends up with a 1-2 spattering down there just due to the fact that Miramar just soaked in essentially bodies that were just trying to make their way over next to San Martin. Overall, though, I know is what everybody wants to look at. Falcons up at the top. We know that Legacy, Shoot to Kill, Sonics, Space Station Gaming now just 2
closing the gap a little bit.
Gas Cans going to be right back behind them. Mercy Gaming, Luna. We still have a competition going into day 3, guys.
Yeah. And
go ahead.
No, please.
Well, I was just going to
age before beauty.
131 points, 122 points in 12 matches is in a grand final is insane.
It's decent.
It's averaging, what, 11 points per game?
It's crazy. I mean, shoot, average 10 points a game is nuts, man. And Shoot to Kill is like, I mean, 100 points after 2 days, that's still like a lot. You know? It's like, I don't know. I just to point out, just these teams at the top, like, I don't think we've ever seen just a grouping of teams at the top just kind of like run away after the first 2 days.
Like, well, there is one side of the leaderboard that we're talking a lot about. And then there,
really?
Godspeed already knows where I'm going with this. And then there is the other side of the leaderboard that we were talking about. And while Godspeed has been a touch of good luck to a lot of teams that he's been following today, now we're going to take a look at Future.
Look, watching Future was really telling, right? So they dropped in Impala with no issues. They took quite a long time to rotate initially, and then they just played super cautious on the East Edge. And if anything, watching this team has kind of, you know, showed me why they have a lot of the issues that they've been having, and that's just that they're so reactive. There was really kind of very little proactivity happening. They were taking shots at team that were in front of them, basically alerting them that they were, you know, going to be held out. This is outside of the circle. They didn't manage to get very much as far as kills early. And yeah, it was just super reactive the whole time. We didn't see a lot of forward movement, being proactive, trying to get position. Now, Sam Crow did try to find something, but then the other two members, you know, went north. It was Terazoka and Frogman trying to third party just to get some points. And then it kind of devolved into this whole thing of Sam Crow goes down. They do manage to get him up, but, you know, they realize it's too late, and then it just turned into every man for themselves mode, and then, you know, they just died. And so I think a big problem from Future and what we've seen not only from this game, but some of the games in the past is that they just need to get a little more active. They need to be proactive. They need to send members forward. I feel like communication probably was also misaligned just based off of the movements they were making. And so, yeah, they just kind of had a frustrating game.
Yeah, I mean, it just especially watching that last game since we were focused in on it. I don't know who their IGL is, but it definitely seemed kind of like it's an IGL issue where it's just not making the decision quickly enough to where you can act on it, right? It's just hanging out on the edge, looking at maybe hoping that something can open up, maybe hoping that somebody will take a long head peek and you can get a knock and you can find a door to open up there. But if it's not there, you're just kind of hovering around and just waiting and waiting and waiting. And finally, the blue's on your back. And you're forced to do something, right? And you know, it doesn't matter what you try to set up in the previous spot. So, you know, again, and it's like I think a lot of those guys on that team are fairly, you know, as far as PUBG goes, fairly new, right? So this is something that you learn just through more experience playing in grand final lobbies.
And they do have some skill in that. We've seen like Samcro, he had an amazing spray earlier. We've seen some capabilities come out of him. So really, it's just cool to get a snapshot of a team that's in that beginning of the growth phase and how they're going to mesh everything together. We have ourselves, though, a player that is the opposite of reactive. He makes everybody else react to him, and that is going to be Spark. Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey.
Hello, guys. How you guys doing? Good night.
Thank you, thank you. Godspeed, go ahead and kick it off, man. I know you had a question you really wanted to ask.
Yeah, so super easy, super cop-out question, but how has it been kind of gelling with STK? And more importantly, what do you think you've been able to add to this team that they kind of needed? Because you guys have been very consistent so far this event.
It's been pretty good to play with Shoot to Kill. I think it's by far the most experienced and professional team I have ever been. Like the environment, you know? And it's been pretty good. I feel like when I joined this team, I was EGLing back in the days, and I went to this team with the mindset to be impactful, not only fragging. I want to be more impactful, like on the micro and micro in the game, helping the EGL, because since I have been in EGL, I know how to make the job easier for Buddy. I feel like it's really bad when you just have a guy doing most of the job, and it's been pretty good. I have been focused on helping the team as much as I can, so we have better games and easier games too.
Very nice.
How do you like the comms on STK? You know, this is one of the things going back. Well, going back for the last couple of years, we will go in and we'll watch STK comms, and they're always so calm and like they're very chill comms compared to some of the other teams that we listen to. Is that something that you're kind of like enjoying and getting used to, or is that not as much your style?
It's definitely something that helps me because English is not my main English, right? I played with Yahoo and Dignitas, the old hoster, right? And our combos were more hectic, louder, and makes me harder to understand when you're speaking too fast and too much loud and the noise of the game. So I'm the most louder on the team now in Shoot to Kill. Like most of the times I'm not screaming. It's just the Brazilian thing. Like it's the way I speak, but the way they have the comms makes me understand way much the game, stay calm, but it is really good. Like pressing the reset button when we think we're talking too much.
That's awesome.
I'm going to ask a bit of a scary question. Don't feel like you have to go too deep into it, but we know the fact that you were kind of on a come up there for a while, and then due to how like rosters aligned and everything else like that, we didn't see you for a bit. What's it like coming back into the scene? Like we know you've been a part of the scene the whole time. You've been screaming. You've been involved, but I know that that's got to be difficult to have to like take that time off and come back in. So like, how have you been facing that?
It's been pretty hard, definitely, but like it's been the longest time I have ever been without playing real tournaments. So I think people are in trouble, man. Like I'm starving as fuck, you know. Sorry for the language, but I'm starving, man.
Let's go. You're fine. You're allowed to be as hungry as you want. Okay.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
So anything that you want to say, dude?
You know what a person can do when he's hungry, you know. So.
Oh. Well, the floor is now yours. Give a shout out to fans, whatever you want to do. Thank you so much for doing the interview.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for all the fans from Brazil and from all different parts of the world, the American fans as well, that have been pretty supportive to me on my streams and in the games too. And we're going to give our best to qualify tomorrow.
Well, I can't wait to see you get full, man. It has been a pleasure to watch, and good luck on everything going into tomorrow. All right, guys. So now we're going to go ahead and start moving in to close out everything for the day. So I gave Sparking his chance to say his whatever last piece that he wants to say. I know you guys are going to be moving in-game tomorrow, so Godspeed. Thoughts closing out, moving into our last day.
Even though the point totals on the leaderboard are, I mean, pretty set in stone, I think today was sick. We had some amazing moments of PUBG. The first couple games were bangers. The last game was a banger. The circles today weren't too crazy, but they lent a lot for good team fighting, good terrain. And yeah, I think Sparking has been he's been a gem. He's been really what SDK needs, and it's been showing. So tomorrow should be fun.
Oro?
Yeah, I think that it would be a mistake to think that tomorrow is going to be boring, because I think now you've got a very large percent of the lobby that has literally nothing to lose by doing anything that they could come up with. So I think that we might, obviously we're still playing for PGC points at the end of the day, of course, but I think that you might see a lot more excitement tomorrow, because the guys at the top, they're pretty secure, and I think they might be willing to go hunting and eating, as it were, for
Less
guys
inclined,
like Sparking.
Yeah, less inclined to maybe go into the blue zone to try to avoid feeding points, and instead just going to be asserting their authority, right?
At least that's my hope, man. That's what I'm hoping happens.
The wheels may come off here. Yep, the wheels may come off.
That's always the fun days. Like, I mean, we remember the old pistols and VSS time. Maybe we might get some recursions back into that one. I'm with you guys.
Do we get any Sonic Bison games?
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
I think that we're still kind of heated up in that 4th place position yet, so I think that there's still going to be some stuff that's going on. You can see that our teams that are right up that cusp are really, really hungry, because I mean, a lot of your livelihood hinges on tomorrow and trying to make it into the top 4. And there's a lot of teams that are, you can tell this last game, they want it. They're not done yet. And so if anybody slips up, everything is going to be exploited. It's going to be a pleasure to watch. But guys, make sure you tune back in. Same time tomorrow. Make sure you tune in with PEC as well. The action's been absolutely explosive over there. I'll be running through the host, and we'll be switching up the roles, bringing in guys who've been casting, switching out, getting them on desk, switching you guys into in-game, so you know it is going to be a blast. Till then, keep playing PUBG, and see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Taego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.